Song Liancheng looked at Su Xiaoying. Mom, go back and get the money and vouchers. Su Xiaoying didn't want to go and pretended not to hear. That's 500 yuan. Not to mention all those vouchers. Song Liancheng's salary was now half of what it used to be, but the family had Su Molie now. With less money coming in and more expenses, she was already upset. Now she was asked to give such a large amount of money, and she didn't want to do it. In Su Xiaoying's view, Wang Xiuyun was just pretending to be brave and talking big. Su Molie was Song Liancheng's wife. If Wang Xiuyun caused trouble at the army, Song Liancheng would be punished. What good would that do for Su Molie? It was just bravado. Just ignore her. Seeing Su Xiaoying hesitating, Song Liancheng simply went back to his room. After a while, he came out with the money and vouchers and directly handed them to Wang Xiuyun. I've given you everything you asked for. Now, go quickly. Wang Xiuyun didn't care about Song Liancheng's attitude. As long as she got the money and vouchers, that was all that mattered. Getting what she wanted was the most important. Keep the money and ticket safe. Wang Xiuyun looked at Su Molie with disappointment and said, if you don't support your family, you'll just be bullied by your in-laws. She was waiting for Su Molie to come back and ask her for help. Before leaving, Wang Xiuyun gave Su Mugen a deep look. Seeing Wang Xiuyun's gaze, Su Mugen felt confused. Why was she looking at her? But thinking about Wang Xiuyun's recent actions, Su Mugen suddenly understood. Wang Xiuyun was copying her. Earlier, Su Mugen had performed a routine and got 600 yuan from Wang Xiuyun. Now, Wang Xiuyun was using the same method to take 500 yuan and a bunch of tickets from Song Liancheng. It was quite surprising. For a moment, Su Mugen didn't know what to say. Wang Xiuyun left, and Song Liancheng angrily went home, followed closely by Su Xiaoying. Su Molie bit her lip, looked in the direction Wang Xiuyun had gone, and finally decided to follow home. As soon as she entered the house, before Song Liancheng and Su Xiaoying could speak, Su Molie stepped forward and grabbed Song Liancheng's arm. Liancheng, come with me. I have something to tell you. Her sudden action left no chance for Song Liancheng to refuse. By the time Song Liancheng realized, she had already been pulled upstairs to the room. Song Liancheng forcefully shook off Su Molie's hand. What are you doing? Su Molie didn't speak. Instead, she took a bunch of tickets and money from her bag and placed them on the table. The tickets and money were messy and unorganized, but there were quite a few. These are for you. I only kept a small part to compensate for your loss earlier. Song Liancheng didn't feel happy. Instead, she frowned tightly. Where did you get this money and these tickets? Su Molie hesitated but finally spoke. From the black market. You dared to go to the black market? Do you know, I know. Su Molie interrupted. The black market is dangerous, but the risk is high and the rewards are high too. I found a supplier, bought at low prices, and personally distributed the goods. It's just a quick trade. 1 yuan can turn into 3. Today, I brought 500 yuan, and now there's at least 1,500 yuan here, plus all these tickets. Just in one afternoon. Don't you feel tempted? Song Liancheng didn't speak, her brows still tightly furrowed. Seeing her like that, Su Molie felt a little more at ease. She had come to understand Song Liancheng better. Song Liancheng did not deny it directly, which means he was moved. However, he is stubborn and awkward, so he just doesn't want to say it. Su Molie's eyes flickered with a smile, and she continued to speak softly. You're just a company commander now. Don't you want to move up? Don't you want to surpass Song Chinian? To climb higher, you need to make achievements and also have Grandpa's help. The votes and money are very useful. Don't worry, you don't need to get involved in these matters. I will handle them. Liancheng, we're married now, and being a family is good. Only when you're well can I be well. I'm doing all this to make our life better. I truly like you and hope we can get better and better. The past is the past. Let's not bring it up anymore. From now on, let's live happily. Is that okay? Su Molie's voice became even gentler. Her big eyes looked at Song Liancheng without blinking, as if full of many unspoken words. The room's light was not very bright, and the glow on Su Molie's face made her look much gentler than usual. She slowly moved towards Song Liancheng, opened her arms, and hugged him. Liancheng. Summer clothes were thin, and through the light fabric, Song Liancheng could clearly feel Su Moli's warmth and soft body. For a moment, his mind wandered. Not wanting to hold back, Song Liancheng directly picked up Su Moli and placed her on the bed, then pressed down on her. The lights in the room went out. In the darkness, Su Moli curled her lips slightly, her eyes full of pride. She was also reborn, so how could she not handle this young man Song Liancheng? After tonight, Song Liancheng would no longer be able to treat her coldly. As long as their hearts are together, they won't worry about living a good life. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Muxin saw Song Chinian off to the car. Just as they left the house, they saw Song Liancheng and Su Moli come out together. They walked shoulder to shoulder, both smiling, clearly in a good mood. Big brother, Song Liancheng approached and greeted Song Chinian with a smile. Sorry about last night. I was really angry then, so I spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Before Song Liancheng finished speaking, Su Moli quickly chimed in, also looking apologetic. Big brother, I'm really sorry. I didn't explain things clearly to my mom, which caused her to come and cause trouble. It almost involved you too. I promise this won't happen again in the future. Listening to these two people, Su Mujin was stunned. It's not that she wasn't awake, but these two are crazy. Just one night has passed, and why have their attitudes changed so completely? Are they okay? Just as she was thinking this, Su and Molie came over. Mujin, there was a misunderstanding between us before. To be precise, I misunderstood you. I always thought you weren't filial enough to our parents, that it was your fault. But after what happened last night, I realize it's not your fault, it's our parents' problem. In their hearts, what they care about most is Tianqi. For us, we are just dispensable. Now that we are both married and married into the Song family, we are sisters and sisters-in-law. Let's unite and live well together. Stop fighting and arguing, okay? Fourth update. After saying this, Su and Molie reached out to grab Su Mujin's hand. Seeing this, Su Mujin quickly moved away. Is Su and Molie trying to team up with Wang Xiuyun because she thinks Wang Xiuyun cares most about Su Tianqi? Su and Molie's idea sounds good, but it's too idealistic. Wang Xiuyun is the biological mother of the original owner. She treated the original owner badly and exploited her. That's her own problem. But Su and Molie, in order to marry Song Liancheng, caused the original owner's death. Now she still wants to reconcile with her. What a joke. Su and Molie slightly raised her head, her big eyes full of shock and surprise. But soon, her eyes turned red, and she looked at Su Mujin pitifully. Mujin, are you still angry with me? Won't forgive me? Her voice was full of grievance, and tears seemed ready to fall. She looked extremely pitiful. Seeing Su and Molie like this, Su Mujin almost wanted to laugh. Did Su and Molie go to a tea arts class to improve herself? How come after just one night, she suddenly became so poetic?
Su Mujin blinked gently.
Of course. I blame you. Who do you think you are, just saying we should reconcile, and it will be fine? Su and Molie clearly didn't expect Su Mujin to say this. Her eyes widened. Mujin, how can you talk like that? We are sisters. Now, you just realize we are sisters? Su Muxin looked at Su Moliere in surprise. So, all those years before, you didn't know we were sisters? No wonder you always made me wash your clothes and did all the housework yourself. It turns out you didn't know we were sisters all along. With each word, Su Muxin's face grew more displeased. By the end, her eyes were almost blazing with anger. Su Muxin really has no shame. She spoke to Su Muxin kindly, but instead of being grateful, Su Muxin was acting spoiled. Song Liancheng's face also looked unhappy. Su Molie is his wife. If Su Muxin doesn't treat Su Molie well, he's upset too. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Song Chinian's cold gaze, so he had to hold back his words. Su Muxin didn't want to argue with Su Molie anymore. After Song Chinian got into the car, she turned around and went back to the yard. Su Molie stood outside, watching Muxin's back for a while, then finally left in anger. She had hoped to get Muxin to join her plans. After all, Muxin said that Song Liancheng's salary was all hers, which was a significant amount. With this starting money, she could do bigger business and earn more. Then giving Muxin a little share wouldn't be a problem. But now it seemed unnecessary. Muxin simply didn't cherish what she had, and she couldn't blame her. What if Muxin went to university? She studied medicine and would just be a doctor. Working in a hospital for 20 years, she'd still be a poor doctor. But Molie was different. She wanted to play in the black market, build wealth and connections. After the reform and opening up, she planned to make a big splash. By then, with power and money, Muxin would just be a doctor, taking care of her paralyzed husband for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Molie felt extremely happy, and her smile couldn't be suppressed. As soon as she returned to her yard, she ran into Song Man. Lately, whenever she met Song Man, neither of them paid much attention to the other. But now, Molie was in a good mood, and since she and Song Liancheng had truly become a couple, she decided not to bother with this young girl. Man, Molie softly said, her smile gentle. Song Man looked at her angrily. What do you want? Still angry? Molie smiled and stepped forward. Don't be mad anymore. You can't blame me either. After all, you wanted to provoke me, didn't you? We are even now. Song Man stared at Molie with wide eyes but said nothing. Molie reached up and gently tidied the stray hair around Song Man's ear. Man, I know you truly like Qinjigang, and Qinjigang also genuinely likes you. You both really want to be together, right? Hearing Qinjigang's name, Song Man couldn't help but get emotional. Of course, she liked Qinjigang. Now she was with Qinjigang. If not with him, who else could she be with? But her parents and brother all disagreed with her being with Qinjigang. They even wanted to find her a soldier boyfriend. What's good about soldiers? They look dark and rough. They don't understand romance, can't speak well, and don't know what being romantic means. She only liked Qinjigang and just wanted to be with him. If it weren't for Molie's scheming against her and Qinjigang, their relationship wouldn't have been exposed so early. Maybe there was still a chance to talk about it. The more Song Man thought about it, the more upset she became, tears filling her eyes. Man, don't cry. If you cry, I'll feel sad too. I know you truly love each other, and I can help you be together. Think about it. Why don't your parents and brother agree? Isn't it because Qinjigang doesn't have a steady job and your family is poor? But what if Qinjigang had money? What if he suddenly had a lot of money? Would your parents and brother still disagree? Song Man felt moved but also suspicious. Why are you telling me this? Are you trying to make him rich? Why are you helping him? I'm not helping him. I'm helping you. I'm your sister-in-law, after all. We're family. Families should help each other, right? I've been working on something very profitable lately. If you let him work with me, I promise, in less than 3 months, he'll have enough money to marry you. Then you two can live happily together. Song Man still wasn't sure. Really? Are you lying to me? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just let him work with me for a few days. He just needs to watch and not do anything. Watch for 2 days, then decide. How about that?
Okay, then.
Hearing her agree, Molie smiled proudly. Muxin was originally worried that Molie might go crazy and talk nonsense to her every day. I didn't expect that, during the following days, Molie would leave early and return late every day, so they didn't see each other often. Every time they met, Molie looked at her with a superior attitude, full of disdain. Muxin didn't pay much attention at first, but soon she noticed that Molie's clothes had changed. As the weather grew hotter, Molie started wearing traditional dresses called blaggies. A blaggies is a long skirt, very popular among girls of this era. The style is indeed beautiful, but the price is also high. One blaggies costs at least 10 yuan, and the more expensive ones can cost dozens. Molie wore a different blaggies every day, paired with a pair of worn-out shoes, and she didn't repeat the same outfit for a week. She must be making a lot of money. Su Mugen was riding her bike back to the big courtyard when she was stopped by someone. Mugen, wait a moment. She paused her bike and looked over with a puzzled expression. Sister Chunhua, what's the matter? Zhu Chunhua's husband, Zhou Lisheng, is a political officer. He is gentle and refined, wears glasses, and always has a smile on his face. His tone is soft and kind. But Zhu Chunhua is very different. She is straightforward and even a bit fiery. She looks very confident and has a strong, healthy beauty. Although Su Mugen and Zhu Chunhua didn't interact much, they lived in the same big courtyard and saw each other almost every day. Over time, they could chat a little when they met. So when Zhu Chunhua called her over now, Su Mugen felt a bit strange and looked at her with confusion. Zhu Chunhua stepped forward and lowered her voice, acting mysteriously. Mugen, what's going on with your sister lately? You have to tell me.
What?
Su Mugen still didn't understand. Zhu Chunhua deliberately stopped her, but she was actually talking about Su Molie. Everyone in the courtyard knew that although she and Su Molie were sisters by blood, their relationship was not good. How could Zhu Chunhua want to talk about Su Molie? Just as she was thinking this, Zhu Chunhua spoke again. I know your relationship with your sister isn't very good, but you're still sisters. Even if your bones are broken, your tendons are still connected. Besides, even if your relationship isn't great, Qin Yan and Liancheng are brothers, and the Song family hasn't split up. If something happens to one of them, the other won't be in a good situation. This made some sense. Su Mugen's expression became more serious, and she asked curiously, Sister Chunhua, what exactly is going on? What happened to her? What else could be wrong? She wears a new piece of clothing every day and pairs it with a brand new pair of leather shoes. Can't you see there's a problem? This is clearly the behavior of a wealthy young lady. Where are we? This is a big courtyard. Everyone living here is a soldier from the people. We are here to serve the people, set a good example, and work hard. How can we only think about luxury and pleasure? Your sister's behavior, even a wealthy young lady would shake her head at. I just think our relationship is good, and Qinian is a good person. I'm worried that you two might get involved, so I want to remind you. Someone has already reported this, and I think in the next couple of days, someone will talk to Song Liancheng. There might even be punishments. Be careful, Qinian. Hearing Zhu Chunhua's words, Su Muxin, who hadn't paid much attention before, suddenly felt like she was in great danger. In this time period, if you're labeled as having a capitalist way of behaving, it could be the end for you. She just wanted to live peacefully until the reforms and opening up. Su Molie really knows how to cause trouble for her. Su Muxin was worried, but didn't leave immediately. She sincerely thanked Zhu Chunhua. Sister Chunhua, thank you for reminding me. I didn't notice this before. Once I handle it, I'll thank you properly. No need to thank me. Zhu Chunhua waved her hand. Our Lao Zhou and your Qinian are good friends. I like you too. It's right to give a reminder. All right, go home quickly. Su Muxin also wanted to hurry back. She didn't bother talking much and waved goodbye to Zhu Chunhua. Goodbye, sister-in-law. I'm leaving now. She rode her bike home quickly, parked it in the yard, and didn't go inside. Instead, she went straight to the neighbor's yard. Su Xiaoying was hanging clothes in the yard, smiling happily. When she saw Su Muxin, she found it strange but also a bit annoyed. What are you coming for? Song Liancheng still remembered how Su Muxin had lost face repeatedly. She hadn't forgotten. Su Muxin didn't care about Su Xiaoying's attitude. Second aunt, I'm looking for Su Molie. Is she at home? What do you want to see Molie for? Hearing Su Xiaoying call her Molie, Su Muxin instinctively raised an eyebrow. No matter when, money is always a good thing. Earlier, Su Xiaoying had warmly greeted Su Molie and called her a troublemaker. It hadn't been long. Her attitude had completely changed. Su Muxin didn't really insist on seeing Su Molie. It was the same whether she told Su Xiaoying or not. And second, just now when I returned, I heard people in the courtyard talking about how Su Molie wears different small leather shoes every day. So what? Su Xiaoying interrupted Su Muxin directly. They're just jealous and envious. She said this while looking Su Muxin up and down. Muxin, are you here just to take advantage of others? Su Muxin rolled her eyes. And second, you've lived in this courtyard for so many years. I thought you were a clear-headed person, but now I see you're not at all. Do you think people envy you? Now they say your family is behaving like capitalists. Someone has already reported you to the authorities. If there's a serious investigation, not only will Song Liancheng be implicated, but my second uncle's position might also be at risk. Since we haven't divided the family yet, I want to remind you, think carefully about what you do. Before Su Xiaoying could react, Su Muxin turned and left. We must find a way to split the family. Su Molie clearly came back from 30 or 40 years in the future, but her mind hasn't grown at all. All those years of eating are wasted. Her success in the original story was probably due to her strong protagonist aura. But now, without that aura, she's just making reckless mistakes. If we don't split the family soon, who knows what crazy things she might do next. It was a while before Su Muxin left that Su Xiaoying finally snapped out of her shock. She had been happily hanging clothes earlier, all of which were small leather shoes. But now, looking at these bright, colorful shoes, Su Xiaoying felt only irritation. Their old Song family is honest and promising. How could they be associated with capitalism? It's all Su Molie's fault. Ever since Su Molie married into their family, things have only gone wrong. The more Su Xiaoying thought about it, the angrier and more anxious she became. She threw all the shoes on the ground and stomped on them hard. These are harmful things. Su Molie hummed a song happily as she walked into the house. She immediately saw what was happening.
Mom.
What are you doing? Why are you stepping on my skirts? They're very expensive. Su Xiaoying, holding back her anger, suddenly found a vent. She rushed up to Su Molie and slapped her. How dare you say that? All these harmful things you bought are going to ruin our family. Su Muxin felt a bit heavy-hearted. When she saw Song Qinian return, she immediately pushed him back to their room. Song Qinian noticed that Su Muxin had something on her mind and gently asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Did something happen?" "Qinian, when I just got back, Sister Chunhua pulled me aside and said." Su Muxin repeated what Zhu Chunhua had told her. "Qinian, have you heard anything in the army?"
Song Qinian sighed. I heard some news today, too.
Song Liancheng and second uncle have been called away. But it's probably just a warning, nothing serious. Just be careful in the future. Hearing this, Su Muxin's mood didn't improve. Instead, it grew even heavier. Jasmine is too restless. She won't settle down. If this keeps up, we'll eventually get involved. Wife, are you thinking about splitting the family? Seeing that Song Qinian guessed her thoughts, Su Muxin didn't deny it and nodded firmly. Yes, I want to split the family. At least then, if Jasmine causes trouble again, it won't affect us. Song Qinian nodded in agreement. You're right. So, you agree to split the family? Su Muxin hurriedly asked. She had been thinking about how to bring this up to Song Qinian, but he guessed it himself first. Song Qinian smiled gently. Actually, I've been thinking about splitting the family too, just waiting for the right moment. You've seen Grandpa's personality. He just wants everyone to stay together peacefully, so the family can thrive. Nothing serious has happened before, so it's hard to bring up splitting. But this time, Jasmine caused such a big fuss, and Song Liancheng and second uncle were reprimanded. It's only natural that my father and I want to split the family now. Grandpa cares deeply for the Song family and surely understands the principle that eggs shouldn't be put in one basket. Splitting the main and branch families means if one has a problem, it won't affect the other. The Song family still has hope. Su Muxin immediately grasped the main point in his words. Husband, are you saying Dad is also willing to split the family? Dad wouldn't oppose it. When should we bring up splitting the family? If possible, it's best to do it quickly. She couldn't wait any longer. Just as Song Qinian was about to speak, there was a knock on the door, and then Song Huayan's voice came in. Qinian, Muxin, come out for a moment. There's something to talk about. Song Qinian smiled and looked at Su Muxin.
Now.
In the living room, old Master Song sat with a serious face. Song Huaiyan and Song Huaimin sat on opposite sides. Besides the three of them, Su Zhaoying, Qin Yuehua, Song Manman, Song Muxue, Song Liancheng, and Su Molie were also present. So many people gathered, each with a serious expression, making the atmosphere very heavy. After a long time, Old Master Song finally spoke first. Big branches grow into new ones, and families split apart. Older brother, younger brother, you are both grown up. Your sons are married. It's time to split the family. Actually, over the past few years, your expenses and wages have been decided by you. There's nothing to divide. Now, it's just about separating the household registration to have it officially witnessed so that in the future, if something happens to one family, the other won't get involved. After Old Master Song finished speaking, Song Huaimin felt very guilty and spoke up. Dad, it's all my fault. I should have managed Liancheng and his wife better. I promise such things won't happen again. Old Master Song waved his hand. Things have come to this point. You don't need to promise me so much. It's best if such things don't happen again in the future, so your family can stay safe. Otherwise, I won't be able to control you anymore. Anyway, you are living your own lives now. How you live is up to you. Song Huaimin wanted to say more, but there was movement in the yard. Soon after, Old Master Liu and a few others came in. They were here to witness. They had prepared the family separation documents and stamped them. Song Huaiyan and Song Huaimin went together to the office to split the household registration for both families. It wasn't until they saw the new household registration book that Su Muxin finally relaxed. Although they would still be relatives in the future, they were just relatives now. No matter what Su Molie and Liancheng wanted to do later, it wouldn't really involve their family anymore. At this moment, Su Molie approached with a very gloomy face. Su Muxin, are you happy now? Su Muxin nodded and honestly admitted, yes. I am very happy now. You. Su Molie was silenced by Cheng Xiongwan's words and could only stare at Su Muxin with wide eyes. Now that you're thinking of splitting the family, don't regret it later. When she becomes successful in the future, don't think you can come over and share the benefits. As for today's matter, Su Molie didn't care at all. It was just being called over for a scolding. What's the big deal? All capitalist behaviors are wrong ideas, and these mistakes will eventually be corrected. She was just a few years ahead of these people's thinking. Besides, she didn't do much, just wore a few pieces of clothing and a couple of small shoes.
What's so surprising about that?
These people are just jealous, envious, and resentful. Seeing the proud expression on Su Muxin's face, Su Molie thought her mind was a bit abnormal. The environment determines what people do. Reform and opening up happened after the 70s and 80s. Back then, she could wear whatever she wanted and no one cared. But now, if she wants to live peacefully, she must go with the flow. However, Su Muxin had no intention of telling Su Molie these words. Between them, there's still the original owner's life to consider. Don't worry, I'd love to split the family from you. I'll never regret it. After saying this, Su Muxin was about to go home, but was stopped by Su Molie. Su Muxin, you and Song Qinian have been married for over a month. Why is there no sign of pregnancy yet? Su Molie kept glancing at Su Muxin's belly with a mischievous look. Could it be because Song Qinian is not only crippled in both legs but also the other leg is useless? If you two never have children, what will you do when you're old?
Who will take care of you?
Maybe you should beg me. When I have a son in the future, he can help take care of you two old folks. But I must say in advance, my son's inheritance must stay with the main family. Su Molie became more excited, and her eyes filled with malice. Seeing her like this, Su Muxin sneered coldly. Instead of worrying about whether I'll have children or not, you should worry about yourself. Second part, Su Molie proudly lifted her chin. Why should I worry? My body and Liancheng's are both fine. Maybe I'm already pregnant. And it's a boy. He'll be the eldest grandson of the Song family. Seeing Su Molie's proud expression, Su Muxin really wanted to laugh. The Song family has no throne to inherit, so what does it matter if the child is the eldest grandson? If you really want to have children, I wish you two to have 2 in 3 years and 4 in 5. Big, fat boys all. Just have them. Just raise them. Hearing this, Molie was surprised. You're surprisingly so kind? Could she be secretly wishing for me to have a daughter? Muxin rolled her eyes. I'm not that free. After saying that, she ignored Molie and bypassed her to go home. In the original story, after Molie married Liancheng, she quickly became pregnant with their first child, but it was not a boy. In the following years, Molie gave birth to 6 more daughters, making a total of 7 beautiful girls. In this era, having many children was considered a sign of good fortune and was often admired. However, most people still preferred boys over girls. Molie had 7 daughters in a row, which drew some gossip and criticism. The story says that Liancheng and Molie treated their daughters very well, raising them to be elegant young ladies, and did not favor boys over girls. Finally, when Molie was 40, she gave birth to a son and then stopped having children. Liancheng, Molie, and their 7 daughters all adored this little boy, and the family was very happy. At first, when reading the original story, Muxin didn't think much of it. But now, looking back, she felt it wasn't quite right. Molie had just said herself that she wanted to have the eldest grandson of the Song family to have a son, and never mentioned daughters at all. If she really had a daughter, would she raise her as described in the story? Since she liked sons so much and wanted to have a son, then she should just hope for a son. Thinking this, Muxin's smile grew brighter. Honey, what are you smiling at? Why are you so happy? Hearing Song Qinyan's question, Muxin's eyes curved into a smile. Just now, Molie told her she might be pregnant. She wished her to have a big, chubby boy, 2 in 3 years, 4 in 5. Song Qinyan was a bit confused. Was his wife being so kind? Hadn't she disliked Molie the most? Seeing the doubtful look in Song Qinyan's eyes, Muxin snorted. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. I was just thinking about how many children we should have in the future. Song Qinyan thought that since he had said so, Muxin would probably blush. But the reality was completely different from what he expected. Muxin not only didn't blush, but immediately leaned over, her eyes shining, and asked him, Husband, can you stand up now? Earlier, when they predicted, they thought Song Qinyan would be able to stand up in about 10 days or half a month. It's only been a week, and he can already do it? Faced with Muxin's intense stare, Song Qinyan could only tell the truth. He nodded and said, Yes, I tried this morning, and I can stand up and walk a few steps now. The moment he stood up, his heart raced with excitement, almost jumping out of his chest. The doctors had said it was very likely he would never stand again in his life. But just over a month after meeting Muxin, he was able to stand. It probably won't be long before he can move around normally. As he was thinking this, he suddenly saw Muxin's smile fade, and she looked at him with a stern expression. Hubby. Song Qinyan immediately became nervous. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you upset? You ask me that? Muxin pointed at his chest with her finger. Why did you try to stand up alone without telling me? I just wanted to try. I didn't expect I would succeed. I was also afraid. Afraid that if I tried in front of you and couldn't stand up, I would disappoint you. His voice was cautious as he spoke. Muxin wasn't angry at first, but seeing how careful he was made her feel even calmer. After you left, did you feel uncomfortable? No, Song Qinyan shook his head and held Muxin's hand tightly. My wife, I can feel that as long as I keep practicing, I will be able to walk like normal people soon. Muxin held his hand back. From today, I will practice with you every day. Okay. The medical university was now on holiday. Muxin no longer had classes every day and naturally became free. Similarly, Song Muxue was also on holiday. But Song Muxue didn't relax. Instead, she became busier than when she was in school. In this era, high school students didn't attend many cram classes during holidays, but they had to participate in factory practice organized by the street or school. They would work nearby in street factories or state-owned enterprises, helping with simple production tasks. Song Muxue was assigned to a military factory, helping to produce military canned food on the assembly line. Her work was the same as the factory workers, but after a month, she only earned 10 yuan, which was much less than the regular workers. The low pay was secondary. The main issue was that she had to go to work early and stay late every day. Standing on the assembly line all day, she was in her growth period, and within a few days, she visibly lost weight. Previously, her cheeks were chubby with baby fat, but now she has a small, delicate face about the size of a palm. Her eyes also look bigger. Seeing Song Muxue like this, not only Xiuyun, her mother, feels worried, but Su Muxin also feels sad. Muxue, did you eat properly at lunch in the cafeteria?
Su Muxin asks.
Don't skip meals. Eat more meat. Eat more rice. Look at how thin you are. Her limbs are so thin they look like sticks. Fortunately, Song Muxue is very pretty and has fair skin. Even though she has lost a lot of weight, her cheeks are not sunken, and she doesn't look gaunt. Sister-in-law, I really ate well. Song Muxue quickly says. It's just that I've been too busy. I never realized working on the assembly line is so tiring and busy. Before, she only thought studying was tiring, but now she understands that studying is actually a blessing compared to this. From now on, I will work even harder to study well. I want to go to college. I want to learn about machines. If machines can do more, people can do less, and workers can have an easier time. Su Muxin is surprised. No wonder she's her sister. She's so ambitious. Third update, okay. Sister-in-law supports you. I believe you can do it. Song Muxue's cheeks turn a little red. Sister-in-law, do you really think I can do it? Where there's a will, there's a way. Muxue, you need to take things step by step and learn little by little. You already have the idea. In the future, read more books on this topic, learn more, innovate, and try experiments. You will definitely succeed. I will also help you find books related to this. As long as you want to learn, I will support you no matter what. At first, Song Muxue felt a little unsure of herself, but after hearing Su Muxin's words, all her doubts disappeared. Okay.
Song Muxue nods firmly.
I will work hard. She decided that when she goes back to the factory, besides working, she must learn more about the machines there. Su Muxin also wondered if the books she collected in her space had any about this topic. If she had, how could she show them to Song Muxue? If not, she might have to copy a copy. But luckily, there are diagrams. When would she finish copying those? The more Su Muxin thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She decided not to think about it and just focus on eating. Right after coming back inside, Su Muxin was pulled into Song Qinyuan's arms and sat on his lap. Darling, is there something bothering you? Can I help you? Can you tell? It's written all over your face. I couldn't ignore it even if I wanted to. Is it that obvious? Su Muxin instinctively reached to touch her face. Song Qinyuan gently took her hand away and softly stroked her cheek with his big hand. It's not that obvious. My parents and Muxue didn't notice. Only I saw it. Su Muxin finally relaxed a little. That's good. That's really good. But thinking about her worries, Su Muxin hesitated, unsure how to speak. Song Qinyuan didn't rush her, just waited quietly. After a while, Su Muxin whispered if I have some books about tools but no one else has seen them, only I do, how can I show them to Muxue? Hearing this, Song Qinyuan's heart beat faster. He clearly understood what Su Muxin meant. Darling, if you trust me, you can give me the things. I'll show them to Muxue and tell her to only look at them at home. Say it's a secret. She won't take it out or tell anyone. Su Muxin trusted Song Qinyuan completely. She had already revealed a lot in front of him, but he never asked, and they both understood each other without words. Since she decided to bring out the books, maybe she could also mention the existence of the space? Summer was easy to manage now, but in winter, without vegetable greenhouses or other places to transport fruits, she'd have to eat months of radishes, cabbages, and potatoes. Just thinking about it made Su Muxin feel scared. If there really was no space, she could endure it. But if there was space, with plenty of food and drinks, and a large piece of land waiting for her to plant, plus many fruit trees to pick from. She simply couldn't bear to go without eating. Husband, actually don't say anything. Song Qinian raised a finger and pressed it to Su Mujin's lips.
Don't say anything.
I promised I wouldn't ask. I will cover for you no matter what you do. You don't need to explain everything to me. Su Mujin blinked softly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Are you really not going to ask anything? No questions. Su Mujin stood up, first locking the door, then returned and sat back in Song Qinian's arms. Husband, look at my hand. I'm looking. Su Mujin held her palms up. Suddenly, in her empty hands, a string of bright, lively sunshine roses appeared. I've wanted to eat these with you for a long time. Try one. Su Mujin said, plucking a sunshine rose and holding it near Song Qinian's mouth. He instinctively opened his mouth. Su Mujin also popped a piece into her own mouth. The juice of the sunshine rose isn't the most abundant among grapes, but its flesh is crisp and sweet, with a fresh aroma, and not a single seed. One bite after another, it was so satisfying to eat. Su Mujin ate 3 or 4 of them in a row before saying, I used to eat these secretly alone, worried you'd smell them. But now, we can eat together. Are they tasty? Song Qinian nodded instinctively. Yes, they are. But where did such a big bunch of grapes come from? Su Mujin saw the doubt in Song Qinian's eyes and smiled as she moved closer. You just said you wouldn't ask anything. Song Qinian immediately smiled affectionately. Since I said I wouldn't ask, I won't. Don't worry. Of course, I trust you. If I didn't, I wouldn't have brought it out in front of you. She placed the sunshine rose in Song Qinian's hand and stood up, walking to the side. Soon, a pile of books appeared on the open space in front of her. Books were stacked together, giving a strong impression. Song Qinian's eyes widened and his mouth opened, but in the end, he didn't ask anything. Su Mujin casually opened a book and suddenly noticed something was wrong. The books looked strange. They had no covers, no author information, no specific dates, and no publisher details. While she was surprised, she felt Song Qinian approaching. What's wrong? Song Qinian asked softly. Su Mujin turned sharply to look at him. Seeing him standing in front of her, much taller than herself, she was stunned.
Husband, you
can walk normally now? She had been helping Song Qinian with rehab these days, but he mostly could only walk with assistance. But now, he had come to her on his own. Song Qinian looked down at Su Mujin with gentle eyes. Yes, I can walk normally now. I can walk step by step to be with you. After 2 months of marriage, he finally stood up. No longer a paraplegic. Seeing Su Mujin silent, Song Qinian felt a bit nervous and worried. Dear, are you angry? I didn't tell you earlier. I just wanted to surprise you. Su Mujin opened her arms and hugged Song Qinian's waist, resting her head on his shoulder. I'm not angry. And I really like the surprise. She saw him recover with her own eyes. Although the healing spring water helped, he still had to go through tough rehab and endure a lot of pain to walk normally again. He wanted to give her this surprise, practicing walking harder when she wasn't looking. Why would she be angry just because he kept it a secret and wanted to surprise her? 4th update, they hugged quietly for a while. Su Mujin then loosened her hold slightly and looked up at him. You're already better. Should we tell Dad and Mom? Yes. Song Qinian nodded. They've been worried about me and hopeful. I can't keep making them sad forever. I want to tell you first, then tell them.
Thank you, dear.
Su Mujin's eyes shimmered. You've thanked me many times already. No matter how many times I thank you, it's not enough. I can't repay your great kindness, so I can only dedicate myself to you. Just as Su Mujin was about to speak, Song Qinian leaned in and kissed her. Although it wasn't their first kiss, it was the first time they kissed standing up. Su Mujin felt her breath taken away and her legs went weak. But she didn't need to worry because Song Qinian held her tightly. Until she felt his lips on her neck, she quickly pushed him away.
Wait.
Take a shower. It's summer. After a busy day outside, both of them were covered in sweat. They had to take a shower. Song Qinian's eyes looked a little red, and his voice was hoarse, but he still obeyed. Okay, let's shower. When Xiuyun was pulled into the bathroom by Song Qinian, she was still stunned. Your leg is already better. You can wash yourself. Song Qinian nodded naturally. Yeah, I can wash myself. Then why are you pulling me in? I'm going to help you wash.
Huh.
Before, it was you helping me wash. Today, I'll help you. What a bold statement. Xiuyun felt her face burning hot. She quickly waved her hands to refuse. No need. No need anymore. Wife, do you dislike me? Are you worried I can't wash well? When you washed for me before, I learned seriously, and I can wash just as well as you. At this moment, Xiuyun's mind only had one thought. When you hang out in the world, you always have to pay the price. Before, when she bathed Song Qinian, she made him blush and his heart race. Today, Song Qinian took everything back with interest. In the end, Xiuyun was carried back to bed by Song Qinian. She was really weak in her legs. Before she could think further, the lights in the room went out, and Song Qinian moved closer again. They had just finished bathing, so their skin was a bit cool. But after a while, the whole room started to warm up. Xiuyun couldn't remember exactly when she fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning, she still felt very tired. Her lower body was especially sore and exhausted. Looking at Song Qinian, who was dressing by the bed, full of energy and looking great, she felt a bit resentful. Now I feel like I've been drained of my energy by a mischievous spirit, she said bitterly. Song Qinian smiled and leaned in. Tonight, let's switch roles. You be the mischievous spirit and come drain me.
Dream on,
Xiuyun said, then took a big sip of spiritual spring water. Thanks to the nourishing spring water, her fatigue gradually disappeared. Fortunately, she had the spring water, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to leave the house today. While she was washing up, Song Qinian squatted on the other side washing the bedsheets. Seeing his serious expression, Xiuyun's face turned red again. From now on, I'll let you wash the sheets, she said playfully. It's because there's no washing machine available now. Song Qinian looked at her with a smile. Don't worry, wife. I'll wash them every day from now on. Muxin, who asked him to wash every day. A man who has experienced intimacy is definitely different. Every word makes her unable to respond. Thinking back to 2 months ago, she kissed his cheek, and he blushed all the way to his ears. Now, if Shidu dong call guochu qintaisha, he probably would get so excited his face would turn red. After Song Qinian finished washing the sheets, they both opened the door and went out together. Before leaving, Xiuyun put the pile of books back into her space. She planned to spend some time at noon with Song Qinian to carefully choose which one suited the current Song Muxue. The living room was empty, but there were sounds and aromas coming from the kitchen. Listening to those sounds, Song Huayan, Chen and Song Muxue should all be inside. After the second branch was separated, Old Master Song moved to the second branch's house. In Old Master Song's own words, Song Liancheng and Su Molie were young and naive, so he wanted to watch over them to prevent any more problems. Su Muxin looked at Song Qinian and asked, "Shall we go in directly?" "I'll hang the bed sheets first," Song Qinian said, and quickly went to the yard. After hanging the sheets, he strode back confidently. "Wife, let's go." Song Qinian held Su Muxin's hand as they headed to the kitchen together. Dad, Mom, Muxue, Su Muxin greeted the people in the kitchen. The three of them turned to look at her at the same time and were all stunned. Mom Muxue's eyes widened in shock, and after a moment, she rubbed her eyes hard. After rubbing her eyes, she could still clearly see that Song Qinian and Su Muxin were standing side by side. "Brother!" Muxue shouted loudly. "Brother, you're okay? You can stand up now." Both Chen Yuehua and Song Huayan were awakened by these words, and their eyes instantly turned red. Chen Yuehua ran over here. Su Muxin thought Chen Yuehua was going to hug Song Qinian, but unexpectedly, after running over, Chen Yuehua directly embraced her instead. "Muxin, thank you. If it weren't for your careful care, giving Qinian acupuncture and massage, he wouldn't be able to stand up. Mom really has to thank you." Chen Yuehua's voice choked with emotion. tears falling on Su Muxin's neck. Su Muxin was startled by this sudden hug, but quickly responded by gently patting Chen Yuehua's back. Mom, Qinian is my husband. It's my duty to take care of him. This is a happy event, so don't cry. We should be happy. Chen Yuehua slowly released Su Muxin, looking a bit embarrassed, but still wiping her tears vigorously. Muxin is right. This is a happy event. We should be glad. I'm truly happy too. Song Huayan slowly approached, patted Song Qinian's shoulder, and pinched his arm. Good. Good. Though he didn't say much, his moist eyes held 1,000 words. Song Muxin was also happy, but her thoughts were clearly different from most people. Sister-in-law, you're a miracle doctor. My brother's serious injury, and you cured him in just 2 months. You're amazing. Su Muxin replied, No, I'm not that great. I just used methods taught by doctors. It's probably because of perseverance and your brother's good foundation that he could stand up so quickly. Fifth update. Song Muxue didn't listen at all. If it weren't for sister-in-law's strength, no matter how good my brother's foundation is, it wouldn't matter. Listening to Song Muxue's words, Su Mujin finally understood that this girl was still quite proud. But her pride is only about herself, so there's no problem with that. At this moment, Song Qinian also nodded. Muxue is right. I can get back up because of you. Chen Yuehua patted Song Qinian's arm. That's good to know. You must treat Mujin well. If you dare to hurt her, your father, Muxue, and I won't forgive you. Mom, don't worry. Mujin is more important to me than my own life. I will definitely treat her well. Hearing this, Su Mujin's face instantly turned red. Such words are only spoken between them, privately. But saying them in front of the others, really, is that okay? Su Mujin looked at Chen Yuehua and Song Huayan with some worry, only to see both of them nodding happily, full of satisfaction. Song Muxue was smiling happily, her eyes flickering between Su Mujin and Song Qinian. It was obvious she was jealous.
Su Mujin thought.
All her worries were unnecessary. Although she was happy, she knew she shouldn't skip meals just because of that. The food was ready, and everyone carried their dishes outside to eat. A warm and happy breakfast was enjoyed. After eating, Song Huayan said to Song Qinian, Qinian, your leg is better now. Go tell your grandfather. He's been thinking about your leg a lot. I know, Song Qinian agreed. I'll go tell him now. Then he looked at Su Mujin. Mujin, let's go together. Okay. The two of them headed outside. Song Qinian reached out his big hand and held Su Mujin's tightly. Su Mujin didn't refuse. They exchanged smiles and soon arrived at the gate of the neighboring courtyard. The gate was open and no one was inside, but they could hear voices from inside the house, those of Song Liancheng. Grandpa, I want to leave. Before he finished speaking, Song Liancheng, who was at the entrance of the main hall, froze in place, eyes wide as bells. Old Master Song and the others inside the house looked at him in surprise. Old Master Song asked as he walked towards Song Liancheng, Liancheng, what's wrong? Why are you standing here?
What are you looking at?
While asking, he also looked into the courtyard. In the yard, Song Qinian and Su Muxin held hands and walked over step by step. Both of them were tall and thin, with delicate features and smiling faces. They looked like a perfect match and very eye-catching. But at this moment, Old Master Song was not in the mood to admire whether they were a perfect match. His eyes were full of shock. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Song Qinian stopped with Su Muxin in the yard and smiled brightly at Old Master Song. Grandpa, my leg is better. This one sentence caused a big stir. Everyone inside the house heard Song Qinian's voice and rushed out. When they saw Song Qinian standing there fine, Su Xiuyun rubbed her eyes hard. Am I still not fully awake? He is actually standing up? Song Huaimin pushed Su Xiuyun with a frown. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Xiuyun came back to her senses and realized her words were a bit inappropriate. She quickly smiled. Qinian, don't misunderstand.
Second aunt didn't mean it that way. She was just too surprised.
Song Qinian still had a smile on his face and showed no displeasure. Second aunt, no need to explain. I know you didn't mean any harm. That's good. That's good. Su Xiaoying nodded repeatedly, but her eyes kept shifting to Song Qinian, especially staring at his legs for a long time. Old Master Song also regained his senses. His eyes reddened, and tears rolled down his face. He strode over to Song Qinian. When he reached Song Qinian, Old Master Song raised his hands, patted his shoulder, and pinched his arm. Good. Good. Grandpa knew that you are so excellent. There's no way you'd be in a wheelchair for your whole life. Grandpa was right about you. The people above weren't wrong either. That's good. That's really good. Old Master Song's excitement and happiness were obvious. However, Song Liancheng could hardly control his expression. How could Song Qinian stand up? Wasn't the doctor earlier saying he would never stand again in his life? It had been less than 3 months, and he was already able to stand again. Could it be that the doctors were lying before? Song Liancheng endured and endured but finally couldn't hold back. Why did you suddenly stand up? Were you and the doctor colluding to lie when you said you'd never stand again? Hearing this, Su Xiaoying quickly patted Song Liancheng's arm gently. You kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Your older brother being able to stand up is a good thing. Why are you doing so much? Song Qinian looked at Song Liancheng. Liancheng, it seems you don't want me to stand up again? I'm not, Song Liancheng denied. I just saw Grandpa so excited and thought he should know the truth. This is the truth. The doctor said I might never stand again, but I still let my wife give me acupuncture, massage, and herbal baths. Over the past 2 months, Mugen has never missed a day. She does these 3 things every day. Because of her persistence, I can stand up again. Song Liancheng's face still looked unhappy. No matter how persistent, you can't stand up overnight, right? Big brother, from when you could stand to now, you've been moving normally for a while. Why are you only saying this now? You've made Grandpa worry for so long. I've been doing rehab all along, afraid it would all be for nothing, so I didn't say anything. Grandpa is old, and emotional ups and downs aren't good for his health. I was just thinking about him. Is there a problem with that? I didn't tell Grandpa, and neither did my parents or Muxue.
They just found out now.
Old Grandpa Song heard Song Qinian's explanation and patted his arm hard, almost tearing up. Grandpa always knew you're the most filial. When you say it doesn't matter, what's important is that you're okay. Hearing Grandpa Song's words, Song Liancheng's lips almost drooped to the ground. Because Song Qinian's leg was broken, Grandpa Song favored him. Now that Song Qinian's leg is healed, will Grandpa still favor him in the future? He waited so many years, finally got a chance, and now Song Qinian wants to take it away. Grandpa Song was about to go inside to talk with Song Qinian, but Song Qinian smiled and declined. Grandpa, it's about time. Shaoli should be here soon. I need to go to the army. When I come back at noon, we can have a good talk. Okay. Grandpa Song agreed repeatedly. It's all my fault. I was so happy I forgot you have to go to the army. Your leg is better, and they must be happy too. You should go quickly. I was able to stand up again, thanks to Mugen. Song Qinian smiled and said, but Mugen said that all of this is actually thanks to Grandpa. If Grandpa hadn't written her a letter of introduction so she could attend medical school, she wouldn't be so skilled, and she wouldn't have helped me stand up again. When she saw I was coming, Mugen insisted on coming too, saying she wanted to thank Grandpa properly. Old Mr. Song smiled warmly and said, Mugen is a good girl. You're lucky to marry her. From now on, you two must live happily together. Mugen, although I wrote the letter of introduction for you to go to medical school, it's also because you have a talent for medicine that you've achieved so much. Keep studying hard, and after you graduate, go to our military hospital. They need doctors like you. Having a doctor like you is a blessing for our soldiers. At first, Su Mugen didn't understand why Song Qinian was flattering old Mr. Song, but once she heard this, she immediately understood.
Wow.
So this is Song Qinian's real goal. She had only been at medical school for 2 months, and he was already preparing for her future. Such a husband. Who wouldn't like him? Su Mugen quickly glanced at Song Qinian, then looked at old Mr. Song with gratitude.
Thank you, Grandpa.
I will study hard and definitely won't let you down. Old Mr. Song nodded happily. I know you're a good girl. I believe you can do it. The three of them stood together, surrounded by a warm, happy atmosphere. Song Liancheng was standing about 2 meters away, but on this hot summer morning, he felt icy cold all over. All his years of effort seemed like a joke. As long as Song Chinian was there, no one would notice him. Liancheng's hands clenched quietly, and his eyes grew fiercer. When he saw Su Mugen holding hands with Song Chinian, he trembled slightly. Not only had Song Chinian taken his grandfather's attention and the admiration of everyone in the courtyard, but he also took his fiancée. Su Mugen was supposed to be his wife. Outside, the honking of a car's horn sounded, and everyone turned to go outside. Song Chinian stood by the car, took a long step, and got in. Seeing Liancheng still hesitating, Song Chinian smiled and urged him. Liancheng, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Old Mr. Song was even more pleased to see this. When it comes to being calm and steady, it has to be Chinian. Turning around, I saw Song Liancheng standing there motionless. Old Master Song frowned slightly and said, Liancheng, what are you still doing there? Go ahead. Liancheng clenched and loosened his fists, then took a deep breath before getting into the car. As the small car gradually drove away, Su Muxin finally looked away. She was about to tell Old Master Song that she was leaving and go home, when he smiled and said, Muxien, your school is on holiday, right? Yes. Since you're free, would you like to go to the hospital? To the hospital? Yes, I can arrange for you to work with Dr. Wang for 2 months. Being in the hospital and working with doctors is very different from studying at school. Are you willing? Yes. Su Muxin responded immediately, without hesitation, smiling. Only a fool would refuse. Since she decided to study medicine and become a doctor in the future, she couldn't miss any opportunity. This was an opportunity other students couldn't even ask for, and Old Master Song personally handed it to her. How could she refuse? Although Old Master Song wasn't a good grandfather, he was a very good partner. He wanted a talented grandson to support the Song family, an excellent daughter-in-law to bring honor to the family. Just right, she and Song Chinian also needed Old Master Song's support. They each had their needs, and working together was really a good idea. Old Master Song was very pleased with Su Muxin's answer. All right, I'll write you a letter of introduction.
Just take it with you.
Thank you, Grandpa. Su Muxin followed Old Master Song into the courtyard of the second house. Old Master Song went into a room inside, while Su Muxin waited in the living room. At this moment, Su Molie came over. Working at the hospital, seeing patients every day, working yourself to the bone, and you don't earn much in a month. Only someone with such shallow eyesight would look down on it. Su Molie said disdainfully, and looked at Su Muxin with contempt. Song Huimin and Song Liancheng were called away for a talk. Su Molie no longer dared to show off every day, so she obediently put on military-style pants and a white shirt, looking a bit fresher. But her expression was truly harsh, making her outfit look even worse. You look down on becoming a doctor because of the money, but I bet you're earning quite a lot, Su Muxin said with a smile. Su Molie proudly raised her chin. Of course. But aren't you not working anymore? How are you earning money? Mu Hibiscus looked around with curiosity. You can earn money without working? Are you perhaps involved in some shady dealings? As she spoke, she leaned forward and stared at Su Molie without blinking. Getting caught doing illegal activities could land you in jail. You really have a lot of courage. Su Molie, who had just looked proud, suddenly turned pale and took several steps back. Who's doing illegal activities? Do you have proof? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Mu Hibiscus smiled slightly. If you say I'm talking nonsense, then I guess I am. Su Molie glared at Mu Hibiscus with hatred and stormed upstairs angrily. Just then, Old Master Song came out of the house, looking curious. What were you two sisters talking about just now? Nothing much. She was saying that being a doctor is hard and doesn't pay well. Old Master Song immediately looked displeased.
What are you saying?
Being a doctor allows us to serve the people better, to heal and save lives. It's also a guarantee of safety for our soldiers. What does money have to do with it? You really lack awareness. Grandpa, don't be angry, Muabiscus said with a smile. Some people don't understand us, but we know what we're doing and what we should do. That's enough. Well said. Old Master Song praised her again, and his eyes looked at Muhabiscus with more satisfaction. Second update: after flattering Su Malalai in front of Old Master Song, Muhabiscus happily took the referral letter and went home. Only Chun Yuehua was at home. Muhabiscus told her about her upcoming internship at the hospital. When Chun Yuehua learned Muhabiscus could intern at the hospital, she was naturally happy and proud, but also a little worried. Hospitals are busy all day, especially for interns who have to do all kinds of work. They're busy from morning to night. Getting the internship is good, but it's also very tiring. You need to rest properly and not overwork yourself. You probably can't come home for lunch. Bring a lunchbox and a water bottle, and bring some extra money and tickets. I'll go get them for you, Chun Yuehua said as she was about to leave. Muhabiscus quickly stopped her. Mom, you don't need to bring anything. I have money and tickets. Your money is yours, but what I give is mine. You keep it all. It'll be more convenient if you want to buy something, Chun Yuehua said, and went upstairs. Muhabiscus couldn't stop her, so she could only let her go. During this time, Su Mujin returned to her room, tidied herself up a little, carried a shoulder bag and a water bottle, and also packed 2 aluminum lunch boxes in a mesh bag. Just after she finished packing, Chun Yuehua hurriedly came downstairs and handed Su Mujin a stack of money and some tickets. Why so much?
Su Muyin exclaimed.
Although she didn't count exactly, she estimated there were dozens of yuan, and there were about 20 or so tickets. Just take it. It's not like you'll be in the hospital all day today. You need to eat here, every day at noon from now on, Chun Yuehua said, directly stuffing the money and tickets into Su Mujin's hands. Feeling the weight of the money and tickets, Su Mujin felt her heart fill up. Since her parents unexpectedly passed away, she hadn't felt maternal love for a long time. But now, she felt it again. Thank you, Mom,
Su Muyin said, hugging Chun Yuehua.
Chun Yuehua was startled by Su Mujin's warm gesture. Such closeness was rare even for Song Muxue. But now, being hugged by Su Mujin, she didn't feel annoyed. In fact, she felt very warm inside. After hugging for a while, Su Mujin collected her emotions, got on her bicycle, and headed to the hospital. Once there, she went straight to see Dr. Huang and showed him the referral letter. Dr. Huang looked at the referral letter and immediately took Su Mujin to see the director. After some arrangements, about half an hour later, Su Mujin received 2 white coats. From today on, she was officially an intern doctor. As soon as she returned to Dr. Huang's office, she saw him already seeing patients. At the military hospital, not only soldiers came for treatment. Family members of soldiers and others could also come here for checkups. All morning, patients kept coming in, and Dr. Huang was busy. Su Mujin was also busy, either helping to write medical records or observing nearby. Dr. Huang knew many medical skills, but mainly treated various injuries. Whether it was knife wounds, sprains, fractures, burns, or even paralysis like Song Qinyan, he handled them all. In this era, medical resources were scarce and there were fewer doctors, so departments weren't very specialized. For doctors, this might be more tiring, but they could learn more. Originally, Su Mujin studied medicine just to find an excuse to treat Song Qinyan's leg injury. But after actually working in the field, she discovered she had a real talent for medicine and was genuinely interested. All morning here, Su Mujin felt like a dry sponge, desperately soaking up water nonstop. This feeling of gradually being filled is really wonderful. Dr. Huang worked hard all morning and was a bit tired. After drinking a sip of plain water that Su Mujin poured, he sighed. Mujin, are you tired after this morning? Being a doctor is quite hard work. It is hard and tiring, Su Mujin honestly replied. But I feel very happy. I will learn well from Dr. Huang. Just this morning, I've learned a lot. Dr. Huang, you are so skilled and knowledgeable. Su Mujin spoke sincerely, with honest eyes, making Dr. Huang laugh happily. Good, since you're eager to learn. I will teach you well. By the way, how is Xiuyun doing? Su Mujin shyly scratched her head. I was busy right after coming in, so I didn't have time to tell Dr. Huang. Xiuyun can already stand up and walk. Dr. Huang was drinking water and choked when he heard this.
What?
Cough, cough. Are you okay, Dr. Huang? Don't worry, take a moment to breathe. Dr. Huang coughed for a while before calming down. Though his voice was still a bit hoarse, he eagerly asked again, Mujin, what did you just say? Xiuyun can stand and walk now? Are you joking? Before Su Mujin could answer, Xiuyun's voice came from the door. Dr. Huang, Mujin isn't joking. Dr. Huang suddenly turned to look at the door and saw a tall figure walking steadily inside. It was none other than Xiuyun. Xiuyun, you're really better now. Dr. Huang was so excited he immediately stood up and walked toward Xiuyun. Xiuyun smiled at Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang, I'm healed. Thanks to you. If it weren't for your prescriptions and teaching Mujin acupuncture, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Hearing Xiuyun's words, Dr. Huang felt a bit proud but also started to doubt himself. Was he really that good? Why didn't he realize it before? He had treated others with similar paralysis before, and they only improved after a year or so, sometimes able to stand or walk with help. But someone like Xiuyun, able to stand and walk in just over 2 months, was something he had never seen before. But after thinking about it, I realized that everyone's situation is different. Song Xiuyun's health is much better than most people's, so I have gradually come to accept it. Song Xiuyun is a good comrade. He has made many contributions before. If he had to stay in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, it would be a big loss. Now that he can stand up, it's the best news. Song Xiuyun talked with Dr. Huang for a while, then he and Su Mujin left the office together. They walked slowly, and Su Mujin felt a bit surprised. Xiuyun, why are you here? I heard from my mom that you were doing an internship at the hospital, so I came to see you and brought you some food. My mom also gave me a lot of money and food stamps. I can just eat at the hospital cafeteria during lunch, so you don't need to bother bringing me food. If I'm busy, I won't come, but if I have free time, I will definitely come. If possible, I want to bring you food every day. Su Mujin immediately sensed the unspoken meaning behind his words. You just got better. Are you about to go on a mission? I haven't fully recovered yet, and the higher-ups are still worried, so I won't go for now. But I will definitely go later, Song Xiuyun said, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Sorry, my wife. Why do you keep saying sorry to me? Su Mujin said with a smile and a bit of helplessness. Although it's good that men admit their mistakes, Song Xiuyun apologizing so often is a bit much. Song Xiuyun pursed his lips, looking a little nervous. Is it because you don't like hearing it? That's not it. Su Mujin shook her head slowly. I just want to tell you that I'm not petty or unreasonable. Before we got married, I already knew you were in the military. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. You don't need to apologize to me just because you have to carry out a mission in the future. I understand and support you. While Su Mujin was saying this, Song Xiuyun kept looking at her with intense eyes, and his gaze became brighter with her words. Being looked at by Song Xiuyun with such eyes, Su Mujin rarely felt a bit shy. What's wrong? Why are you just staring at me without saying anything? I'm just looking. Why is my wife so wonderful? If you have such a wonderful wife, you must cherish her well. I will definitely cherish you. They spoke as they sat down on a bench in the shade. Chen Yuehua's cooking tastes very good, and the portions are enough for 2 people. Although there was no table and it was a bit hot outside, the 2 of them still enjoyed the meal very much. The hospital's lunch break is not long, and there is more work in the afternoon, so Song Xiuyun didn't stay for long, which was good so Su Mujin could rest in the nurse's room for a while. In the afternoon, Su Mujin just returned to her office when Dr. Huang looked over with a smile. You 2 are really good together. Being teased by Dr. Huang, someone else might have felt embarrassed. But Su Mujin was used to this, having experienced many things, so she simply responded with a smile. Seeing how calm Su Mujin was, Dr. Huang was a bit surprised but just smiled and didn't say anything further. The afternoon was obviously not as busy as the morning. Even after 4 p.m., no patients came. Sitting in her office, Muxin felt a little tired, so she stood up to walk around. Just as she reached the door, she saw a few young men carrying a girl quickly coming this way. Before they reached her, they started shouting loudly, "Doctor! Doctor, help! Doctor, quickly see what's wrong with her." Their anxious and hurried manner made it seem like something serious had happened. Muxin didn't know the exact situation and didn't dare to underestimate it. She quickly moved aside to let them bring the girl in. There was a bed in the office, and the girl was soon placed on it. Dr. Wang also stood up, looking serious as he approached. What happened to her? Did something happen? Muxin stepped forward and finally saw the girl lying on the bed. It was Song Man Man. What was wrong with Song Man Man? After Dr. Huang asked, the few young men looked at each other nervously, and the one with slightly longer hair finally spoke. "I don't know what happened to her. We were playing ball, and suddenly she fainted." "Was she hit by the ball?" "No, it was sudden and strange. She just fainted on her own." "Doctor, please check her quickly." Dr. Huang frowned. "Don't worry, I'll examine her first." "Muxin, come help." "Coming." Muxin agreed and stepped forward. Seeing the others still gathered nearby, she frowned and said to them, "Stand at the door and wait." A few of them were still obedient, probably because they were really scared. After hearing this, they immediately walked outside and stood quietly at the door. With them gone, Muxin and Dr. Huang had more space to check. After examining, they confirmed that Song Man Man was not injured, only dirt on her clothes from falling. Nothing else was wrong. Dr. Huang frowned more deeply, pulled a stool over, and sat by the bed, placing his fingers on Song Man Man's wrist to check her pulse. He was diagnosing her. A few minutes later, Dr. Huang withdrew his hand with a complicated expression and looked at the people outside. "What is your relationship with her? Who will notify her family?" The people outside all looked at the tall-haired young man. The man hesitated but stepped forward bravely. I am her boyfriend." "What happened to her?" Muxin raised an eyebrow. "Her boyfriend? That must be Gang." In the story, Gang is described as a street guy involved in small black market deals. She thought he would look rough or street smart, but he actually looked like a bright, cheerful boy, darker skin from being outside often but with good features. He was nearly 1.8 meters tall, wearing sleeveless clothes, with clearly defined arm muscles. Tall, good at sports, muscular, cheerful, and most importantly, not ugly. Such a guy easily attracts young girls like Song Man Man. No wonder Song Man Man was so infatuated with him, willing to marry him. He had some real qualities. Dr. Huang looked at Gang and lowered his voice. "She's pregnant, over a month now. She was unstable and went to play ball, which caused her to have a miscarriage. But the baby is fine. She should wake up soon." When Dr. Huang said this, his voice was very soft. Only he, Gang, and Muxin nearby could hear it. The people at the door couldn't. Muxin knew Dr. Huang was protecting Song Man Man's reputation. After all, Song Man Man looked young and wasn't married. If news of her pregnancy got out, her reputation would be ruined. Honestly, Dr. Huang was a very good doctor, skilled and morally upright. Just as Muxin was thinking this, Gang suddenly exclaimed loudly, "What? She's pregnant?" This voice was so loud it sounded like a loudspeaker. Muxin was standing nearby and felt her head buzzing from the shock. Not only the people at the door but even those in the offices on either side probably heard everything clearly. Sure enough, after a short while, several more people gathered at the door, peeking inside to see what was happening. First update Dr. Huang instinctively frowned. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Gang didn't care at all, and loudly replied, "I'm happy. I'm going to be a dad." Just then, Song Man Man woke up, looking confused. Seeing this, Gang quickly stepped forward, took her hand, and said excitedly, Man, you're pregnant. We have a baby now." Song Man Man, who hadn't fully woken up, was even more confused when she heard this. "What did you say?" "I said you're pregnant. You're going to be a mom, and I'm going to be a dad. We can get married now." Song Man automatically raised her other hand and gently placed it on her belly.
I'm
pregnant? How could she be pregnant? She and Chen Jigang's relationship was not approved by her family at all. She had hoped that in a couple of months, once Chen Jigang proved himself, she could ask Molie to help smooth things over, maybe change her family's opinion of Chen Jigang. But now, how could she be pregnant? Chen Jigang looked at Song Man with deep affection. Man, you have our child. Aren't you happy?
happy.
Song Man quickly said, but my parents, my brother and my grandfather.
They
They didn't agree before, because they thought I had no money, right? But now I have money. I can support you, and our baby. If they find out you're pregnant with our child, they can't stop you and me from being together. As long as you're firm, we can definitely get married. From now on, we can be together forever. Don't you want to see me every morning when you wake up? Don't you want to be with me every day? Think about it. When this baby is born, they will look like you and me, smile sweetly, call you mom and me dad. Later, we can take her for walks, read books together, play ball. Chen Jigang painted a bright future for Song Man. Her worries lessened, and her face showed more smiles and hope. Of course, she had thought about the life Chen Jigang described. Jigang, you're right. Now that we have a child, my parents will eventually agree, no matter what. I want to be with you. Muxin closed her eyes, thinking only 2 words. Fool. A fool blinded by love, tricked by a man's sweet words. Song Man is really a hopeless romantic. While Muxin was thinking, Song Man looked over. Seeing Muxin standing there, Song Man's face instantly changed. How come you're here?
she asked.
Hearing this, Muxin gave a polite but emotionless smile. I'm working here, following Dr. Huang as an intern. Song Man immediately looked at Dr. Huang, who nodded. Chen Jigang glanced at Muxin and then asked Song Man, who is she? Do you know her? She's my cousin's wife. Chen Jigang immediately smiled. So, she's your cousin's wife. Why didn't she say so earlier? From now on, we're family. Who told you we're family? Muxin just wanted to roll her eyes but held back. There was a phone in the hospital, so Muxin decided to make a call back to the main yard. If she hadn't encountered this, it would have been fine, but since she saw it, she had to tell Su Xiaoying. It's not that she was afraid Su Xiaoying would blame her, she just wanted to put on a good face in front of Old Master Song. There would be many occasions to use Old Master Song's help in the future. Muxin ignored Chen Jigang and looked at Song Man. Stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll make a call and ask second aunt to come over. When she heard about asking Su Xiaoying to come, Song Man's face immediately changed. No, if you dare run, you'll never be able to be together. As soon as Muxin said this, Song Man immediately became obedient. She truly wanted to be with Chen Jigang. Muxin looked at Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang, watch her. Don't let her run away. Muxin. Dr. Huang quickly stopped her. Stay here and watch her. I'll make the call. I know where to call. He couldn't keep her. What if she ran away? Wouldn't the Song family blame him? Muxin could guess what Dr. Huang was thinking, so she nodded and let him go. It didn't matter who made the call, as long as they could get Su Xiaoying over and prevent Song Man and Chen Jigang from escaping. As for the others, let Su Xiaoying come and handle things with her family herself. Muxin looked at the people outside the ward and said, Everyone, disperse. Go home now. You all should watch your words. If you talk nonsense, you might get into trouble. Muxin warned them and then ignored them. She simply did what she needed to do and said what she needed to say. Whether these people listened or not was their own business and had nothing to do with her. Dr. Huang quickly returned with a bitter smile on his face. Seeing his expression, Muxin knew that Su Xiaoying probably hadn't said anything nice on the phone, so she comforted him a little. Dr. Huang, my second aunt didn't mean to target you. She was probably just too anxious. Dr. Huang nodded. I understand. I won't take it to heart. Although he said that, Dr. Huang couldn't help but shake his head. Why was it so unlucky? How did people end up in his office? Su Muxin and Dr. Huang didn't speak again, and Song Man looked anxious and uneasy. Only Chen Jigang kept smiling from start to finish. His smile was not only bright but also a little proud. After about 10 minutes, Su Xiaoying hurriedly ran in, looking a bit disheveled from rushing. As soon as she saw Chen Jigang, she slapped him without hesitation. "You good for nothing, I'll kill you." Chen Jigang's friends tried to step in to stop her, but Su Muxin glared at them, and they all immediately backed off. Chen Jigang didn't fight back, still smiling faintly. "Auntie, if you kill me, you'll have to pay the price. The baby in Man's belly will have no father or grandmother. Isn't that sad?" Chen Jigang's words were very provoking. This was a deadly remark that instantly made Su Xiaoying's face turn red with anger. Su Xiaoying wanted to hit him again, but Song Man quickly held her back. "Mom, stop hitting. I'm already pregnant with Jigang's child. Please let us get married." Song Man's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Xiaoying, who had been ready to fight, suddenly lost all her strength and almost collapsed to the ground. Second update: since there was foreign language involved, Su Muxin decided to act a little, quickly stepping forward to support Su Xiaoying. "Second aunt, are you okay?" Su Xiaoying looked at Su Muxin with a somewhat distracted and confused expression. "Su Muxin, why are you here?"
Su Muxin smiled slightly.
"Second aunt, did you forget? Grandpa gave me a referral letter this morning, telling me to come here to Dr. Huang for an internship. Second aunt should thank me too, or how would she know about this news? If I waited a few more months to tell you, there would be no way to fix it. Don't you think so, second aunt?" Although Su Xiaoying felt that Su Muxin was making fun of her, she had to admit that Su Muxin's words made a lot of sense. If Chen Jigang had coaxed Song Man into hiding her pregnancy until she was 4 or 5 months along before telling the family, there would be no way to turn back. Their family would also become the joke of the big courtyard. Even now, things hadn't improved much. Su Xiaoying broke free from Su Muxin's support and grabbed Song Man's hand. "Let's go, come home with me." But Song Man didn't really want to leave. She instinctively looked at Chen Jigang. "Mom, what about Jigang?" Su Xiaoying desperately wanted to scold Chen Jigang, but she couldn't say it. She could only force herself to say, "Let's go together. We'll talk when we get home." There were many people and noise in the hospital, not a place to speak. Once back home, everything could be discussed calmly. Before leaving, Su Xiaoying looked at Su Muxin. "Muxin, you're family now. You wouldn't want outsiders to laugh at us, right?" "Of course not," Su Muxin replied with a smile. But second aunt, Chen Jigang, just found out about Man's pregnancy and shouted loudly. His brothers, the patients, and doctors in the next 2 offices all heard him. Hearing this, Su Xiaoying almost spat out blood. She wasn't stupid. Having lived so many years, she understood everything clearly. Chen Jigang was doing it on purpose. He knew that even if Song Man was pregnant, the Song family might not agree to their marriage, so he shouted out loud to let everyone know. Once the news of Song Man's pregnancy spread, even if they didn't want her to be with Chen Jigang, no one else would want to marry her. Chen Jigang, this little brat, looked decent, but was full of bad intentions inside. And Song Man seemed like a fool, being played around by this guy. In the end, Su Xiaoying and the others left, and the office returned to silence. They had been here for quite a while, and it was almost 5 o'clock. The hospital closed at 5:30, half an hour left. Su Muxin secretly felt a bit disappointed. When she returned, this matter should have already been settled. She was destined to miss this grand event. Just as she was thinking this, she heard Dr. Huang sigh deeply. Girls in the family need to be well educated. Even if they don't have much talent, they shouldn't be easily fooled by a careless young man. "Does Dr. Huang have a daughter?" "No, I only have 2 mischievous sons." Su Muxin smiled and said, "Then Dr. Huang, remember to teach them well, so they don't deceive girls." Dr. Huang was silent for a moment, neither angry nor smiling. Instead, he nodded seriously. "You're right. Whether they are boys or girls, they must be properly taught. Even if we don't expect them to be successful, at least they shouldn't bring shame to the family. Hearing Dr. Huang's words, Su Mujin was not surprised at all. Recently, she met Dr. Huang every 2 weeks. Today, they spent the whole day together, so she had a good understanding of what kind of person he was. Because she understood him, Su Mujin dared to say what she just did. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said anything. At 5:30 p.m., after work, Su Mujin rode her bicycle back to the courtyard. As soon as she arrived, she saw several women and aunts gathered together talking. Someone saw her and immediately called out, "Mujin, I heard that Man is pregnant. Is it true?" Another person quickly added, "I also heard it was the Dr. Huang who checked her and found out. Man has always been bold since she was little, but I really didn't expect her to be so daring. If she had a ladder, she might even try to reach the sky. Isn't she already causing trouble for the Song family? Didn't you see?" Su Xiaoying's face is darker than a pot. She used to always talk about Song Man, praising her all the time. Now she can't even do that anymore. These people might not have any bad intentions, but they enjoyed gossip and discussing things. Gossip is human nature, no matter when. Although Su Mujin understood, she couldn't really stay and join their talk. "I have something to do, so I'll go home now. Ladies, you should hurry back and cook dinner." After saying this, Su Mujin rode her bike and left quickly, not giving them time to respond. By the time they reacted, she was already riding far away. When she passed the second courtyard gate, she deliberately slowed down a bit. But the gate was tightly closed and she couldn't hear any sounds. Su Mujin didn't stop either. She kicked the ground twice and quickly entered her own yard. As soon as she went in, she saw Song Muxue looking very nervous. "Brother-in-law." Song Muxue came forward. Su Mujin parked her car and then walked over. "Muxue, what's wrong?" Song Muxue nervously held Su Mujin's hand and spoke softly. "Sister-in-law, is Song Man really pregnant?" "Yes, she is really."
Then,
"Is she going to marry Qin Jigeng?" "I don't know." "Muxue, why are you so concerned about this?" Song Muxue hesitated but then said, "I just feel that Qin Jigeng isn't good. If Song Man marries him, it might not turn out well. It's not just that it might not be good. It will definitely be bad." Su Mujin thought to herself, but said aloud, Man, that's their business. We shouldn't interfere. And don't go telling her these things. She won't appreciate it. Right now, Song Man is totally caught up in love. She won't listen to Yu Xiaoying's words, let alone Song Muxue's. If Muxue really talks to her, Song Man might even think Muxue is jealous or envious of her. Muxue pursed her lips. "Sister-in-law, I won't say anything. She even wanted to hurt me before, so I won't tell her these things. I just think Qin Jigeng is very bad." Su Mujin felt relieved inside. It's good that Muxue has this awareness. That way, she won't be easily deceived. While they were talking, Song Qinyan strode in quickly. Just from his expression, Su Mujin knew he must also know about Song Man's situation. Sure enough, Song Qinyan came over and said in a serious tone, "The news about Song Man being pregnant has spread everywhere." Third update everywhere. Su Mujin looked at Song Qinyan with some confusion. "Where has it spread?" Song Qinyan looked helpless. "Most of the county knows now. Qin Jigeng's friends and brothers, they usually hang around the streets, know a lot of people. If they want to spread a message, it spreads very fast." Qin Jigeng was worried that his second uncle, second aunt, and grandfather might oppose him, so he took drastic action and spread the news himself. Now half the county knows, and it won't be long before everyone finds out. No matter what his reasons were, Song Man will have to marry Qin Jigeng. Su Mujin frowned tightly. But if he really marries Song Man, he will completely offend Uncle Heir, Aunt Heir, and Grandpa. Oh, and Song Liancheng. What good could that do him? He probably thinks that once they are all family, after the baby is born and time passes, Uncle Heir and Aunt Heir will accept him. I have to say, his thoughts are quite beautiful.
Su Mujin nodded.
In that case, his thoughts are indeed quite nice. But I don't know if things will turn out the way he hopes. Not only Su Mujin, but everyone in the big yard is waiting to see the outcome. However, the door to the Song family's second house has been tightly shut and no one inside comes out or makes any sound. No matter how curious they are, they can't knock on the door to ask. Since it's almost bedtime, the people outside chatting and waiting for news can only turn around and go home. Su Mujin and Song Qinian are also outside. They are not waiting to gossip, mainly just taking a walk together. After dinner every night, Su Mujin would push Song Qinian out for a walk. Back then, Su Mujin pushed the wheelchair, with Song Qinian sitting on it. This time, it is truly a walk side by side. When they first met, it was late spring. Now, it's already midsummer. It didn't seem like much before, but now they realize how fast time has passed. As it was nearly 9 o'clock, Song Qinian pulled Su Mujin back home. They took a shower together. Back in the bedroom, Su Mujin was about to take out some books to review with Song Qinian, but he suddenly leaned over again. His chin rested on her collarbone, and his warm breath brushed her neck, making her feel ticklish. Stop messing around. First, find 2 suitable books. Tomorrow you can give them to Muxue, so she has time to look at them. Studying can't be delayed. This excuse worked well. Song Qinian immediately straightened up, looking serious, though his voice was a little hoarse. Okay, let's pick some together. That husky voice sounded incredibly. If they were in the dark, lying on the bed. Su Mujin quickly took a deep breath, forcing herself to push away the messy thoughts in her mind, and took out many books from the shelf. The night before, Song Qinian had already seen a similar scene. Now that he saw it again, he wasn't as shocked. Su Mujin had brought out many books, of various kinds. She and Song Qinian took a long time to pick them out together. In the end, they selected 2 stacks. Song Qinian patted one stack and said, I will have Muxue read these in order. It should help her a lot. Then, he patted the other stack. These I want to look at every night, dear. Is that okay? Does Song Qinian also want to read? Su Mujin leaned over to look, and saw that most of these books were about restraining devices. She didn't remember when she bought these books. Maybe she packed them up and took them away without looking closely. Since Song Qinian was interested, she decided to let him look.
See.
Books are meant to be read. If you think they are useful and you like them, you can read them whenever you want. She paused here, hesitating a little. Just as she was about to speak, Song Qinian looked at her immediately. Dear, is there something bothering you? Su Mujin bit her lip. A little bit. She thought to herself, since she had already revealed so much to Song Qinian, a little more wouldn't matter. But she was also worried that these things might be too shocking for him. Looking into Song Qinian's eyes, Su Mujin finally gritted her teeth and took out a gun from the space. Born in a peaceful era and not playing shooting games, Su Mujin knew little about guns and weapons. She only knew this was a rifle, but she didn't know what type it was, its features, or what situations it was suitable for. Despite drinking spiritual spring water and gaining strength, holding this gun still felt heavy to her. Su Mujin placed the gun on the table and gently tapped it. This is it. Since you like to watch, maybe just looking at the real thing will inspire you more than just reading. Song Qinian immediately held Su Mujin's hand, with a look of worry and concern on his face. Dear, does your hand hurt? This thing is so stiff. Be careful not to hurt your hand. Seeing Song Qinian's worried face, Su Mujin suddenly felt playful. You're worried about my hand? I thought you'd be more concerned about whether I might accidentally break it. It is often said that guns have a deadly attraction for men. In some men's eyes, they might even be more important than their wives. Song Qi gently rubbed Su Mujin's hand, speaking softly, no matter when you, my wife, are the most important. Everything else is secondary. But I have to be honest. When you brought out this, it was a big surprise for me. It's not just a surprise for me, but for the whole country. I must thank you sincerely. Song Qi released Su Mujin's hand, stood straight, and saluted her properly. Seeing Song Qi's serious and earnest look, Su Mujin felt a bit confused. Why is he suddenly so serious? It's just a gun, yet Song Qi is so serious. If he saw the weapons I bought for over 100 million, how would he react? Although Song Chi has always been mature and steady, would he faint from excitement if he saw so many weapons? First update thinking this, Su Mujin felt like laughing but didn't want to embarrass Song Chi. She asked him directly, besides this, I have many other things. Do you want to see them? Can I see? Song Chi asked carefully, his eyes brighter than before. Will it be bad for you? Nothing bad about it, Su Mujin said, then quickly stored all the remaining unread books into her space. She pulled Song Chi to the bed and turned off the light. Song Chi was a bit puzzled. Were we going to look at guns? Why did his wife turn off the light? Just as he was thinking this, he felt his body sway, and suddenly, they appeared in a strange place. There was a large patch of dark land. At the edge of the land, many fruit trees were growing, hanging with ripe fruit. There were many fruits Song Chi had never seen before and didn't recognize. Not far in front of him, there were two small houses. Su Muji pulled him into one of the houses. Inside, there was originally an open space, but soon several large boxes appeared out of nowhere, half open, filled with various guns and ammunition. Su Muji explained, "These are just a small part. The rest can't fit in this house, so I'll put them outside later. You can look at them slowly." While speaking, Su Mujin walked out of the house and took all the weapons from the basement, placing them on the ground. When Su Mujin returned inside, she saw Song Qinyan staring intently at the weapons in the box. Seeing his focused expression, she thought he hadn't noticed her arrival. But just as she stepped in, Song Qinyan came over. "Are you a fairy, wife? Otherwise, how could you bring me to such a place? And how did you get so many guns and bullets?" If someone else said this, it might sound like a joke. But Song Qinyan's serious face and sincere tone made it clear he wasn't joking at all. Su Mujin pretended to think for a moment, then nodded. "Then just pretend I'm a fairy just for you. Now go ahead and look. It's getting late, and I won't sleep well tonight. And you?" I'm gonna plant some things." She finally had time to come into her space after not having many chances before. She decided to use the fertile black land. The land was rich, didn't need watering, and had no pests. The seasons in Changshu were shorter than outside. Leaving it empty would be a waste. "Plant something? That's too tiring. I'll help you," Song Qinyan immediately said. These things can be looked at any time, but she shouldn't do the work alone. "No need." Su Mujin refused directly. "Here, I can do whatever I want. I just think about it and it happens. I don't even need to move." Song Qinyan didn't speak, but his eyes were very firm and persistent, clearly not believing unless he saw it himself. Seeing this, Su Mujin had no choice but to take him outside. Outside, Su Mujin thought about finding seeds, opening the packaging, and planting. In Song Qinyan's eyes, it looked like a bag of seeds suddenly appeared out of nowhere, opening by itself, and the seeds being planted into the soil one by one, neatly arranged in rows. He had previously said Su Mujin was a fairy, mostly as a metaphor. But after seeing this scene, he was convinced Su Mujin was a real fairy. He looked at her deeply, then turned and went back inside. Happy, Su Mujin continued to control her planting with her mind. She was planting herbs, not fruits or vegetables. Earlier, when I bought seeds, I chose the all-out mode, taking everything in the shop. That's how some medicinal herb seeds got mixed in. Since I have these seeds, I will plant them all. Anyway, she's not lacking food or drink now, so I might as well use the medicinal herb seeds. Prepare more herbs. Maybe I'll need them someday. Su Muxin has only a limited amount of medicinal herb seeds. Before long, she finished planting all of them, but the black soil in the space still wasn't even 1/3 full. Su Muxin didn't bother with the remaining land and turned back into the house. Song Qinyan had been reading seriously, but as soon as he saw Su Muxin return, he immediately stood up. "Muxin, it's getting late. Let's go back and sleep."
Huh.
Su Muxin looked at Song Qinyan in surprise. "Why are we going back so suddenly? Haven't you finished looking around? There's so much to see." Not just tonight, even if I had another year, I might not finish. I'm not in a hurry. We shouldn't delay rest. Hearing this, Muxin took him back to the room. Just as they lay on the bed, Song Qinian leaned over and pressed down. In the dark, Muxin's eyes widened instantly. You said you wanted to sleep, right? But before sleeping, I want to thank my wife first. My wife has been so good to me. I should show my gratitude. Are you thanking me? That's not how you do it. All my allowances and savings have been handed over to my wife. I have nothing left but myself. If I want to thank her, I can only give myself to her. But it was already very late. But Muxin didn't get a chance to say the rest. Song Qinian covered her mouth and took over her entire attention. Since she couldn't refuse, Muxin simply enjoyed it peacefully. Although last night was his first time, Song Qinian was very clever. He figured things out naturally and even understood more than expected. Plus, with his good stamina, Muxin had no desire to resist, only wanting to indulge and enjoy. The only downside was that the next morning, she had to drink some spiritual spring water to recover her strength and energy. After all, she still needed to go to the hospital for work, and her mind had to be highly focused. Losing her job was okay, but she couldn't let any accidents happen to her patients because of her. Muxin looked at Song Qinian. He had finished washing up and was changing clothes. Despite working hard late into the night, she looked very energetic and her eyes sparkled. They were both together, so why was she the only one looking tired in the end? Muxin was staring at her when Song Qinian suddenly turned to look at her. What are you looking at, wife? I'm just wondering why you look so lively. Song Qinian immediately moved closer.
Want to know? I'll tell you tonight.
Muxin looked a bit annoyed and gave him a side eye before opening the door and walking out. Song Qinian, however, went to the bathroom and took out the freshly washed sheets to hang them up. When Muxue saw this, she giggled and said, Big brother's leg just got better, and he's so busy. He washed the sheets yesterday, and today he's washing them again. Second update words can be unintentional, but others may interpret them differently. When Muxin heard this, she felt her face heat up. She was unsure how to respond when Chen Yuehua quickly came out, annoyed, and patted Song Muxue on the shoulder. You're lazy yourself and blame others for being busy. Song Muxue lowered her head and mumbled, I haven't seen Big Brother be this busy before. Muxin couldn't stand it anymore and quickly changed the subject. Muxue, your big brother brought you 2 special books. They are very precious and only you can read them. No one else is allowed to see. You can read them upstairs in your room, but don't tell anyone, understand? Muxue's eyes immediately lit up as she looked at Muxin. Sister-in-law, what books are they? You brought them last night, so why are you giving them to me only now? Because today is your day off. I wanted you to sleep well last night, so you'd be full of energy to read today. Muxin thought to herself, giving herself a quiet compliment. As expected of her, her mind was quick. She came up with a good reason so fast, and it was very convincing and reasonable. Muxin returned to her room, took out the 2 books Song Qinian had picked out last night, and handed them to Muxue. Muxue had only looked at 2 pages when her eyes widened. Sister-in-law, big brother, this, hush. Muxin quickly raised her finger to her lips. Seeing this, Muxue closed her mouth and nodded firmly. She understood. She couldn't tell. Sister-in-law, I'll go back to my room and read now, Muxue said. Wait a moment. Eat first, then go. Song Muxue was very anxious. During breakfast, she was also in a hurry and didn't eat much before rushing upstairs. Chen Yuehua looked upstairs and said, This child, why are these books so interesting and why are you in such a rush? Mom, don't worry. It's good books, professional books about machinery, Muxin explained, worried that Chen Yuehua might think too much. Chen Yuehua didn't understand these things either. I don't understand either, but since you and Qinian both say they're good, they must be. I hope this girl will read carefully and study well, and not let down your good intentions. Of course, I believe Muxue will study hard. While they talked, breakfast was finished. Muxin went to the hospital for an internship. Her working hours were similar to Song Qinyan's, so they left together. Su Muxin rode her bike, while Song Qinyan took a small jeep driven by Xiaoli. At this moment, the second house of the Song family finally opened its gate. Song Liancheng strode out, looking angrier than a black pot. When he saw Su Muxin, he quickened his pace and hurried over, reaching out to grab her arm. But his hand was only halfway out when Song Qinyan firmly held his wrist. "What are you trying to do?" Song Qinyan asked coldly. "You're asking me what I want to do? I want to ask what you two are trying to do. Man is your cousin, and you're just letting this happen to her?" Su Muxin raised an eyebrow. "How am I harming her? If it weren't for you, how would so many people know about Man's pregnancy? Are you crazy?" Su Muxin snapped. "The ones who leaked this are Chen Jigang and his brothers. If you want to blame someone, go after them, not me. But if you had stopped Dr. Huang from telling Chen Jigang about Man's pregnancy, Chen Jigang wouldn't have had the chance to say anything. So, according to your logic, if Song Man hadn't been involved with Chen Jigang and hadn't gotten pregnant, none of this would have happened? You." Song Liancheng's face grew even more unpleasant. "You're shameless, saying these things in public." "Why am I afraid to say it? None of this is my fault. If anyone's to blame, go find the person responsible. Whoever did it, find them." Suddenly, Song Liancheng thought of Su Molie. If it weren't for Su Molie planning against Song Man and Chen Jigang, none of these things would have happened. Su Muxin didn't care what Song Liancheng was thinking. She rode her bike and waved to Song Qinyan. "Hubby, I'm going to work now." Song Qinyan nodded gently. "Go ahead. Be careful on the way." After watching Su Muxin ride away, Song Qinyan coldly told Song Liancheng, "Get in the car." Song Liancheng, with a grim face, followed and got into the car. The car left the courtyard. They exited the city. Not far out of the city, seeing no one around, Song Qinyan told Xiaoli to stop the car. As soon as the car stopped, Song Liancheng frowned and looked at Song Qinyan. "Why are we stopping? We'll be late if we don't go." Song Qinyan didn't reply, just opened the door and got out. Seeing this, Song Liancheng's face darkened further. After getting out, Song Qinyan strode over to where Song Liancheng was sitting and pulled the door open. Startled, Song Liancheng asked, "What are you doing?" Song Qinyan didn't answer, but forcefully pulled Song Liancheng out of the car. Before Song Liancheng could steady himself, Song Qinyan punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Not only did Song Liancheng feel his mouth hurt, but his head also buzzed. "Are you crazy, Song Qinyan? Your leg just recovered, and you haven't trained for over 2 months. Do you think you're still the same as before? Don't think that just because you're older, I'll call you big brother and be afraid of you. If you keep hitting people without reason, I won't hold back anymore." Song Qinyan looked down at Song Liancheng. "Then don't hold back. Show me. I want to see how you plan to be rude to me. You brought this on yourself." Song Liancheng got up from the ground and lunged at Song Qinyan. Song Qinyan didn't dodge or resist. He directly met Song Liancheng. First, he punched Song Liancheng several times, leaving him dazed, then kicked him out. As Song Liancheng fell to the ground, he looked shocked. "How is that possible? You've been paralyzed for over 2 months. Even if you can stand and walk, it's impossible." "Nothing is impossible," Song Qinyan interrupted. "Song Liancheng, you're useless. Don't think everyone is as useless as you. Today, I hit you not because of our personal grudge. I just want to remind you to be polite to your sister-in-law from now on. From now on, if you dare to touch or speak harshly to your sister-in-law and blame her for everything, it won't just be a simple slap. Do you understand?" Third update: after Song Qinyan finished speaking, he didn't wait for Song Liancheng to respond. Instead, he kicked him again, then turned around and strode confidently onto the car. He casually closed the car door and said to Xiaoli, "Drive." Xiaoli didn't hesitate and immediately started the car, driving away. Is Song Liancheng still not on the car? What does that have to do with him? His task was always to pick up and drop off Song Qinyan. The reason Song Liancheng could sit in the car was because Song Qinyan was willing to bring him along. Now that Song Qinyan didn't want to take him, he wouldn't bother to speak up for him. Before he could get in, The car's exhaust fumes and flying dust hit his face, making him cough violently. Finally, after the chaos settled, he managed to stand up from the ground. The car was long gone. Song Qinian. Song Liancheng shouted loudly. I'm not finished with you. After shouting angrily, he could only limp forward on his own. By the time he reached the destination, 20 minutes had passed, and he was naturally late. Seeing how miserable Song Liancheng looked, everyone was surprised. They didn't even care about his tardiness and started asking what happened. Captain Song, what's going on? Did you encounter a robbery on the way? That robber was crazy, daring to rob someone in military uniform. Was he robbed? What's the story? People asked questions one after another, and Song Liancheng's face grew darker. He could tell everyone that he was beaten by Song Qinian, even tell the leaders. But then what? The leaders would ask why Song Qinian hit him, and they would call Song Qinian over. If Song Qinian said in front of the leaders that he hit him because he was trying to touch Sun Mugen, his image in their eyes would be ruined. Future promotions would be impossible. And Song Qinian, having a reason, would at most write a report. He might not even need to write a report. Others would say he's a real man for protecting his wife. Thinking of these things, Song Liancheng felt so angry he wanted to roll his eyes. Listening to the questions around him, he felt extremely annoyed. These people weren't genuinely concerned about him. They were just mocking him. They only dig into the details just to see him make a fool of himself. Song Liancheng ignored these people and was about to leave when someone called him to the political commissar's office. When he arrived, he naturally received a scolding. Song Liancheng listened quietly, without saying a word. But at the end, the political commissar suddenly smiled and said, "By the way, congratulations. Your Song family is about to rise even higher." Hearing this, Song Liancheng's heart sank, and he asked instinctively, "Why do you say that? Don't you know? Song Qinian, your older brother, today showed a design draft that could improve." He didn't finish, but made a gesture like firing a gun. Although it's not confirmed yet if it can be used, what kind of person is Song Qinian? If he wasn't 100% sure, he wouldn't risk embarrassing himself by showing it. I used to only know that Song Qinian was good at fighting and fighting skills, but I didn't expect his mind to be so sharp. He even came up with this idea. Looks like he's been busy these past 2 or 3 months in the wheelchair, not wasting any time. I saw him reading books every day before. I even secretly mocked him for pretending. Now I realize I was the joke. He really understands things and I don't know anything, just talking nonsense. Comparing people really makes me angry. It's good to have a big brother like him. I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. The political commissar wasn't mocking but speaking very sincerely. He truly thought Song Liancheng was lucky to have such a good big brother. As Song Qinian's career rises higher and higher, he could easily pull Song Liancheng along, and Song Liancheng wouldn't have to worry about anything in life. Living a good life without much effort, who wouldn't envy that? The political commissar was completely lost in his thoughts and didn't notice that Song Liancheng's expression was getting uglier and uglier. By the time he realized, Song Liancheng had already left with a dark face. Watching Song Liancheng's back as he left, the political commissar felt puzzled. Why did he leave so suddenly? Did I say anything wrong? I didn't seem to say anything inappropriate. In reality, there was no problem at all. Before Song Qinian was injured, everyone knew that he and Song Liancheng had a good relationship. The two brothers were both talented and supportive of each other. How could he have known that their close relationship was actually just a facade that Song Liancheng had put on? Song Liancheng left the office and walked outside, his steps feeling a bit unsteady, and he was swaying more and more. He almost bumped into someone before he suddenly realized where he was. "Captain Song? What's wrong? Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Song Liancheng looked at the person speaking and saw it was Commander Chen Weijun from the 3rd Company. Chen Weijun has an ordinary appearance, average build, and a plain voice. If he were in a crowd, no one would notice him. Even walking alone on the street, people would naturally ignore his presence. Previously, Song Liancheng was Chen Weijun's superior and had more contact with him. He didn't have any special feelings about Chen. Chun Wei-jun is very ordinary, no outstanding qualities, but he has served in the army for a long time, is gentle, and does things by the book. In the past, Song Liancheng looked down on Chun Wei-jun a little, but now he was on equal footing with someone he once looked down on. Thinking of this, Song Liancheng felt impatient. He frowned and said, "I'm fine." Then he turned to leave. But Chun Wei-jun stopped him. "Captain Song, your face doesn't look good. Are you really okay? Should I help you ask for leave so you can rest?" "No need. I already said I'm fine. Why do you keep talking so much?" Feeling ignored, Chun Wei-jun didn't get angry. He still kept smiling. He looked around and saw there was no one nearby, then lowered his voice. "Although you're now the company commander, in my heart, you've always been my squad leader. I know I'm not very talented, but over these years, you've taken good care of me. I'm not good with words, but I'm very grateful inside. Squad leader, whether you believe it or not, I stand with you. Whatever you need, just tell me. I'll make sure it gets done. If you're upset about anything, just say so. I promise I won't tell anyone." First update. Song Liancheng looked at Chun Wei-jun in surprise, not expecting him to say such things. He had thought Chun might be lying. But Chen's eyes and expression were very sincere, not at all like he was lying. Most importantly, they were now on equal footing, and Chun Wei-jun had no reason to flatter him. Thinking about it, Song Liancheng immediately believed what Chun Wei-jun just said. When he looked at Chun Wei-jun again, his eyes changed. Before, he thought Chun Wei-jun was ordinary and not very clever, but now he saw that being ordinary also has its advantages. At least he wouldn't act differently just to please others. Song Liancheng raised his hand and gave Chun Wei-jun a firm pat on the shoulder. "Good. I always thought you were different from others. Now I see I was right. Let's have lunch together. For now, go ahead and get busy." Chun Wei-jun kept his usual honest smile and nodded. "Okay, see you at noon." Chun Wei-jun stayed in place and watched Song Liancheng walk away before turning around and heading to his office. As soon as he entered and closed the door, his expression changed immediately. Sure enough, Song Liancheng was still as foolish as ever. But his foolishness might actually be a good thing. In the big courtyard, many people pretended to pass casually by the second door of the Song family, trying to find out what is happening. Unfortunately, the door of the second house was always tightly shut, giving them no chance to see inside. After a morning passed, everyone gave up and went back to their routines. Some went home. Others started cooking. At this moment, Xiuyun quietly opened the courtyard gate and quickly slipped out. She ran wildly and directly out of the courtyard. Muxin was just riding back on her bike and happened to pass by Xiuyun. It wasn't until she had ridden several meters away that Muxin realized the person rushing past her was Xiuyun. But now it was mealtime, and Xiuyun was in such a hurry. What was she rushing out for? Could she be going to the state-run restaurant to buy some good food? Thinking this, Muxin didn't change her course. Although she was curious, she wasn't nosy enough to investigate further. After lunch, she returned to her room with Song Qinian. As soon as she entered, Song Qinian came over. Muxin instinctively moved aside and went around to the other side of the bed. Seeing her reaction, Song Qinian found it strange. "Wife, what are you doing?" What are you trying to do?" Muxin looked at Song Qinian nervously. "It's broad daylight, and doing that isn't good." Hearing this, the doubt in Song Qinian's eyes disappeared, leaving only a full smile. He deliberately moved closer to Muxin. "What does my wife mean? I didn't understand. What's wrong with doing that during the day?" As he spoke, he had already reached Muxin's side, opened his arms, and hugged her. Held in his arms, she could clearly smell his scent, and Muxin's heart started to race. "Husband, later in the afternoon you still need to go to the army and I have to go to work. How about tonight?" Her voice softened. A deeper smile appeared in Song Qinian's eyes, but he still teased her. "Hey, wife, you've changed." "Really?" Muxin looked at Song Qinian in surprise. "How have I changed? Before, when my leg wasn't healed, you wanted to cuddle and hug me every day. Now that you've got what you wanted, you're starting to complain." He said this with a hint of grievance on his face. Seeing his sad expression, Su Muxin was stunned and stammered in explanation. I didn't. I told you I would come back in the evening, didn't I? Song Qinian only looked at her with a sad expression, deliberately not speaking. Anxious, Su Muxin quickly raised her hands to hug his neck and tiptoed to kiss him. Song Qinian didn't expect her to do that, but since she threw herself into his arms, he naturally didn't push her away. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her waist and deepened the kiss. After several minutes, both were breathless and finally parted. Su Muxin panted slightly. Now do you believe me? I didn't dislike you, or take you for granted. A smile spread across Song Qinian's face. I've always believed you. Su Muxin was first surprised, then blush and frustration appeared on her face. Then why did you? I was wrong, Song Qinian quickly admitted very fast. Wife, don't hit me. Seeing him like that, Su Muxin couldn't help but laugh and cry, pushing his chest gently. You suddenly came over just now. What did you want to tell me? I just wanted to tell my wife that after I arrived at the army today, I submitted my first draft. From now on, I might be quite busy, and I might not be able to come back at noon. Turning the drawings into real things isn't easy. He needs to watch over everything constantly, making sure there are no mistakes. Not only can't he come back during the day, but he also has to work overtime at night reading. In the coming days, he probably won't be able to spend much quality time with her. Su Muxin thought it was something serious, but it turned out he was just talking about this. Do you think I am so unreasonable? What's light and what's heavy? I can tell the difference. You just go ahead and do your work without worrying about me. Although I also want to be with you all the time, I know that only when our country is strong and prosperous can we live peacefully. Everything you are doing now is very important, and all I can do is support you. Just go ahead and do what you need to do without worry. Song Qinian looked deeply at Su Muxin. Even though he already knew she was very patriotic, hearing her say these words still moved him deeply. The two embraced quietly, sharing a warm moment without speaking. Suddenly, there was a loud shout outside. The voice was urgent, sharp, and piercing, startling both of them. What's going on? Su Muxin asked with a frown. Song Qinian shook his head. I don't know, but it sounds like it might be Second Aunt. Speaking of that, when I came back at noon, I saw Second Aunt hurriedly leaving the courtyard. Let's go out and see what's happening, Su Muxin said. They opened the door and stepped outside. At that moment, Chen Yuehua had already reached the gate and opened the door. It was indeed Su Xiaoying knocking loudly. Seeing Chen Yuehua, Su Xiaoying hurriedly said, Big sister-in-law, Muxin, where's Muin? Quickly call her to help save her. Her words were confusing and out of place. Chen Yuehua looked curious. What exactly happened? Please explain clearly. Second part. Su Xiaoying swallowed hard and calmed herself a bit. Man. Something happened to Man. Chen Yuehua was startled. What happened to Man? Su Xiaoying was about to answer again when she saw Su Muxin and Song Qinian come out of the house. She hurriedly called out to Su Muxin.
Muyin.
Come quickly. Something happened to Man. She's bleeding a lot. Hearing this, Su Muxin was also startled. Song Man was pregnant now. A pregnant woman bleeding heavily. Doesn't that mean a miscarriage? Even if she hadn't miscarried, her condition probably wasn't good. Su Muxin didn't ask further, as she couldn't get clear answers. She knew she had to see for herself to understand the situation. Mom Qinian, I'll go and check first, she said. Chen Yuehua quickly replied, I'll go with you. Although Song Qinian didn't speak, he followed them outside, showing his clear intention. They soon arrived at the next house and went upstairs. Upstairs, Su Molie was standing at the door of a room, looking inside with a worried expression. When Su Muxin arrived, Su Molie kept urging, Hurry up, you must check on her and see what's wrong. Could she be about to die? Please don't let her die at home. She still needs to live here in the future. If Song Man really died at home, it would be so unlucky. But she only dared to think these words silently, not saying a single one aloud. Su Muxin was too tired to argue with Su Molie. She didn't stop when passing by, and just hurried into the room. As soon as she reached the door, she smelled a strong, bloody scent. Song Man was rolling on the bed, clutching her stomach and crying out in pain. Blood had already stained her pants and the sheets beneath her. Muxin was shocked by how serious the scene was. At this moment, Xiuyun also ran over, looking panicked and asking Muxin, "Quickly check on Man. What's wrong with her? What happened?" Hearing Xiuyun ask again, Muxin felt a surge of anger in her chest. "Auntie, you've had 2 children. Can't you tell what's happening?" Xiuyun's eyes flickered with guilt when she heard this. Muxin didn't give her a chance to escape. "I've never had children, but I can see clearly. She's about to have a miscarriage. Why do you keep asking me what's wrong? Can't you tell?" By now, Muxin had said enough, and Xiuyun knew she couldn't pretend to be innocent anymore. "Muxin, I called you over to help, not to scold me. I know she's about to have a miscarriage. I'm doing this for her. Please help stop the bleeding. Her stomach hurts so badly. Can't you think of a way?" "What are you talking about?" Muxin interrupted her, looking at her in disbelief. "Did you cause Song Man's miscarriage? Did you have an abortion for your daughter? Is this really something a mother could do?" Xiuyun felt guilty for a moment, but quickly straightened her neck. "I'm doing this for her good. You've never been a mother, so you don't understand how I feel. That Qinjigang is clearly no good. He wanted to use the baby in her belly as leverage, forcing me to marry him. It's just a dream. As long as this child is gone, Song Man has nothing to do with Qinjigang. Enough, stop talking." Muxin cut her off directly. She didn't want to hear why Xiuyun did what she did. "As an intern doctor, I just want to tell you that if you want to have her abortion, you should go to the hospital and have a doctor prescribe medication, not look for some home remedies. Those remedies can easily cause problems for people. You called me here, but I can't fix her current situation. The only solution now is to send her to the hospital." "No," Xiuyun refused immediately, without thinking. "We can't send her to the hospital. If we do, won't everyone see? Once she's inside the hospital with so many people, the news will spread all over the city. By then, her reputation will be ruined, and we will be embarrassed too." She just didn't want others to know that Song Man had an abortion, so she secretly looked for home remedies. Fearing the dosage was not enough, she even asked for double. After preparing the medicine, she was afraid Song Man wouldn't want to take it, so she lied and said it was for calming the pregnancy, doing all this for Song Man and their family. Seeing that everything was almost settled and secretly kept hidden, how could she go to the hospital now? Wouldn't that ruin everything they had tried to hide? Hearing Xiuyun's words, Muxin's forehead twitched violently, and she was about to speak out in anger. But before she could, Qinyuehua quickly stepped forward and blocked her behind her. Qinyuehua looked at Xiuyun with a cold gaze. "Xiuyun, are you crazy? The girl in bed is your own daughter. You still refuse to send her to the hospital? Do you want to see her die at home?" I don't care what you think. Let me be clear, Muxin has only been studying medicine for a short time, mainly learning treatments for injuries. She can't treat Man, nor can she help her. Don't expect Muxin to do anything, and don't try to blame her or throw dirt on her.
I won't agree to that.
Either you send your daughter to the hospital now, or you watch her suffer and die painfully, or bleed heavily. It's up to you. With that, Qinyuehua tried to pull Muxin away. At this point, Xiuyun finally started to feel scared. She actually looked down on Song Man for embarrassing her, but Song Man was still her own child born after 9 months of pregnancy. "Send her." Xiuyun's voice trembled, with tears in her eyes. "Send her to the hospital now. Liancheng isn't home, Huaimin and the old master aren't here either. Molie, and I can't do anything." Song Qinian sighed and stepped forward, directly wrapping the sheets from the bed around Song Man and lifting her horizontally. Muxin hurried to follow, pushing a bicycle over. They could only try to lay Song Man flat on the bike, with someone on each side holding her steady. Using this method, they pushed the bike to the hospital. Fortunately, the hospital was nearby. They hurried along and arrived in about 10 minutes. When Song Man was taken into the operating room, Su Muxin pulled Song Qinian to wash his hands, which were covered in blood. Watching Song Qinian wash his hands clean, Su Muxin sighed. Second aunt's courage is really big. Her heart is really tough. Third update, Song Qinian gently patted Su Muxin on the shoulder. Don't think too much. How others think or do, we can't control. Let's go and see how things are. Okay. The two of them returned to the door of the operating room. Chen Yuhua looked at them and signaled for them to sit down. Su Xiaoying had been crying the whole time, her sobs echoing in the corridor. But neither of the three went to comfort her. After more than half an hour, the door of the operating room finally opened, and a nurse came out. Who is the patient's family? Su Xiaoying wiped her tears quickly and hurried forward.
Me.
I'm her mother. How is she now? She had a miscarriage and lost a lot of blood. Did she take some abortion medicine? Her is also injured. It will be hard for her to have children in the future. She will be pushed out soon. It's best she stays in the hospital for a few days. The nurse turned back into the operating room. Su Xiaoying's legs went weak, and she sat down the ground. How could this happen? Why did it turn out like this? It's just taking some abortion pills, right? Others have taken them too. It's just a miscarriage. Which woman hasn't had one? Why is there heavy bleeding? Why can't she have children anymore? Su Xiaoying cried as she spoke, unwilling to accept this result. Su Muxin already disliked Su Xiaoying, and hearing her words, her dislike grew even more. How could she have the nerve to say such things? Chen Yuhua also frowned. Stop crying. Instead of wasting time, you should go handle the hospital admission procedures. She doesn't know what to do, and only knows how to cry. What's the use of crying? It's not her fault. Her own mistakes caused the trouble for Song Man. How dare she still have the face to cry? Chen Yuhua used to think Su Xiaoying was just mean and selfish, but now she sees she is also cruel and foolish. At this moment, Chen Yuhua is just glad that the two families have separated and become two separate households. No matter how stupid or mean Su Xiaoying is, she doesn't have much relation to her anymore. Su Xiaoying finally crawled up from the ground and went to handle her hospital admission procedures. After Song Man was taken back to the ward, Su Muxin said to Song Qinian, "You still have things to do? Hurry to the military. I will come to visit later when I have time. She works in this hospital anyway, so dropping by when she's free is fine." Chen Yuhua didn't stay either, and left with Song Qinian. Su Xiaoying sat blankly by the bed, tears constantly flowing down her face, looking extremely sad. But it seemed like crocodile tears, completely unconvincing and not eliciting any sympathy. Su Muxin was about to leave when she saw Chen Jigang rush in hurriedly. What's wrong with Man? Is the child still there? Su Xiaoying looked up and glared fiercely at Chen Jigang, opening her mouth to curse. But then she seemed to think of something, and her attitude suddenly changed completely. Man had an accident. The baby is gone. You two are still young. You'll have children in the future. Hearing this, Su Muxin thought to herself. Su Xiaoying is truly sick. To prevent Song Man and Chen Jigang from getting married, she personally drugged Song Man to induce an abortion, which caused Song Man to bleed heavily and injure her. Now, afraid that Song Man might not be able to have children in the future and might not get married, she actually agreed to Song Man's marriage with Chen Jigang. Chen Jigang, who had been furious just moments ago, suddenly smiled upon hearing Su Xiaoying's words.
Mom.
You agree that I marry Man?
Su Muxin was silent.
She turned and walked out immediately. They are both sick. She didn't want to watch them act crazy anymore. When Su Muxin arrived at Dr. Huang's office, there was no patient yet. Dr. Huang saw Su Muxin and sighed. Has Song Man woken up? The hospital was big, and Dr. Huang, being a doctor there, hearing news was normal. Su Muxin shook her head. She wasn't awake when I came back, but my second aunt was there, and her partner also came. I've heard about her condition. Although she injured her and might not be able to have children with proper care, she might be able to conceive again in a few years. Hearing this, Su Muxin smiled slightly, but did not reply. Whether Song Man can get pregnant or have children has nothing to do with her. The spiritual spring water in her space could help Song Manman improve her health, but why should she help her? Just because she previously plotted against Song Muxue, Su Mujin would never help her. Seeing that Su Mujin was silent, Dr. Huang thought she was in a bad mood and didn't pay much attention. By late afternoon, when most patients had left, Dr. Huang kindly said to Su Mujin, since it's almost time to get off work and there's nothing else here, why don't you go see Man? Su Mujin didn't refuse. Although the main house and the second house had separated, they still hadn't completely fallen out, so maintaining face was still important. As Su Mujin approached the door of the ward, she heard voices inside. It was Chun Jigang speaking softly. Man, our mom has agreed for us to get married. Once you're better, we'll get married. Su Mujin took 2 more steps forward and saw Song Man on the bed. Her face was pale, but her smile was very bright. After we get married, I'll definitely have more children with you. Okay, but right now, the most important thing is to take good care of your health. The two looked at each other, imagining their future happily, completely immersed in their happiness. From their expressions, it was clear they didn't know the details of Song Man's health condition. Just as she was thinking this, Chen Jigang looked over. Big sister-in-law, he called out. Song Man also looked over, and her smile faded significantly. What are you here for? She asked. I had nothing to do, so I came to take a look, Su Mujin said calmly. But it seems you're fine now, so I'll go first. Without waiting for them to say anything, she turned and walked out. As she just left the ward, she heard Song Man's voice again. We've separated from the main house. Their family isn't good at all. In the future, just say hello when you meet them. No need to get close. Su Mujin was speechless. What kind of mindset must Song Man have to say such a thing with peace of mind? That day, she was truly surprised again and again by Su Xiaoying and Song Man. Su Mujin quickened her steps and soon found her bicycle. On the way home by bike, the daytime heat had cooled down quite a bit, and a refreshing evening breeze had started to. Today's wind was stronger than usual, and it looked like it might rain. Su Mujin didn't want to get caught in the rain, so she pedaled faster to reach home. But her speed was nowhere near the speed of the rain, and halfway there, heavy rain started pouring down. First update summer rain comes quickly and heavily. Almost instantly, Su Mujin was soaked to the skin like a drowned rat. Many others were just as unlucky as her, all rushing to find the nearest building to avoid the rain. Su Mujin initially planned to ride through the rain, but she had to give up that idea quickly. In the 1970s, there were no asphalt roads, not even cement roads. Some roads were paved with stones or bricks, which were fairly flat, so even in the rain, they wouldn't turn muddy. But most roads were dirt paths, only somewhat smoothed with stone rollers. Usually, this wasn't a problem. But when it rained, the water soaked the soil, making it soft. Riding a bike on such roads was not only slippery, but also risky of getting stuck. Su Mujin had no choice but to stop and push her bike to a nearby state-run restaurant. She parked outside and went inside to escape the rain. Many others were also taking shelter from the rain in the restaurant. The usually grumpy staff member said nothing at this moment, understanding the special situation and not bothering to chase people away. Su Mujin looked out the window at the pouring rain, sighing repeatedly. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder, as if something draped over her. Next, a hand gently patted her shoulder. You're soaked all over. Put on my coat first so you won't catch a cold, someone said. Without thinking, Su Mujin immediately turned around and stepped back, frowning at Song Liancheng. Song Liancheng, is there something wrong with you? Song Liancheng still held his green coat, looking a bit helpless. Why are you so upset? I just gave you my coat because I'm worried you might catch a cold, he explained. No need, Su Mujin refused directly. Today was really unlucky for her. First, she was speechless about Su Xiaoying and Song Manny, and now she met Song Liancheng while seeking shelter from the rain. Song Liancheng looked directly at her with his eyes. Are you sure you don't need anything? Your clothes are soaked through. As he spoke, his gaze shifted again to Su Mujin's body. He had never noticed before how good her figure was. It's because she usually wears loose, shapeless clothes that hide her shape. Although he could vaguely see her figure, it wasn't clear. Now, with the rain soaking her clothes, they cling tightly to her body, revealing her perfect curves. Su Mujin is tall, with long legs, a slim waist, and a curvy figure, front and back. Compared to Su Mujin, Su Molie looks like a tiny bean sprout, and a very short one at that. Are they really sisters? Why are they so different? If he had known earlier that the real Su Mujin looked like this, he would never have broken off the engagement. Although Song Liancheng didn't say anything inappropriate, his gaze made Su Mujin feel uncomfortable. If there weren't so many people around now, she might even want to hit him. How did someone like him become the main character in the story? Or maybe people only show their good points when everything goes smoothly. When the hero aura disappears, all their flaws are revealed. Su Mujin couldn't understand this and didn't want to think about it, nor argue with Song Liancheng. She ran straight into the rain, pushing her bicycle forward through the storm. Even if she gets soaked and has to go home in the rain, it's better than standing here. Seeing Su Mujin suddenly run into the rain, Song Liancheng hesitated for a moment, but didn't follow. Instead, he felt a bit regretful. Missed today, and who knows when he'll get another chance to see her. But thinking about what he talked about with Chen Weijun during lunch, Song Liancheng gradually calmed down. Now, Su Mujin ignoring him is only because Song Qinian is there. She thinks that relying on Song Qinian will help her live a good life. But what if one day Song Qinian is no longer as powerful as he is now? When Song Qinian falls into despair, what can Su Mujin rely on then? At that time, he only needs to flick his finger, and Su Mujin will come running to him. The more Song Liancheng thought about it, the more proud he felt, a smile curling at his lips, full of confidence. Su Mujin pushed her bicycle, walking home slowly, one step deep, one step shallow. I just parked the car when Xiuyun quickly stepped out of the living room, holding an umbrella over Su Mujin's head. Mujin, why are you coming back in the rain? Why didn't you wait for it to stop? I thought during rain, since it's not your work time yet, you would wait for it to clear. If Qi Nian came back early, he could have come to pick you up. Come on, let's go inside quickly. Su Mujin followed Xiuyun back into the living room and smiled as she explained. Dr. Huang asked me to check on Man just before I finished work. I took a quick look and then rode my bike back. I didn't expect it to start raining halfway through. Since I was already wet, I thought I might as well just come straight home. Mom, I'll take a hot shower first.
Good.
Hurry up and go.
I'll make some tea for you.
You can drink a bowl after your shower. Even though it's summer, getting wet easily makes you sick. Hurry up. Listening to Xiuyun, Su Mujin didn't feel nagged at all, only feeling very warm inside. Although Xiuyun isn't her biological mother, she treats her better than Song Qinian and Song Muxue. Su Mujin went to her bedroom, locked the door, and immediately went to the bathroom to shower and wash her hair. When she finished and came out of her room, Xiuyun had already prepared the tea and was waiting for her. Mujin, come quickly. The tea is ready. Drink it now. Su Mujin smiled and walked over, noticing how quiet everything outside the house was. Mom, hasn't Muxue, Qinian, and Dad come back yet? No. Xiuyun also frowned. Don't worry about your dad and Qinian, but Muxue. Since there was almost an accident before and today it rained so heavily, Xiuyun was a bit worried about Song Muxue. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. She stood up decisively. Mujin, stay at home and drink the tea. I'll go pick up Muxue. Just as Su Mujin was about to speak, they heard some movement outside. They quickly stood up and went to the door of the living room to look out. They saw Song Muxue standing in the yard with an umbrella, and beside her, a boy was pushing a bicycle. Xiuyun didn't bother asking who the boy was, but hurriedly called them inside. After Muxue arrived, she returned the umbrella to the boy and politely said, Comrade Zhang, thank you for bringing me back. Second part, no need to thank me. It's what I should do. Since you're safely home now, I'll go first. Comrade Song Muxue, goodbye. Auntie, goodbye. Sister-in-law, goodbye. Chen Yuehua was about to speak when the person had already run into the rain holding an umbrella. The rain and wind were strong, and he ran very fast. The umbrella was useless, whether opened or not. Chen Yuehua looked surprised and confused until the person disappeared. Then she quickly turned to Song Muxue. Muxue, who was that? He's someone from our factory. It started raining, and I said I could come back by myself. He said it wasn't safe, so he insisted on sending me. He was riding a bike, making me hold the umbrella. In the end, we both got soaked. What's the point of holding an umbrella if it doesn't keep you dry? I told him I could come back alone, but he wouldn't listen. Anyway, Mom, sister-in-law, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm soaked through. I need to go upstairs, take a shower, and change clothes. Don't forget to wash your hair, Su Muxin reminded. Chen Yuehua also hurriedly said, after you wash, come down and drink some soup. Don't catch a cold.
Got it.
Song Muxue responded and ran upstairs. Watching her back, Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua exchanged a helpless smile. 20 minutes later, Song Muxue came down from upstairs. Su Muxin quickly went to the kitchen. I'll get the soup. Muxin, maybe I should go instead. No need. Su Muxin quickly refused. Mom, just sit here and wait. I'll be back soon. Su Muxin hurried into the kitchen. When no one was looking, she added a few drops of spiritual spring water into the soup. The soup had a strong flavor, but with just a few drops of spring water, it didn't taste strange. She poured 2 bowls, giving one to Song Muxue and one to Chen Yuehua. Mom, you should have some too. Don't waste it. Although Chen Yuehua didn't take a shower and didn't like the taste of soup, it was made by Su Muxin herself. No matter how she disliked it, she would drink it all without leaving a drop. Song Muxue held her bowl with both hands, tested the temperature, and once it was not hot, she drank it all in one go. Just as she finished, she let out a burp. Sister-in-law's soup is really delicious. Song Muxue praised happily. It's better than any soup I've had before. Chen Yuehua nodded in agreement. I also think today's soup is very good. It must be because Muxin made it. What could Su Muxin say? She could only smile silently. The flavor of the soup was so strong that it couldn't completely hide the taste of the spiritual spring water. Usually, she wouldn't dare to give it to them to drink. However, just drinking a little should help improve their health a bit, and for now, it's enough. Su Muxin doesn't want to keep talking about soup, to avoid them noticing anything strange, and decides to change the subject. Muxue, the person who just brought you back, are you usually close with him? Chen Yuehua is also curious about this, and quickly looks at Song Muxue. Muxue, are you on good terms? Song Muxue decisively shakes her head. Not really. We just say hello when we meet. We're not that close. I don't understand why he insisted on bringing me back today. It's really strange. Her eyebrows are tightly furrowed as she speaks, clearly full of doubt. Seeing this, Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua exchange a glance, both understanding that Song Muxue isn't seeing the situation clearly. That's good. Song Muxue is only 17. At her age, it's better to focus on studying and going to school. She still has college and research ahead of her. The future is long, and there's no need to think about big life decisions too early. If she develops feelings herself, Su Muxin definitely wouldn't act like a traditional head of the family. But she clearly isn't feeling that way now, so it's best to keep things as they are. While they were talking, the rain outside gradually lessened. Before it was completely dark, the rain stopped. After the summer rain, the air feels especially fresh, and taking a deep breath makes people feel happy and relaxed. Not long after, Song Huaimin also returned. As soon as he arrived, he said to Su Muxin, Muxin, Qinyan just called me and asked me to tell you that he might come back very late tonight. Don't worry, you don't have to wait for him. Chen Yuehua quickly responded, Muxin, don't be upset. Qinyan probably didn't mean to come back late. He must have been delayed by something important. Seeing Chen Yuehua's nervous expression, Su Muxin feels both touched and a bit amused. Mom, you don't need to be so worried. I'm not that naive. I know Qinyan wouldn't come back late on purpose. He told me in the afternoon that he was busy with work. Don't worry, I won't be upset. Seeing Su Muxin's serious face, Chinyuehua finally relaxes. That's good. I'll go prepare some delicious food for you now. Dinner was a bit later than usual, but it was still very hearty. Since Su Muxin married into the Song family, this was the first time she didn't eat with Qin Yan. She felt a little strange inside. It's not anger, just a sense of loss. Habits are truly the most frightening things in the world. Before going to bed, Su Muxin took out the 2 books that Song Qinian had been reading and placed them beside her. Then she felt at ease and fell asleep. Late at night, Song Qinian returned home. He quietly opened the door, locked it behind him, then went to the bathroom to wash briefly. He did everything carefully, afraid of waking Su Muxin. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, Song Qinian's expression softened. As he looked at her, he noticed the 2 books beside her and became more emotional. He guessed that Muxin knew he would read at night and didn't want to wake her if he returned late, so she left the books nearby. In that moment, Song Qinian felt his heart beat very fast. He wished he could hold her in his arms right away. But he restrained himself and didn't disturb her rest. He took the 2 books, went to the bathroom, closed the door, and sat inside to read so that the light wouldn't wake Su Muxin. It wasn't until late at night that Song Qinian finished reading and returned to bed, carefully holding Su Muxin in his arms. Su Muxin immediately woke up. She didn't open her eyes but held him tightly. "Husband, why are you back so late? Go to sleep quickly. If you're busy in the future, you don't have to come back at night. Walking alone at night isn't safe." Song Qinian gently stroked her back, his voice very tender. "Sleep well." No matter how late or how tired he would still come back. Third part. Su Muxin woke up the next morning. Song Qinian was still asleep, looking a bit worn out. Su Muxin didn't want to disturb him, so she just stared at him quietly. Suddenly, she saw Song Qinian open his eyes. Without any guard, she looked directly into his eyes. "Honey, you're staring at me so early in the morning.
What are you looking at?"
Su Muxin gently stroked his face with her hand. "I'm looking. My man looks really good. Such a feast for the eyes." Song Qinian smiled and leaned in. "Really? Then you should try it. It's time to get up." "Not yet, just half an hour." Half an hour later, Su Muxin took a shower, washing away her fatigue. Looking at Song Qinian again, his face no longer looked tired and worn out. He was smiling brightly. Even though this wasn't the first time, Su Muxin couldn't help but mutter, "This is so unfair." Song Qinian's ears were sharp. Su Muxin's voice was soft, but he still heard her clearly. He immediately leaned in and asked, "Wife, what's unfair?" Su Muxin quickly shook her head. "It's nothing. It's very fair. Extremely fair. Mom must have already prepared breakfast. Let's go eat quickly." Before Song Qinian could reply, Su Muxin opened the door and stepped outside. It wasn't even 7 o'clock, but from the living room, she could see the yard was shining with bright sunlight. Today was another sunny day. The sunlight was so strong that it made her doubt whether yesterday's heavy rain was just a dream. But once she arrived at the hospital, she no longer had such doubts. Today, there were more patients than the previous days, all suffering from colds and fevers. Clearly, many people had been caught in the rain yesterday. In this era, most people's lives were hard. Just having enough to eat was good, and balanced nutrition was a luxury. Usually, it wasn't a big problem, but if someone suddenly caught a cold from the rain, they could easily fall ill. Dr. Huang didn't treat colds and fevers, but he was just as busy as usual. Because yesterday's heavy rain caused many people to fall and get injured or break bones, Su Muxin and Dr. Huang were busy all morning. They didn't sit down until lunchtime. Dr. Huang was no longer young, and after such a high-intensity morning, he was quite exhausted, his face showing signs of fatigue. Su Muxin looked at Dr. Huang and asked, "Dr. Huang, do more people get sick whenever the weather suddenly changes?" "Yes," Dr. Huang sighed. "Even in summer, the number of sick people increases. In winter, it's even worse. More people get injured too. Our winters are full of heavy snowfalls. The ice on the eaves gets very long. It looks hard, but it's actually not very stable. It can easily fall and hurt someone. Every winter, I have to sew up many patients who got injured by falling ice. Some are lucky and only hurt themselves, but others are not so lucky. They get hit and die. Muxin was speechless. She had known life was tough in this era, but she never imagined it was this hard. It seemed that when winter came, she would have to be extra careful. Muxin was busy working at the hospital, while Song Chinian was also so busy that she rarely saw him. He went out early and returned late every day. Muxin knew what he was busy with and didn't mind that he couldn't accompany her. She only asked him to focus on his own work. Days passed quickly, and in no time, more than 10 days went by. Song Man was getting married. Song Man stayed in the hospital for a week and then was discharged. She stayed at home for another 10 days. Now she suddenly announced she was getting married. Seeing Su Xiaoying's face full of smiles, Chen Yuehua still felt confused. Why are they rushing so fast? Song Man is the same age as Song Muxue, just over 17, not even 18 yet. She could have waited to decide on the marriage, maybe a year later. At least, she could wait until Song Man graduated from high school. High school now lasts 2 years. Song Man has finished her first year and will get her diploma after another year. Having that diploma would make it easier to find a job or do other things later. Chen Yuehua wanted to say a few words to persuade her, but she saw Su Xiaoying's expression become even more proud. This woman getting married is like a second chance at life. If she finds a good one, she must hurry to fix it. Otherwise, she might miss her chance and have no place to cry. Big sister-in-law, I'm not trying to be rude, but Muxue is getting older and you need to be more serious. Muxue isn't as clever as Man. If she can't find a good partner herself, and you, as her mother, don't pay attention, what kind of person will she marry in the future? As for high school, whether she goes or not, she'll end up working in a factory anyway. Since she'll work there sooner or later, why not go early and earn a year's salary? What's the point of girls studying so much? Having a stable job and marrying a good man is better than anything else. Hearing Su Xiaoying's series of words, Chen Yuehua was stunned. Is this something a mother should say? Instead of thinking about how to make her daughter's life better, she's just rushing her to earn money, get married, serve her husband, and have children. Oh, Song Man can't have children because Su Xiaoying caused her to be infertile. Thinking of this, Chen Yuehua's anger completely disappeared. Talking to someone like Su Xiaoying was useless. It's better not to say anything. Her expression became calm. Are you done talking? If you are, go tell others quickly. I will go tomorrow. Su Xiaoying saw that Chen Yuehua was giving her a subtle dismissal and immediately became unhappy. Big sister-in-law, we are family. I was just trying to help you out. Why don't you appreciate it? Fine, since you don't, I'll leave first. Watching Su Xiaoying leave, Chen Yuehua quickly turned to Song Muxue. Muxue, you're only 17 this year. There's no rush to get married. Look at your sister-in-law. She's already 20. You should wait until you're at least 20 before marrying. Do you understand? Song Muxue hurriedly nodded. Mom, I know. I've never really thought about getting married. Is living at home better, or is studying and working outside better? Why do I feel so upset about marriage? If I had the luck like my sister-in-law and met a good person, it would be okay. But if I don't meet a good family, my whole life could be over. Hearing Song Muxue's answer, Chen Yuehua finally relaxed. That's good you understand. By the way, that time it rained, the officer who brought you back. Did you thank him? Yes, I did. I thanked him the next day. What did he say? Chen Yuehua asked quickly. He didn't say much, Song Muxue replied, looking thoughtful. After a moment she added, he said that if I ever need help, I should just ask him. First update Chen Yuehua's worries eased a little when she heard Song Muxue's words. So what did you say? I said no need. Song Muxue answered confidently. I can do things myself. If I really need help, my family is here. Why would I look for him? Hearing this, Chen Yuehua finally relaxed. Luckily, her daughter was clear-headed, otherwise, she would be worried sick. Su Mujin sat quietly nearby, listening to their conversation. Finally, she asked, Mom, since Song Man is getting married, do I need to prepare anything extra? As Song Man's older sister-in-law, Xiuyun would naturally give a gift. But Su Mujin, as the sister-in-law, wasn't sure if she needed to give something extra. This was her first marriage in this life and past lives, so she had no previous experience to refer to. Xiuyun thought for a moment. No need to give money, just a pair of pillowcases. Okay. Su Mujin agreed, and then called out to Song Muxue, let's go to the department store together. Although she had pillowcases in her cabinet, they were all prepared by Xiuyun. She didn't want to give those to Song Man. Anyway, a pair of pillowcases wasn't expensive, and she could buy new ones now. Song Muxue immediately stood up. Let's go. Sister-in-law, we'll ride bikes. She hadn't ridden bikes with her sister-in-law for a long time. After talking to Xiuyun, the two of them rode their bikes out together. It was early afternoon, and the bright sunlight almost blinded people. Fortunately, there were many trees along the road, so riding under the shade didn't feel hot. Instead, the breeze felt very comfortable. Soon, they arrived at the department store. Since it was a quiet time, probably because most people didn't like going out now, the store was very peaceful. They went straight to the second floor and quickly bought a pair of pillowcases. Since they were already there, they couldn't just leave without looking around. They didn't necessarily need to buy anything, but just browsing made them feel happy. While looking at a watch display, a surprised voice suddenly rang out behind them.
Muxue.
Su Mujin instinctively turned around and immediately recognized him. It was the man who had taken Song Muxue home before. He looked to be in his early 20s, tall and slim, with neat short hair, giving a clean and tidy impression. He had been staring at Su Mujin, and his cheeks slightly reddened. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Xiuyun. I work in the same factory as Muxue. I am the team leader of her group. Hearing Xiuyun introduce himself, Su Mujin nodded with a smile. Hello. Xiuyun was quite young, but being a team leader at his age showed he was capable. Song Muxue was a bit surprised to see Xiuyun, but otherwise, she showed no other emotion. You're here shopping too? Then go ahead, she said with a smile. Xiuyun looked a little nervous and smiled at Song Muxue. I'm not in a hurry. What are you buying? Song Muxue frowned. We're not buying anything. We're leaving now.
Goodbye.
Without waiting for Xiuyun to reply, she pulled Su Mujin, and they left the department store quickly, riding their bikes away. They rode quite far before Song Muxue finally stopped, one foot on the ground. Sister-in-law. She looked hesitant and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiuyun. Does he like me? Su Mujin was a bit surprised to see Song Muxue, not expecting her to realize this. She had thought she was slow to understand things. I think he might like you a little, Su Mujin honestly replied. Muxue, what do you think? I just want to work hard, study well, and read good books, she said. She has so many things to do every day. She always feels like there isn't enough time. There is no time left to spend on Xiuyun. Su Mujin was about to speak when Song Muxue said again, Sister-in-law, you need to intern at the factory for at least a month, and the longer, the better, until the start of school. I will be there in a few days, almost a month, and then I plan to stop going. Big brother gave me some books, but I've only finished one so far. I have very little time to read each day. I want to free up some time to stay at home and read. Su Mujin knew that Song Muxue didn't want to go back to the military factory, not just because she wanted to stay home and read, but also because she didn't want to see Xiuyun again. Since Song Muxue had already made up her mind, Su Mujin would naturally respect her decision. Then after you go back, just tell Mom and Dad. They will definitely support you. The two of them agreed and continued riding their bikes home. Song Muxue was really anxious. As soon as she got home, she told Xiuyun about it. A mother knows her daughter best. When Xiuyun heard, she immediately guessed something had happened and hurriedly asked. Song Muxue then explained that she had just run into Xiuyun at the department store. Xiuyun frowned. Why don't you just not go for the next few days? I'll ask your dad to talk to your boss. At worst, you can give up your salary. Their family wasn't short of money anyway. Mom, this isn't about the salary. I need to leave, and Someone has to take over my position. If I suddenly leave and they haven't arranged someone, it will delay production. That won't do. There are only a few days left, so there's no need to rush. Hearing this, Chen Yuehua nodded. All right, but from now on, I will come to pick you up and drop you off every day. She was genuinely worried. Although she couldn't have malicious intent, she believed in being cautious. That Zhang Xiuyun always gave her a strange feeling. That night, before it was dark, Song Qinian returned home. This was the earliest he had come back in a while. When he entered, Su Muxin looked at him with surprise. Why are you back so early today? Does my wife not want me to come back early? Hearing his teasing tone, Su Muxin rolled her eyes at him. You know I didn't mean that, so why ask? I was wrong. Song Qinian immediately apologized, then leaned close to Su Muxin's ear and whispered, The blueprint has been finalized. We will start trying to make it now. Really? Su Muxin was very excited. You guys are amazing. Such a short time to finalize the plans. It's all thanks to your hard work, wife. If it weren't for the books and weapons that Su Muxin brought out, even after 10 or 20 years, they might not be able to develop such weapons. This is just one of them. After this success, they plan to build a second, a third. However, Su Muxin was originally happy, but when she heard Song Qinian say that, her heart suddenly sank. What's wrong? Seeing Su Muxin's face change color, Song Qinian hurriedly said, Wife, don't worry. What I want to say is that I might not be able to come back when the time comes. I need to wait until the research and testing are successful before I can return. This process might take a while, maybe 2 or 3 months at least, or even half a year or longer. Su Muxin thought something serious had happened, but it was just a business trip. Oh, I see. Then go ahead and do your work without worry. Before returning, Song Qinian imagined many reactions from Su Muxin, but he never expected her to react like this. She was happy about his understanding, but also felt a bit sad because of her understanding. He would be gone for so long, and she didn't seem sad at all? Not even a little bit of reluctance? Just by looking at Song Qinian's expression, Su Muxin could guess what he was thinking. You're going to be gone for so long. Of course I will miss you, Su Muxin explained. But you have important work to do, matters related to the country. Your role here means you have to consider everyone first, then think about our small family. As a military family member and a military wife, if I don't have this awareness, I don't deserve to be with you. Even though it's now the 1970s and this is a fictional world, Su Muxin still hopes the country can become bigger and stronger quickly, so it won't be bullied by other nations. Song Qinian suddenly pulled Su Muxin into his arms. Muxin, wait for me to come back. I promise I won't let you down. Okay. I will definitely wait for you to return. The two quietly embraced for a while until outside, Song Muxue called them to dinner. Only then did they open the door and go out. Since Song Qinian would be away on a business trip for so long, he naturally needed to inform his family. Chen Yuehua and Song Muxue, upon hearing that Song Qinian might be gone for 3 to 6 months, immediately looked at Su Muxin with worried eyes. Song Muxue quickly said, Sister-in-law, don't be sad. Since my older brother is not home, I will stay with you. If you're afraid to sleep alone, I can sleep with you. Hearing this, Chen Yuehua looked at Song Muxue with a gentle scolding and then softly said to Su Muxin, Muxin, Mom. Su Muxin interrupted Chen Yuehua softly. Before Qi Nian and I got married, I already knew such a situation might happen. I won't be angry. Chen Yuehua's heart softened, and her eyes showed more tenderness. Having such a daughter-in-law in their family was truly a blessing. The next morning, right after breakfast and before work, Xiaoli arrived to pick them up in his car. Song Qinian carried a small bag with clean clothes and a few notebooks. Inside the notebooks were useful notes he had written down while reading, using his own way of remembering. Su Muxin deliberately looked at them but couldn't understand anything, which made her feel more at ease. If someone else saw these notebooks, they wouldn't find anything suspicious. Su Muxin approached Song Qinian, helped straighten his collar, and whispered so only they could hear, Keep the things close to your body and don't take them off. They could save your life in an emergency. As she spoke, Muxin subtly patted his chest. There was a necklace there, with a small glass bottle pendant containing 10 drops of spiritual spring water. She didn't want to carry more because the bottle was too big and too noticeable, which could cause unnecessary trouble. Song Qi-nian's eyes darkened, and he nodded seriously. I understand. Don't worry. Shaoli was still waiting. Time was tight, so they didn't say much more. Song Qi-nian picked up his bag and got into the car. Watching the car drive away, Muxin felt as if a part of her heart also felt empty. Having been single for decades, she was experiencing this feeling for the first time. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, it was also a new and interesting experience. At this moment, Su Xiaoying's voice sounded behind her. What's going on with Qi Nian? Man is getting married today, and he insists on going on a mission? What's so urgent about this mission? He can't wait even a day? Man's lifelong big event. It only happens once in a lifetime. Without his eldest cousin, how will others see him? People who don't know might think he has issues with Man, his cousin. Muxin suddenly turned to look at Su Xiaoying. Second aunt, if you think your words are unnecessary, you can just keep them to yourself. Are you saying that Man's wedding is more important than the task assigned to Qi Nian by the leader? Since second aunt thinks so, let's go find the leader and tell him not to let Qi Nian do the task. He can stay home and watch Man get married. Muxin said, quickly walking to Su Xiaoying and grabbing her arm to leave. Su Xiaoying was truly scared now. She's not stupid. How could she say such things in front of the leader? Her husband and son are still in the army. If she said that, their futures would be ruined. Muxin, too. Why is she making such a big deal? She only spoke casually. Muxin, please let go of second aunt. She didn't mean it that way, Su Xiaoying hurriedly said. Muxin didn't let go, just stared at Su Xiaoying. Then, what does second aunt mean? Su Xiaoying didn't want to admit it but had to. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time, second aunt. Muxin finally released Su Xiaoying's hand. Second aunt, since we're all from the Song family, I'll help you keep this secret this time. Don't let others know you said such foolish things. But remember, don't make the same mistake again. Others won't hide it like I do. Su Xiaoying was furious inside but could only thank her. Thank you, second aunt. You're welcome.
Muxin smiled brightly.
We're family after all. It's only right. Su Xiaoying was so angry, she almost fell backward. She glared at Muxin with resentment and then turned to go home. Song Muxue gave Muxin a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. You made second aunt look bad. Chen-Yuehua also looked at Muxin happily. With Muxin like this, I feel relieved. It's less likely she'll get into trouble. The three of them headed home. As they reached the yard, Muxin's eyes caught sight of a big watermelon at the foot of the wall. That watermelon was bigger than her head. No, there were 4 of them. It wouldn't be long before they could pick and eat them. She planned to save all the seeds and find a way to plant a field next year, growing more watermelons. Third update, Chen-Yuehua saw Muxin suddenly stop walking and stare at the watermelon, thinking she was craving it, and immediately smiled. Muxin, do you want to eat watermelon? These probably can't be eaten yet. I will go to the market later to see if they sell watermelons. If they do, I will buy a few. I'll go. Muxin immediately said. Mom, let me go. Today is Man's wedding. You should go next door later, or second aunt might say something about you. We don't care what second aunt says, but we can't let her smear us. Don't you think? Muxin's words made a lot of sense. Chen-Yuehua nodded. Then I will get the money for you. No need. I have money. Qi Nian gave me all his money and the tickets. Chen-Yuehua didn't stop walking. She kept moving forward and said, Qi Nian gave what he gave. I give what I give. How can they be the same? Muxin was stunned. She didn't know how to answer. Suddenly, Chen-Yuehua stopped and turned to look at her. Or maybe, Muxin, you only like what Qi Nian gives, not what Mom gives. Muxin. Is that true? She had only heard about mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law competing for their husband's attention. This was the first time she saw a mother-in-law competing with her daughter-in-law in front of her son. Seeing Chen Yuehua's expression, Su Mujin didn't know what to say. She quickly replied, I like both. I like everything. Chen Yuehua finally smiled with satisfaction. That's enough. If you like it, then Mom will give you more. They had only been married for a little over 3 months, and her son had already gone on a mission. He might be away for 3 or 6 months. She must treat Mujin even better. Otherwise, if Mujin gets upset or sad and doesn't want to stay with them anymore, what should she do? Chen Yuehua went upstairs. Song Muxue pulled Su Mujin into the living room to sit. Sister-in-law, if Mom treats you well, just accept it. No need to feel embarrassed. Su Mujin looked at Song Muxue. Muxue, Mom is so good to me. Are you jealous? Yes. Song Muxue nodded immediately. But I am jealous because you treat Mom well and also treat my brother well. You have to treat me well too. Hearing this, Su Mujin felt both amused and a little helpless. She didn't expect that after traveling to this world and leaving the Su family, she would become so popular. Song Muxue warmly hugged Su Mujin's arm. Sister-in-law, later I will go buy watermelons with you. Aren't you still working at the factory? Isn't it supposed to be a few more days? Su Mujin looked at Song Muxue with doubt. Could it be that Song Muxue decided not to go again? Song Muxue was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up. I forgot. No, I have to leave quickly. Sister-in-law, be careful when you go buy the watermelon. The watermelon is very heavy. Don't buy too many. It's hard to carry. After hurriedly giving her advice, without waiting for Su Mujin's response, Song Muxue hurriedly ran out and rode away on her bicycle. Chen Yuehua came downstairs and just saw the back of the bicycle. Muxin, what is Muxue going to do? She's going to work. Su Mujin smiled and said, Mom, did you forget? Chen Yuehua felt a bit embarrassed. I really did forget. It was so early today, so many things to do. While speaking, Chen Yuehua walked up to Su Mujin and directly handed her money and the ticket. Besides the watermelon, if you want to eat anything else, just buy some. No need to save money. Su Mujin felt the thickness of the money in her hand. It was at least dozens of yuan. Chen Yuehua was so kind to her. Mom, I understand. You go busy now. Chen Yuehua went to the next door, and Su Mujin rode her bicycle to the vegetable market. Dr. Huang knew about Song Manman's wedding and specially gave her a day off. But Su Mujin thought it was probably because old Master Song called Dr. Huang and told him about it. Otherwise, how could Dr. Huang know that Song Manman was getting married? Su Mujin guessed this in her mind, but she only thought about it and had no intention of confirming it. Life in the hospital was really tiring. Being able to rest at home for a day was something she greatly appreciated. When Su Mujin arrived at the vegetable market, she picked and bought some vegetables and meat, and also bought a watermelon. But after leaving the market, she exchanged the watermelon in her space for another one. The watermelons in her space were all new varieties. They tasted better, had fewer seeds, and were much tastier than the ones now. Su Mujin wasn't worried about being discovered. It's just a watermelon. Before cutting each one open, who knows what's inside? She could only say she was lucky to buy such an excellent watermelon. When Su Mujin returned home and just put things down, Chen Yuehua came back. Muxin, the people coming to pick up the bride are about to arrive. You should go over too. Su Mujin was a little surprised. They came so early? It's only mid-morning. Isn't that a bit too early? Chen Yuehua and Su Mujin went outside together, quietly explaining Song Manman and Qin Jigang don't have work today. Since they're getting married, they don't need to wait until the afternoon. Su Mujin nodded understandingly, locked the courtyard door, and then went to the neighboring yard with Chen Yuehua. At this time, the courtyard of the second household of the Song family was very lively and crowded. The older women and aunts were holding handfuls of sunflower seeds, chatting and cracking them open. When Su Mujin arrived, someone called out loudly to her, Muxin, when you get over there later, you must help your sister keep an eye on things, support her, and keep the situation steady. Don't let anyone bully her. Yes, Muxin. I heard that the wife of the Qin family isn't easy to get along with. She likes to control her daughters-in-law. Right now, her 2 daughters-in-law are under her thumb. Whether Man will have a good life after marriage depends on whether you, as her sister-in-law, can support her. Su Muxin looked at the 2 older women speaking, smiling brightly and speaking clearly. Ladies, you shouldn't say that. If you say that, where will you put Liancheng's wife? Liancheng's wife is Man's real sister-in-law. As her sister-in-law from another household, how can I step over her? Even if I want to support Man, that's her real sister-in-law's business. Why am I jumping out to do it? People who don't know might think I like to show off. Isn't that right, ladies? Chen Yuehua also chimed in to support her. Muxin has a gentle temper and thin skin. Even after Muxue's marriage, I, as her mother, had to support her. Now that Man has her own sister-in-law and mother, it's not up to Muxin, the sister-in-law from another room. Hearing this, the 2 older women looked a little embarrassed. We were just speaking casually. Why are you 2, the wife and sister-in-law, making such a fuss? Exactly, such a small matter. Is it worth you 2 making such a big deal out of it? First update whether you 2, the older women, were just speaking casually. You know best in your hearts. But I want to remind you, having a brain is a good thing. Before speaking, it's better to think it over in your mind. Chen Yuehua nodded again. Muxin is right. If you don't use your brain, what's the difference from not having one? After saying this, they exchanged smiles and linked arms as they went into the house. The 2 older women looked red-faced from being scolded, but as they watched the 2 women leave, they couldn't say a word. People nearby also heard this and were stunned, secretly noting that Su Muxin was not someone to be messed with. In the future, it's better not to provoke her. Otherwise, the next person accused of lacking brains might be themselves. They didn't expect that Su Muxin, who is gentle, beautiful, and always polite, would suddenly become so rude when arguing with someone. And then there's Chen Yuehua. Does she really treat Su Muxin so well? Is she really like a mother-in-law? Even a real mother might not go this far. Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua didn't know what these people were thinking, nor did they care. After entering the house, they went straight to Song Man. Today, Song Man looked very different from usual. She was dressed in bright red. She wore a short-sleeved red top and matching red pants, with red shoes too. The color was very bright and lively, but the style wasn't a wedding dress, which made her look a bit strange. Today was the only day she could wear such clothes. After today, she'd probably hide them away. Usually, Song Man wore 2 braids, but today her hair was all pinned up at the back, decorated with a big red flower. She had makeup on, making her face and lips look red and festive. Overall, she looked very happy and celebratory. Su Muxin couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked who helped Man with her makeup. Su Molie stepped forward proudly, lifting her chin, and said happily, "Me. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Oh, it's you." Su Muxin suddenly understood. "No problem. You did a good job." Although the story doesn't specify how old Su Molie was in her past life, judging from various clues, she was probably over 40, and she likely died in the 1990s. In the 1990s, the Hong Kong style was very popular, and many people followed the trend. Bright red lipstick, exaggerated clothes, big waves, or updos, these were the most fashionable looks of that time. But now, with limited resources, cosmetics, and environment, Su Molie made some changes based on the Hong Kong style, resulting in this mismatched look for Song Man. It was really a tough challenge for Su Molie. Su Molie snorted dismissively and turned her eyes away. What does Su Muxin, this country bumpkin, know? This is the most popular style 20 years from now. Clearly, Song Man was very happy with her makeup. "My sister-in-law did such a good job." "Thank you, sister-in-law. When we get to the Qin family, you'll be in charge of the table arrangements." Su Molie finally smiled happily. Man, don't worry. I'll support you and make sure you're not bullied at the Qin family. Su Molie remembers that in her previous life, Song Man only married Qin Jigang after the reform and opening up period. At that time, Song Man had already graduated from university, Song Liancheng was a high-ranking official, and Qin Jigang had a good job. Before marrying Song Manman, Chen Jigang bought a new house. When they married, they closed the door and started their own life, and their life got better each day. The difficult old lady from the Chen family dared not show any attitude towards Song Manman. She even asked about her politely whenever she saw her. When she saw Su Muxin, she was especially eager to flatter her. Now, she is Song Liancheng's wife and Song Manman's sister-in-law. She must take good care of Chen Pozi. Even though Song Manman can only live in the Chen family now, she wants to make Chen Pozi afraid to bully Song Manman. This isn't just for Song Manman, but also to show Song Liancheng her ability and to outshine Su Muxin. Thinking of this, Su Molie looked at Su Muxin with pride. Su Muxin noticed Su Molie's gaze and felt confused. What was Su Molie so proud of? Just then, there was a sudden change outside, more lively than before. Even without seeing the scene outside, Su Muxin knew Chen Jigang was here to pick her up. Sure enough, Chen Jigang soon arrived with people. Everyone was surprised when they saw Chen Jigang. Today, Chen Jigang wore the same clothes as usual. The edges were worn out, and there were even stains of soup from eating on his chest. Coming to pick her up dressed like that? Even if he didn't buy new clothes, he should at least look clean and tidy. When Chen Jigang reached Song Manman and stood beside her, the contrast was obvious. One looked like a bride ready to marry, and the other looked like a beggar asking for lucky money. Song Manman didn't expect Chen Jigang to dress like that. Besides being surprised, she was also a bit unhappy. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to wear new clothes? Today is our wedding. Chen Jigang scratched his head and explained softly, Man, don't be angry. I didn't do it on purpose. There was just a little accident. What accident? Song Man continued to ask. Don't ask anymore. Chen Jigang hurriedly said, I'm just here to pick you up. What you wear doesn't matter. The important thing is that we can finally be together. Would you really refuse to come back with me just because I didn't wear new clothes? My man definitely isn't like that. At this moment, with so many people standing inside and outside the house, Chen Jigang spoke softly and kindly. Song Manman's face instantly turned red, and her mind went blank. She pursed her lips and smiled, giving Chen Jigang a playful look. Of course I wouldn't. She liked Chen Jigang as a person, not just because he was dressed in new clothes. Now that they could finally get married, she wouldn't make things difficult for him over a new outfit. Chen Jigang heard Song Manman's words and smiled even more happily. He then looked at Song Huaimin and Su Xiuyun nearby. Mom and Dad, I'm taking Man away. Don't worry, I'll treat her well. When Su Molie and Song Liancheng got married before, everyone from the Su family came. But this time, for Song Manman's wedding, Song Huaimin, Su Xiuyun, and even Song Liancheng wouldn't go, because the Qin family said they didn't have that custom. Second update, old saying. Different places have different customs. Every family has its rules. The Qin family said that on the wedding day, the bride's parents and brothers couldn't come because it wouldn't be good for the couple or for the Qin family. If someone wanted to send a gift, only the sister-in-law could do it. Song Huaimin and Song Liancheng were a bit unhappy. But the Qin family insisted, and Su Xiuyun said that Song Manman's happiness was the most important. Only then did the father and son reluctantly agree. Seeing Chen Jigang about to leave with his people, Song Liancheng whispered to Su Molie, when you get to the Qin family, take good care of Man. Su Molie nodded. Don't worry, with me here I won't let Man get into trouble. Chen Jigang still had to work with her to earn money. How could he ignore her? Song Liancheng responded with a sound, then instinctively looked at Su Mugen. He wanted to say a few words to Su Mugen, but under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Mugen ignored him again. In the end, he didn't dare to go over. At the same time, Chen Yuehua was also reminding Su Mugen to be careful. Mugen, I also heard that the old lady from the Qin family is very fierce. When she married off her first two sons, she was strict with the daughters-in-law on the wedding day. I don't know what she'll do today. If she really causes trouble, your most important job is to protect yourself. Everything else is secondary. Su Molie is her real sister-in-law, So don't soften your heart and rush forward just because of her. Su Mugen nodded seriously and obediently. Mom, don't worry, I know what to do. What kind of image does she really have in Chen Yuehua's mind? She was just arguing with two older women in the yard, so why is Chen Yuehua still worried about her standing up for Song Man now? She definitely wouldn't stand up for Song Man. Even though there was no solid proof that Song Man was responsible for the last incident, since she had doubts, she wouldn't help Song Man. The Chen family's house is quite far from the military area. Although both are in Beijing, it takes about an hour to bike from the military compound to the Chen house. Chen Jigang and the people coming to pick up the bride took the bus. Now, wanting to return to the Chen house, everyone could only wait at the entrance of the military compound for the bus. They waited over 20 minutes before the bus finally arrived. Many people were on the bus. With so many of them, not everyone could sit, so some had to stand. Everyone was standing, and Song Man's dowry could only be placed on the ground. Seeing this, Song Man's face turned red with anger, and she was about to lose her temper. In the end, Chen Jigang used sweet words to finally soothe Song Man. Su Mujin didn't go near them, just stood a little farther away. After the people beside her got off the bus, she immediately sat down. Su Molie was still standing. Seeing this, her eyes widened with anger. But no matter how angry she was inside, she could only watch helplessly.
Su Muin sat comfortably.
Half an hour later, she got off the bus with Chen Jigang and the others. The Chen family's house was in a small alley, a tiny courtyard. At this moment, many people were standing inside and outside the yard. When they saw these people arrive, they all greeted them with smiles. After receiving Song Man's dowry, they didn't rush to bring it inside, but kept looking through it. Looking at the radio and bicycle was fine, but the clothes and bedding wrapped in sheets were opened, which looked a bit bad. Su Molie's eyebrows shot up. She didn't look at those people, only at Chen Jigang. Chen Jigang, what are they doing? This is Man's dowry. Are you just letting them look at it like this? Chen Jigang quickly stepped forward to urge these people to put the things inside, then smiled and said to Su Molie, sister-in-law, don't be angry. They're just curious. They've never seen such nice things. Su Molie pouted but saw that those people had already taken the items inside, so she couldn't say anything more. At this moment, a somewhat sturdy woman approached. She had arched eyebrows, small eyes, and a stern face with no smile at all. As soon as Chen Jigang saw her, he greeted her happily, Mom. Mrs. Chen glared at Chen Jigang but didn't say anything. She scowled and said to Song Man, Jigang's wife, hurry up and change your clothes. Song Man was surprised and then realized she was being called. She felt a bit upset and said, my name is Song Man, not Jigang's wife. You're married to Jigang now, so aren't you his wife? Do you mean you don't want to marry him anymore? Song Man felt wronged, and her eyes quickly turned red. She had just entered the house. What does Mrs. Chen mean? Su Molie also looked a little unhappy. Madam, what do you mean? What do I mean? Mrs. Chen raised her voice sharply, sounding a bit scary. My meaning is very clear. Since you've married into our Chen family, you must follow our family rules. In our old Chen family, the first thing a new wife does when she enters is cook. Let friends and relatives taste her cooking skills. All the dishes are ready. Jigang's wife, if you're willing to marry in, go and cook now. If you don't want to marry, just take your dowry and leave. Don't think I'm making things hard for her. This isn't the first time I've married off my son. My previous 2 wives went through the same. This is our family rule. If you're not happy, then leave now. Song Man's eyes were red, and she felt her face burning. Tears welled up in her eyes. Jigang, what do you say? Chen Jigang quickly softened his tone. Man, my mom didn't mean to make things difficult for you. My 2 sisters-in-law are the same. Besides, don't you want my relatives and friends to taste your cooking? I want them to see that I married a good wife, someone beautiful and who cooks well. I want them to envy me. Man, as long as we are together, that's enough. You know, your parents and your brother were so difficult with me, but I didn't give up on you, right? I still insist on being with you. Now, it's your turn to stand up for me.
Just cook a meal.
My older sister-in-law and second sister-in-law already prepared the dishes. You just need to get cooking. It's very simple. Man, just do it for me, for our future, okay? Chun Jigang's voice was gentle, and his eyes full of pleading. He made Song Man feel lost. Just moments ago, she looked upset and angry, but now she was smiling happily. She pouted and said playfully, "Then I'll do it just this once. Where is the kitchen? I'll take you there right now." Chun Jigang took Song Man to the kitchen, leaving Molie standing there foolishly by herself. No, she was still defending Song Man, but now Song Man went to the kitchen to cook. Muxin watched this scene and couldn't hold back her laughter, lowering her head to giggle. As long as Song Man is willing to cook this meal, there will be endless cooking in the future. This is truly a case of self-inflicted trouble. Third update: old Mrs. Chen glanced at Molie sideways and then turned to leave. Although she didn't say anything, that look seemed full of unspoken words, making Molie blush with embarrassment. It wasn't shame, but anger. Molie panted heavily, unable to chase after Mrs. Chen for a big argument, so she could only stand there sulking alone. Turning around, she saw Muxin looking calm, even with a slight smile on her face, standing quietly. This made Molie even more annoyed. Muxin, what exactly are you here for? Why haven't you said a word from start to finish? Does your presence here make any difference? You might as well go back. Muxin didn't want to come in the first place, nor did she want to stay here. Hearing this, she immediately smiled. This is what you told me to go back. Well, then I'll leave. Seeing Muxin turn to leave, Molie panicked. I was just joking. Why are you really leaving? How do I know you were joking?
Muxin replied.
I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what you're thinking. Muxin, I am your sister.
How can you talk to me like that? Molie yelled.
Muxin didn't back down. You are my sister, and I am still your sister-in-law.
How are you talking to me?
Molie wanted to say more, but she noticed everyone around her was watching her with interest, some even pulling out sunflower seeds, eating and watching happily. Their lively attitude made Molie roll her eyes in frustration. She strode over to Muxin, lowered her voice, and said, Muxin, we are in the Chen family now. You and I represent the face of the Song family. Can you please stop making trouble? The most important thing now is to find Song Man and tell her not to be self-deprecating or embarrass the Song family.
Muxin looked at Molie calmly.
Going now won't help. She won't listen to you. You haven't even tried, so how can you be so sure she won't listen? Molie felt both frustrated and a bit proud, acting superior. She said, just because you can't persuade doesn't mean I can't. Sure I can.
Muxin quickly replied.
Anyway, I don't have that skill, so since that's the case, I'll go with you to see how you persuade them. Then let's go. Molie nodded and strode inside. But every few steps, she would stop and look back to see if Muxin was still behind her. Inside, she felt a bit conflicted. She didn't want Muxin to take credit for her work, but she also didn't dare go alone into the Chin family's kitchen. The place was full of Chin family friends and relatives. If things got messy, Song Man couldn't rely on anyone else. How could she face so many people alone? If she brought Muxin along, and something went wrong, they could handle it together. The Chin family wouldn't be too harsh. Even if they were, Muxin could delay time for her, giving her a chance to run. Anyway, only with Muxin there could she feel completely at ease. Muxin didn't know exactly what was on Molie's mind, but she didn't care much either. Soon, they arrived at the Chin family's kitchen. Just as Granny Chin said, the kitchen was filled with prepared ingredients, placed in bowls, baskets, and on the chopping board. Seeing so many dishes, Song Man was stunned. She thought she was just coming to make a simple meal, maybe 1 or 2 dishes for a good face. But now, looking at the scene, it was clear she was expected to cook for a large group. That would be exhausting. Song Man stood still, and Chin Jigang gently urged her, Man, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and start cooking. The meal will be served soon. If you don't start now, what will everyone eat? All these people are my relatives and friends, neighbors, and people you'll have to face in the future. If you don't leave a good impression, it won't be good for you later. Besides, haven't we already agreed on this? You promised, so why are you changing your mind now? Do you not trust me anymore? Chun Jigang, though not very handsome, was good at acting. His words completely calmed Song Manman's irritation. She looked up at Chun Jigang with a bright smile. Jigang, I understand everything you just said. I just care about you too much, and I hate to see you suffer because of me. Such sweet words. How could a young girl like Song Manman resist them? Song Manman was once again comforted. Okay, I understand. I'll start cooking now. You go out quickly. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. I'll definitely make you proud. Chun Jigang looked hesitant and didn't want to leave. Man, are you really willing to let me go?
I want to be with you all the time.
Although it's still daytime, my heart is already very eager. I wish it could be nighttime now. Man, you're busy with so many things alone.
It's really exhausting.
Why don't I stay and talk to your relatives and friends instead? Song Manman's eyes welled up with emotion, but her refusal became even firmer.
No.
Today is our wedding day. Your relatives and friends came for us. How can they not see the bride or the groom? You should go and talk to them. I can handle it alone. If I really can't manage, my 2 cousins will help me. It won't be a problem. Chun Jigang finally let out a long sigh of relief. Since you say so, I can rest assured. Oh, look, Molie and Tang Xiao are here. They must be here to help you. Song Manman nodded too. I knew they would come to help me. You go quickly. I don't need you here. Chun Jigang quickly kissed her on the cheek and happily ran out. When he reached the door, he paused and gave Song Manman a bright, triumphant smile. That smile made Song Manman completely fall for him. She stood there dazed, watching him for a long time. Until she couldn't see Chun Jigang anymore, she looked at Su Molie and Su Muxin. You 2 are here. Hurry up and wash your hands. Let's cook together. As she spoke, she reached to wash her hands, but Su Molie grabbed her firmly. Song Man. Su Molie softly shouted, full of displeasure. Are you really so clueless? Today is your wedding day, with Chun Jigang. The clothes you're wearing, these pants and shoes, your mom spent a lot of money to buy them for you. If you go straight to cook, won't the pot water and oil smoke stain your new clothes? Song Man looked at her dress with some concern. Just as Su Molie thought she had convinced Song Man, she heard Song Man smile and say, Sister-in-law, this is just a piece of clothing. I will be living with Jigang in the future, not with clothes. If it gets dirty, it's no big deal. Besides, I only wear this dress today and I won't wear it again. If it gets dirty, it's fine. Su Molie opened her mouth but couldn't say anything this time. She truly didn't expect Song Man to say such things. By this point, Su Molie finally understood why Su Mujin didn't want to get involved in this matter. It was because Su Mujin had already seen what kind of person Song Man was and knew that talking wouldn't help, so she chose to stay silent. But Su Mujin could stay silent, she couldn't. She knew very well how much Song Liancheng valued his sister, Song Man. Su Molie took a deep breath. Man, you cooked today's meal, but you'll have to cook every day from now on. You should think carefully. I also noticed that although their yard is quite big, there aren't many rooms. I heard they have a lot of people. After you get married, where will you live? Have you seen your new house? Your dowry is quite valuable. Don't you want to take a look? Hearing Su Molie's words, Su Mujin raised her eyebrows. Su Molie was quick-witted, knowing what to say to catch Song Man's attention. As long as she could get Song Man out of the kitchen, everything else would be easier to handle. Of course, Song Man cared about her dowry. She hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, let's go see it quickly. We can eat later. Su Molie secretly let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't hopeless yet. She pulled Song Man out of the kitchen and went straight to look at the wedding house. Su Mujin followed slowly behind, feeling that there would definitely be more excitement to see soon. Like Su Molie said, Chen's yard was big, but there weren't many rooms. Next to the kitchen was a small storage room, which couldn't be lived in and was locked. In the middle was the main hall, also used for meals. The east room was where Grandma Chen and her 2 daughters lived, and the west room housed Chen Jigang's 2 brothers and 2 sisters-in-law. There were no other rooms. At this point, Song Man was stunned. Wait, her room? Her and Chen Jigang's wedding room? Could it be that they are sleeping in the kitchen tonight because no one is around? Madame Chen suddenly appeared from somewhere, looking even more displeased than before. She spoke impatiently. Didn't I tell you to hurry up and cook? So many people are waiting. Why haven't you started yet? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass yourself in front of everyone? At this moment, Song Man was both surprised and upset. She didn't care what Madame Chen said. She only asked about her own concern. Where is my room? Your room? Madame Chen replied with a sneer. I married Jigang. Where is our wedding room? And my dowry? Madame Chen chuckled mockingly. I thought you were in such a rush because something was wrong. Turns out you're just worried someone might steal your dowry. Don't worry, our Chen family wouldn't do such things. Your dowry is kept in your room. Hearing this, Song Man felt a little relief. However, Molie sensed something was off. She had just checked around the yard. There were only a few rooms, all with different uses. Where was the new room for Song Man and Jigang? Could it be that besides this yard, the Chen family had another yard? Feeling curious, Molie directly asked, where are their rooms? Man is dressed like that, and it's not convenient. She implied she wanted to change clothes. Madame Chen led them to the west room upstairs. The west room was quite large. Along the north wall, there was a row of Kong beds. At this moment, 2 curtains hung over the Kong, dividing it into 3 sections. Madame Chen pointed to the innermost section near the wall and said to Song Man, this is Jigang's room. Your dowry is stored here. Hurry up and change your clothes, then go cook. Everyone is hungry. Song Man felt utterly disbelief. The new room Madame Chen mentioned was just this third of the Kong? With just a curtain, what use was it? Come night, even turning over would be heard clearly by everyone in the room. Where was the privacy? Moreover, even if there was a curtain, she was sleeping on the same Kong with other men and women. How could that be acceptable? Molie also found it hard to believe. In her previous life, Madame Chen had never done such things. When Song Man married Jigang in her past life, it was already several years after the reform and opening up policy. There were many private restaurants on the streets, and their wedding was held in one of those restaurants. After finishing the wedding ceremony, Song Man and Chen Jigang went straight to their new home, not visiting the old house at all. But in this life, everything feels so different. It's just that they married 10 years earlier. Has the attitude of Grandma Chen changed too much? Molie looked upset as she stepped forward. And isn't this going too far? Going too far? What do you mean? Grandma Chen frowned sternly, looking unfriendly. Our family has limited conditions and only so many rooms. Do you want me to give up my house for them to live in? I didn't mean that.
Molie to explain. What do you mean then?
Grandma Chen didn't bother to listen and kept talking, feeling she was right. I'll say it again. Our family only has this much space. If they can sleep there, they should change clothes and go cook. If they can't sleep, pack up and take your dowry home. Song Man was once again scolded and pointed at her nose, feeling confused, angry, and wronged. Chen Jigang promised me he would build a house before we got married, so we could live together. He promised you? That doesn't count. I'm not dead yet, and he has 2 brothers. Big things like building a house can't be decided by him alone. Not now, and not within a year or 2. Our family has no plans to build a house. Second update, Song Man had hope before. But after hearing Grandma Chen's firm words, she completely lost hope. At this moment, Chen Jigang also received the news and rushed in. He looked a bit panicked as he entered and immediately looked at Song Man. Man. She stared at Chen Jigang directly. You told me before that you would build a house, so we could live happily together. Where is the house? Chen Jigang took a few steps forward and reached out to try to grab her arm. Man, listen to me.
I didn't mean to lie to you.
Our family situation is complicated, and building a house isn't something that can be decided in a few words. Believe me, I really want to live with you. The house will be built someday, but right now, can you bear a little hardship for me? I promise, this kind of life won't last long. Okay? Muxin wasn't sure what decision Song Man would make after hearing such promises. She just waited quietly. Song Man did not stay silent for long. She quickly lifted her head and looked directly at Chen Jigang. Jigang, I truly want to live with you. Do you feel the same? Of course, I want to live well with you too. Chen Jigang replied. Song Man smiled then. Since we both want to live happily together, let's go live at my house.
What?
Chen Jigang was shocked. Old Mrs. Chen, who was nearby, was a bit confused but quickly understood. She shouted loudly, Song Man, what do you mean? Are you asking my son to move into your family? Song Man looked at old Mrs. Chen with a smile. Mom, you can't say it like that. I'm doing this to lighten your load. Look, we really can't live in that house anymore. You said that in these past few years, we haven't been able to build a new house. We can't keep 6 people sleeping in one bed forever, right? What if someone gets pregnant or has a baby? We wouldn't fit anymore. Instead of figuring out a way later, why not let Jigang come stay with me now? My house is big, with 3 floors. We can live in my room. When the new house here is finished, we'll come back. What do you think, Mom? What about you, Jigang? Chen Jigang felt a surge of happiness. He had thought about living at Song's house before, but never dared to suggest it. But now, the situation was different. It was Song Man herself who brought up the idea. Chen Jigang was eager but also hesitant and looked uncomfortable. Who would live at the wife's family's house besides a son-in-law? But living in Song's house had many benefits. Compared to those benefits, the so-called face or reputation didn't seem so important. Chen Jigang pursed his lips and lowered his head, trying to hide his smile so others wouldn't see. But to others, his expression looked sad and awkward. Old Mrs. Chen felt both worried for her son and angry at Song Man. Leave. Just leave now. Our Chen family can't accept a daughter-in-law like you. Song Man stood still, staring directly at Chen Jigang. Jigang, I really want to live with you. I can endure some hardship for you. We just need to stay at my house for a little while. When our house here is built, we'll move back immediately. Is that okay? Chen Jigang trembled slightly, finally lifting his head slowly. His eyes were red as he looked at Song Man. Man, as long as I can be with you, I am willing to endure any hardship. I want to go to your house with you. He then looked at Grandma Chen. Mom, don't blame me. Don't be angry with Man either. I don't mean to marry into her family. It's just a temporary solution. Once our house is fixed, we'll come back. Grandma Chen swayed, nearly collapsing from anger. Her son, whom she raised with great effort, was now willing to live in the woman's house just for a woman. And she said this wasn't about marrying into her family? What's the difference? Before Grandma Chen could speak, Chen Jigang had already started packing his things. Seeing this, Song Man happily moved closer to help pack. Molie watched the scene, feeling stunned. What's going on? What exactly is happening? She had been worried that Song Man would compete with her for the family's inheritance, so she planned to marry Song Man out. But now, not only had Song Man not married out, she had even brought Chen Jigang home. The person who was supposed to take her inheritance had gone from 1 to 2. Molie wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Song Man's dowry was still unopened, so there was nothing much to pack. Chen Jigang's clothes were few, barely filling a bundle. Seeing everything packed, Song Man urged everyone to leave quickly. Muxin looked at Molie with a smile. What's wrong? Why are you just standing here silent? Not sending off your sister-in-law, and now you've brought a man back?
How do you feel about that?
Molie glared fiercely at Muxin but couldn't say a word. Song Man didn't want to stay here even for a moment. She took the 2 children, Daba and Xiaobao, with her. She also reminded Molie, sister-in-law, we can't stay any longer. Please help carry some things and let's go. Maybe we can still catch lunch when we get back. Song Man didn't ask Su Muxin to help, so she naturally wouldn't rush to do so. The group left Chen's house, leaving everyone in the yard stunned. It wasn't until Aunt Chen came out that everyone realized something was wrong. Sister Chen, what's going on? Didn't you just ask the new daughter-in-law to cook? How did she leave so quickly? Are we still getting married? Can we still wait for lunch? Mrs. Chen didn't really understand what was happening. She quickly ran to the gate and called out, Jigang, are you really leaving? Our family's conditions are not as good as the Song family. But no matter how poor we are, this is still your home. If you really go, you'll become the most looked down upon son-in-law.
Who will respect you then?
Song Man hugged Chen Jigang's arm and said, Husband, don't worry. I won't let the family dislike you or treat you badly without reason. Chen Jigang smiled and nodded, looking loving. I believe you. As long as we are together, I don't care where we are. I just want to stay by your side. If you're happy, I'll be happy too. When Mrs. Chen heard Chen Jigang's words, she felt angry and upset. Her face turned pale. She had thought that Song Man was eager to marry Chen Jigang and had even had a child before the wedding. She believed that even if the family was poor, they could handle it because they had power and status. She wanted to teach Song Man a lesson on her wedding day, to make her understand that marrying into this family meant pleasing her as the mother-in-law to have a good life. Everything was fine at first, but why did everything change at the end? Chen Jigang was her own son. She had 3 sons and 2 daughters, but she loved Chen Jigang the most. She always thought he was the most filial and caring. Now, Chen Jigang was willing to leave her and the family just for Song Man to become a son-in-law who would be looked down upon. What went wrong? The more Mrs. Chen thought about it, the angrier she became. She saw people asking around and vented her anger on them. Eat, eat, eat. What's there to eat? Everyone's gone. So what's left? If he's going to leave with her and become that son-in-law, then don't come back to this house. I still have 2 sons and 2 daughters. I'm not afraid of no one to take care of me. From now on, I'll pretend I never had this son. Mrs. Chen was strong and spoke loudly and confidently. Even after Su Mujin and others left the alley where the Chen family lived, they still heard Mrs. Chen's words. Su Mujin looked at Chen Jigang's back and saw nothing wrong. Chen Jigang seemed not to hear her words and acted as if they weren't about him. He still walked alongside Song Man, both smiling brightly. Half an hour later, they returned to the big courtyard. It wasn't time for lunch yet. In the cool shade of the courtyard, many women and children were sitting and playing around. Everyone was stunned to see Song Man return, especially with Chen Jigang. They were all amazed, so shocked that they forgot to speak. But Song Man didn't care how they looked at her. She was very happy now. Not only could she live with her favorite Chen Jigang, but she could also stay in her own home. She didn't have to listen to her mother-in-law or live in a shabby house. It was just perfect. Feeling very happy, Song Man quickly pulled Chen Jigang into the second house of the Song family. Su Muxin could have gone straight home. But the lively scene was rare, and she didn't want to miss it. She decided to watch and ran back home to call Chen Yuehua to come see too. Chen Yuehua was surprised to see Su Muxin suddenly appear. Muxin, why are you back so early? Did the Chen family not invite you to eat? Or is something else wrong? Did someone cause trouble or bully you? By the end of her words, Chen Yuehua was already ready to roll up her sleeves. No, Mom, no one bullied me. It's Song Man who brought Chen Jigang back. She didn't want to stay in the Chen family, so she convinced Chen Jigang to come back with her. From now on, they will live here. Let's go and see. Chen Yuehua felt relieved at first, but soon realized something was wrong. Living here? Is Chen Jigang going to become a son-in-law? Did they just decide like that? Would your second uncle, second aunt, or grandpa agree? Even if a man wanted to become a son-in-law, he would need the family's approval. Usually, families without sons would find a son-in-law for their daughter. But Song Man also has a brother, Song Liancheng. Song Man deciding to find a son-in-law herself was just playing around. Su Muxin pulled Chen Yuehua's arm. So let's go see quickly. Grandpa is so old. We don't want to make him upset or harm his health. She was speaking kindly, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen Yuehua was amused by Su Muxin's behavior, but still followed her to the next house. As soon as they arrived in the yard, they heard Old Man Song shouting from inside the house. It's simply nonsense. Who would embarrass the bride's family on the wedding day? How could you bring him back like that? Where does that leave your mother-in-law's face? Song Man happily returned home. Just after she explained everything, Old Master Song started scolding her loudly. She felt very upset instantly. Grandpa, I didn't do it on purpose. I really had no choice. My mother-in-law made all 6 of us sleep on the same bed.
How can that be okay?
Old Master Song's eyes widened like big bells. Why not? Your mother-in-law isn't trying to make things difficult for you. Their family just has these conditions. They don't have many houses. Isn't this something you knew before you married in? Why are you making a fuss now? Our family is doing better, but you shouldn't look down on others just because of that. That's not the kind of person a child from our family should be. If this gets out, where will I put my face? Where will the family's reputation go? Now, go back quickly with your things and sincerely apologize to your mother-in-law. In the future, don't always run back to your parents' house. What kind of behavior is this? Hearing this, Song Man felt like the sky was falling. She hurriedly looked at Su Xiaoying, tears falling like beads from a broken string.
Mom,
don't stay silent. Are you just going to watch me suffer? Mom, you haven't seen what Chen's yard looks like. I really can't live there. I am part of you. You said you would treat everyone equally. Why do you treat my brother differently? My brother can still live at home after getting married, so why can't I? Su Xiaoying felt a bit guilty about Song Man. After all, the reason Song Man couldn't have children was because of her. Although Song Man didn't know about this, Su Xiaoying still felt awkward every time she saw her. Su Xiaoying had thought that she should quickly arrange for Song Man to marry Chen Jigang so she could live the life she wanted. She even planned to give more dowry as compensation. That way, Song Man would be happy, and she wouldn't have to see her all the time or feel so guilty. But unexpectedly, after just over an hour, Song Man came back again. Not only did she return, but she also brought Chen Jigang with her, saying they would live together as a married couple from now on.
How could that be okay?
Su Xiaoying only saw Song Man and felt uncomfortable inside. Plus, with Chen Jigang there, she wondered if she could still endure her days. Su Xiaoying didn't express her true feelings and hesitated to speak. She awkwardly said, Man, listen to what your grandpa is saying. First update, your grandpa is right. Jigang isn't our son's son-in-law. Bringing him home like this, what does that mean? It's not good for Jigang's reputation, is it, Jigang? Chen Jigang suddenly knelt down with a thud. Mom, I just want to be with Man. Man did so much for me before, suffered so much. We finally got married, and now it's my turn to do something for her. As long as I can be with Man, I don't feel any hardship. Our family's conditions are poor, and we can't afford to build a separate house for Man. I don't want her to suffer, so I'm willing to come back and be a son-in-law. Grandpa, Mom, please let me and Man be together. If you think I'm just living off the family, I can do all the chores at home, laundry, cooking, whatever needs to be done. Man Song was moved to tears, wiping her face vigorously. Mom, Grandpa, were all your kindness to me fake? Just because I'm married, you won't let me into the house anymore? There are so many empty rooms. Can't we just share one? If not, I can even pay rent. By this point, Chen Jigang had made his plea, and old Grandpa Song couldn't keep a stern face and say no anymore. All right, then you can stay for now. But the matter of you being a son-in-law can be discussed later. Old Grandpa Song relaxed a little. Su Xiaoying, though unwilling, couldn't show her displeasure and forced a faint smile. Man Song was too happy to notice her mother-in-law's strained smile. Jigang, get up quickly. Let's put our things upstairs. You haven't even seen our room yet. I'll show you around. Man Song led Chen Jigang to go upstairs. When they reached the staircase, she paused and turned to Su Xiaoying, saying, Mom, I've been busy all morning. I'm tired and hungry. Please start cooking, make more food. Now that there's another person at home. Without waiting for Su Xiaoying's reply, she pulled Qin Jigang and went upstairs. Su Molie watched coldly and also stood up. Mom, Grandpa, I've been busy all morning too. I'll go upstairs and rest now. Su Mujin, satisfied with the show, took Qin Yuehua's hand and left quietly while no one paid attention. Until she returned home, Qin Yuehua finally found her voice, saying, "Now the neighbors are even more lively." Song Man was injured and couldn't have children in the future. Neither Song Man nor Qin Jigang knew about this. However, the rest of the Song family were well aware of the situation. If they didn't live together or see each other often, no one would mention it. But if they lived together, with daily small chores and conversations, it might slip out unintentionally. Thinking about these things made Qin Yuehua feel overwhelmed. Seeing Qin Yuehua's worried face, Su Muxin gently tugged her arm and said, "Mom, don't worry so much. We've separated, and their family affairs are none of our business." Hearing this, Qin Yuehua immediately pushed these thoughts aside and smiled. "You're right. We won't interfere in their matters. We just need to focus on our own. Muxin, you've been busy all morning. You must be tired. If you want to rest, I'll go cook." Su Muxin wanted to help, but Qin Yuehua directly stopped her. "No need, just rest." Watching Qin Yuehua hurriedly leave, Su Muxin silently smiled and got up to return to her room. After closing the door and looking at the familiar room, a strange feeling suddenly rose in her heart. When Song Qinian left that morning, Su Muxin didn't feel anything special, just like any other day when he went to work. She didn't feel sad. But now, standing in the room where they had lived together for over 3 months, she finally realized that Song Qinian wasn't just going to work, he was leaving for a while. In her previous life, maybe they could still call or message each other occasionally. But now, given Song Qinian's job and limited communication, they probably wouldn't contact each other at all before he returned. Su Muxin slowly sat down at the desk, feeling empty inside. She looked outside for a while, then took out a medical book from her space to read. Since Song Qinian wasn't here, she decided to use this time to study seriously. Summer vacation passed quickly, and in half a month, school would start again. If she wanted to become a doctor in the future, she needed to work even harder. Su Muxin was very focused. Without outside distractions, no phone or computer to play with, she easily immersed herself in her book. Until I heard the sound of a bicycle, Su Muxin finally looked up and saw Song Muxue riding into the yard. Su Muxin then put away her book and stood up to go outside. As she reached the living room, she saw Song Muxue walking in excitedly. "Sister-in-law, I just saw Song Man and Qin Jigang. What's going on with them? Why are they here?" At this moment, Song Mushue's eyes only showed 2 words: gossip. Su Muxin also enjoys gossip, especially sharing it with others. She pulled Song Muxue aside and told her what had happened earlier that morning. Song Muxue was stunned and covered her mouth. "Are they going to live here now? Will Song Man still go to school? The new semester is starting soon. I remember Qin Jigang doesn't seem to have a job either." Just as Su Muxin was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of Song Liancheng walking in quickly. What is he here for? While Su Muxin was thinking, Song Liancheng looked over directly. His gaze was fixed on Su Muxin, shining with an expression that Su Muxin found very unpleasant. Song Muxue also looked at Song Liancheng with curiosity. "Brother Liancheng, why are you here now? Is there something you need? Grandpa asked me to tell you all that you should come for a family dinner tonight." Song Muxue was eager to gossip more and immediately agreed, "Sure. We'll come tonight." Song Liancheng looked at Su Muxin deeply one last time before turning around and leaving. Time quickly passed to evening. Just as it was getting dark, everyone was already sitting around the table. The food on the table was plentiful, but no one moved their chopsticks. Everyone was watching Grandpa Song. Grandpa Song looked over everyone's faces and said, "It's such a shame without Qinian. But Qinian is on an important mission. Muxin, you should understand that." "Second part, Grandpa, don't worry. I understand," Su Muxin said with a smile. Grandpa Song was very pleased with Su Muxin's attitude, and his smile grew even brighter. You are sensible and very smart. Dr. Huang has praised you more than once. I trust you, my child. Then Grandpa Song looked at Song Liancheng. Liancheng, you're not busy right now. The most important thing is to have a baby with your wife soon. Song Liancheng's face subtly twisted for a moment. Grandpa Song's words felt like an open insult in front of everyone. Song Qinian is carrying out an important task, and here he is just focused on having a child. Does this mean he has no other purpose besides having children? Hearing no response from Song Liancheng, old Master Song didn't mind and simply thought Song Liancheng was feeling shy. Liancheng, don't be shy. You're married now, and it's time to have children. Your wife is free anyway, unlike Mugen who is going to college or working at the hospital. Why not have children? Shumugun. She silently applauded old Master Song in her mind. This old man really knows how to hurt feelings. He acts like he's concerned, but says such harsh things. Old Master Song, however, didn't see it that way. After talking about his grandson, he turned to Song Manman and Qin Jigang. Manman, Jigang, you two are married now, so you're no longer kids. You can't play around like before. What are your plans? Song Manman looked at Qin Jigang and smiled. Then she sweetly said to old Master Song, Grandpa, Jigang and I have already discussed it. After school starts, I will continue studying. At least, I want to finish high school first. Hearing this, old Master Song was a bit surprised. But after the surprise, he nodded. That's the right idea. You're still young and working now might not be easy. Finish high school first. What about Jigang? What does he plan to do? Grandpa. Song Manman smiled sweetly at old Master Song. You arranged a job for the eldest sister-in-law, but you can't be biased. You should also arrange a job for Jigang. Qin Jigang quickly agreed, Grandpa, I only finished middle school, but I can work hard. Whatever job you give me, I will do my best. I will work hard, earn money, support Man, and respect my parents and grandpa. Qin Jigang's appearance isn't particularly outstanding, but he's not bad either. Especially his eyes. When he looks seriously at someone, it makes people feel his sincerity and determination. Old Master Song didn't think highly of Qin Jigang, but seeing him now express his intentions and knowing he came to live at the Song family for Song Man, willing to be the son-in-law everyone looked down on, his impression slightly improved. Alright, since you said that, I will arrange a job for you. I hope you really work hard and don't let me down, or all the efforts Man made for you. Qin Jigang's face turned red with excitement, and his eyes shone brighter. Grandpa, don't worry. I will work twice as hard and won't let anyone down. Song Man and Qin Jigang are very happy, but Su Molie looks very upset. What does old Master Song mean? Is he openly showing favoritism? He sent Su Muxin to college, arranged a job for her, and now he's planning a job for Qin Jigang, but he conveniently forgot about her? Su Molie feels angrier the more she thinks about it. She speaks firmly, Grandpa, I also want to work, you want to work? Old Master Song interrupts her directly. Didn't you sell your good job the day after you got married? If you want to work, why did you sell your job? Su Molie is speechless for a moment, but quickly points at Su Muxin. Then, after Su Muxin got married, she also immediately quit her job. Muxin resigned to take good care of Qi Nian at home. Everyone can see how well she takes care of him. Qi Nian's leg healed so quickly, and Muxin played the biggest part. Both the school teachers and Dr. Huang told me many times that Muxin has a talent for medicine and will definitely be a good doctor in the future. Muxin's resignation was a very good decision. Not only did she heal Qi Nian, but she can also become a good doctor and create greater value. But can your situation be the same as Muxin's?
You sold your job.
Since you've already sold your job and received the money, just stay at home happily. Hurry up and have a son for Liancheng. It's more important than anything. Muxin and Qi Nian are destined for great things and big achievements. They probably won't have children in the short term. Our family's fourth generation can only rely on you. I'm still waiting to hold a great-grandchild. You all need to work hard. Old Master Song's words were harsh, even without a single curse, but they were extremely unpleasant to hear. Even if Su Muxin wasn't Su Molie, she could clearly understand how angry Su Molie was. Others aim for great achievements and focus on their careers, with no time for children. Su Molie's only role is to quickly produce the fourth generation of the Song family. That was truly a vicious thing to say. Old Master Song is indeed effective. His words are really harsh. Su Muxin felt a bit pleased inside, and even showed it openly. She decided to add fuel to the fire, smiling as she looked at Su Molie. "Didn't you tell me earlier that you might already have a child in your belly?" They said confidently that it must be a boy. At this moment, you should focus on resting at home to nurture the baby. Why are you still thinking about going to work? Su Molie was about to explain when Su Xiuyun eagerly interrupted. "Molie, are you really pregnant? Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Old Master Song sat up straight and asked, "Is that true? Did you go to the hospital for a checkup?" Even Song Liancheng looked at Su Molie with bright eyes. "Is it really true?" Feeling their attention and concern, Su Molie suddenly felt less angry. As long as she could give birth to Song family's first great-grandchild, Old Master Song would definitely value her highly. Then, she could let the baby cling to Old Master Song's leg and act cute. Whatever she wanted, she wouldn't have to worry about getting it. Thinking this way, Su Molie's smile became even brighter. "I haven't gone to the hospital yet, but I feel like I might be pregnant. I haven't had my period for 2 months.
Oh.
Su Xiuyun patted her thigh forcefully. "That means you are. Hurry up and go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. By the way, since you're pregnant, you need to be careful. There are some dishes on the table that you shouldn't eat." Seeing Su Xiuyun busying herself for Su Molie's baby, Song Manman's eyes darkened. She instinctively placed her hand on her own belly. If she hadn't had an accident, if her baby was still alive, that child would be Song family's first great-grandchild. Song Manman lowered her eyes, her gaze growing dimmer. Why could her child not be saved, but Su Molie could get pregnant? Maybe it was Su Molie's baby that caused her own baby's death. The more Song Manman thought about it, the more she believed it was true. Her eyes towards Su Molie also changed. Su Mujin was sitting opposite Song Manman, and she happened to see the change in Song Manman's expression. But Su Mujin just looked and didn't plan to do anything or warn Su Molie. Let them, the aunt and niece, settle their own issues. As an outsider, she wouldn't interfere. After learning that Su Molie might be pregnant, Old Master Song's mood improved even more. He quickly called everyone to eat. Suddenly, the table was filled with lively chatter and laughter. After more than half an hour, the meal finally ended. Chen Yuehua helped Su Xiuyun clear the table, not letting Su Mujin join in. Su Mujin didn't want to stay here any longer and decided to leave with Song Muxue first. Just as they stepped out of the yard, Song Liancheng hurried over.
Mo.
"Sister-in-law, I have something I want to ask you." The word sister-in-law sounded particularly difficult for Song Liancheng to say. Su Mujin looked at him coldly. "What is it?" Song Liancheng didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Song Muxue. "Muxue, you go back first." Song Muxue frowned, but didn't leave. Instead, she hugged Su Mujin's arm. "Brother Liancheng, just tell me what you want. There's nothing secret between me and sister-in-law. I can't hear anything." "Sister-in-law, right?" Hearing Muxue's words, both Song Liancheng and Su Mujin were surprised. Song Liancheng's face looked a little unpleasant. "Muxue, what we need to talk about is serious. Don't cause trouble." "How am I causing trouble?" Muxue still didn't back down. "Is it about work in the army or at the hospital?" "If it's about the hospital, it's not a secret. Sister-in-law wouldn't hide it from me. I have nothing I can't hear. If it's about the army, then sister-in-law, and I shouldn't hear it either. Brother Liancheng, just say what you need to." Muxue's lively words surprised not only Song Liancheng, but also Su Mujin. When did Muxue become so brave? When did her ability to stand up for herself become so strong? Feeling a bit surprised, Su Mujin also felt warm inside. This young girl, though young, was doing her best to protect her. Su Mujin gently held Muxue's arm and looked at Song Liancheng with a neutral expression. Liancheng, just tell me what it is. Song Liancheng hesitated repeatedly, finally squeezing out a sentence. Tomorrow, I'll be busy and can't go with Molie to the hospital for her checkup. Please look after her a bit more. Is there anything else?
Xiuyun asked. No.
Although Song Liancheng said there was nothing else, his face looked very grim, full of anger. Muxue ignored his expression and smiled. Brother Liancheng, it's just a small matter. Why are you saying I can't hear it? Su Mujin pulled Muxue back to stop her from speaking further. Song Liancheng was very petty. Just now, Muxue refused to leave, which already made him unhappy. Now, with her saying these things, he was probably even angrier inside. It wouldn't be good if Song Liancheng held a grudge against Muxue because of this. Since we are relatives, it's just a small matter. I will help, Su Mujin said indifferently, then pulled Song Muxue and went home. As soon as they left, Su Molie supported her belly and came out of the yard, smiling happily. Liancheng, you are so kind to me. At this moment, Su Molie truly felt very happy. She had just seen Song Liancheng follow Su Mujin out of the yard and thought they might be having an affair. But when she heard Song Liancheng's words, her heart relaxed. It turned out Song Liancheng was doing all this for her. Song Liancheng wanted Song Muxue to leave, probably because he didn't want to lose face in front of his cousin. After all, he had a past relationship with Su Mujin, so he felt a bit embarrassed to ask her for help. But even so, Song Liancheng still came for her and her unborn child. In his heart, she and the baby were the most important. The more Su Molie thought about it, the happier she felt, and her smile grew brighter. She knew that she and Song Liancheng were the best match. They should always be together. Liancheng, let's go back, Su Molie said, stepping forward and holding onto Song Liancheng's arm. I heard that when a baby is still in the mother's belly, singing and telling stories to the baby helps with prenatal education. This way, the baby will be smarter and more successful when born. Liancheng, will you tell stories to the baby every day? Listening to Su Molie's gentle voice, softer than usual, Song Liancheng's heart also softened. Okay. He didn't have strong feelings for Su Molie, but since this was his first child, he was still very hopeful. Song Liancheng helped Su Molie upstairs, and they returned to their room. They spoke softly along the way, their expressions gentle. Su Molie supported her belly with one hand and gently stroked it with the other. All of this was seen by Song Manman. A slight smirk appeared on Song Manman's face, showing a mocking smile. That night, Su Mujin locked the door of her room, turned off the lights, and entered her space. The medicinal herbs she had planted earlier had matured and were ready for harvest. Some were perennial, and she only picked a few, leaving the rest to grow freely. Once these herbs matured, they would produce seeds. Su Mujin collected the seeds and sowed them again. As for the harvested medicinal herbs, they are processed according to traditional Chinese medicine methods. Processing herbs is a complicated task with many steps, and it can't be done quickly. Although it is tedious for Su Mujin, it helps her understand the herbs better during busy times, and she gains a lot from it. She worked until late at night before finally leaving the space, washed up, and went to bed. Su Mujin was worried she might have trouble sleeping, but after working hard, she fell into a deep sleep as soon as she lay down, and there was no insomnia. When she opened her eyes again, it was already the next morning. The first night without Song Qi-Nian passed quietly and normally. First update in the morning. While Su Mujin was halfway through her work, Su Xiaoying and Su Molie arrived, followed by Song Manman. Mujin, you know the hospital well. Come with us to check on Molie. Su Mujin agreed immediately, told Dr. Huang, and then took the three of them to the gynecology department. At this time, there weren't many advanced machines or procedures, so the checkup was simple. After half an hour, they got the results. Su Molie was indeed pregnant, and she was 2 months along. Others might not know, but Su Molie had figured out the timing herself, that she got pregnant during her first time with Song Liancheng. Thinking of this, Su Molie smiled even more happily. She got pregnant on their first try, which showed they were truly a perfect match, right? Lost in her excitement, Su Molie didn't notice how dark Song Manman's gaze had become. Su Xiaoying also didn't notice Song Manman's changing mood. At this moment, Su Xiaoying's heart and eyes were only on Su Molie. What was in Su Molie's belly was her own precious grandson. Molie, don't think about going to school or work in the future. Staying at home to carry the baby is the most important. If you want to eat or drink anything, just tell Mom and I'll prepare it for you. Hearing this, Su Molie felt even happier. Hadn't Su Xiaoying looked down on her before? Wasn't she even hit her on her wedding day? Now that she knew she was pregnant, she was still trying to please her in every way. Once she gives birth to this child, old Master Song's heart will also turn toward her. By that time, everything belonging to old Master Song would be given to his children, and Su Muxin and Song Qinian would get nothing. Su Molie proudly glanced at Su Muxin before being helped away by Su Xiaoying. Song Manman followed behind them silently, like an invisible person, very different from her usual self. But Su Molie and Su Xiaoying were so absorbed in their thoughts that they didn't notice this. Su Muxin watched the three of them walk away gradually, then stopped thinking about it and simply let them go. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Song Muxue had worked at the military factory for a full month. The factory had already found someone to replace her. After today, she wouldn't need to go to work there anymore. Today was also the day Song Muxue received her first paycheck. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it was still a reason to celebrate. Coincidentally, Su Muxin finished work early, so she rode her bike to the factory to pick up Song Muxue. After a while, she finally saw someone coming out of the factory. Su Muxin looked for Song Muxue among the crowd and took some time before finally spotting her. Song Muxue was pushing her bicycle ahead, with Zhang Xiuyun walking closely behind, talking and moving his mouth as if he was saying something. After leaving the factory, Song Muxue wanted to ride her bike away, but Zhang Xiuyun directly grabbed her bike. Unprepared, Song Muxue nearly fell. Seeing this, Su Muxin quickly ran over Muxue. What's going on? Song Muxue looked over with a face full of surprise. Sister-in-law. Why are you here? I'm here to pick you up. Su Muxin replied with a smile, her gaze unintentionally falling on Zhang Xiuyun. Comrade, is there something you need? I see you've been following Muxue all the way and even holding on to her bike, not letting her leave. Did she offend you? Or does she owe you money? You don't need to worry, just speak honestly and openly. Zhang Xiuyun kept waving his hands, looking a bit shy. No, it's not like that.
Not like that? Su Muin's smile faded.
If it's not like that, then why are you stopping Muxue from leaving? Are you harassing her? In this era, harassing someone was a serious crime. Zhang Xiuyun certainly didn't want to admit he was harassing her and hurriedly explained, No, I just knew that Comrade Song Muxue wouldn't be coming to work anymore, and I wanted to invite her to dinner. This doesn't seem like a polite invitation to dinner, but more like forceful bargaining. Muxue is unwilling. Can't you see that? Su Muxin's expression grew colder. Zhang Xiuyun looked more embarrassed, but after taking a deep breath, he suddenly seemed to gather courage and firmly said, I truly like Comrade Song Muxue and want to be with her. If she is willing, I will treat her well in the future. I will give her all my salary, cook for her, do housework, and take care of the children. Although fewer people were around, Zhang Xiuyun's words attracted some attention, and they turned to look. Song Muxue's face first flushed with anger, then turned pale, and she stared at Zhang Xiuyun with wide eyes. I don't want to be with you. Muxue, don't rush to refuse. Let me finish. My family isn't as well off as yours, but I really like you and want to treat you well. If you agree to marry me, I will be good to you for the rest of my life. I will cherish you. Stop talking. Song Muxue interrupted him. I said I don't want to. After being rejected again, Zhang Xiuyun's face looked a bit unhappy. You don't want to? Why did you ask me to take you home before? Why did you accept my care before? You've taken all the benefits, and now you say you don't want it? That rainy day, I told you not to take me home. You rode your bike and refused to get off. Usually, I refused your help, but you just didn't listen and insisted on doing everything. You said you helped me, so I will give you the salary I earned from your help." As Song Muxue spoke, she took out her freshly received paycheck and handed it all to Zhang Xiuyun. "Here, all of it. Is that enough now?" Zhang Xiuyun looked at the money in front of him, but instead of reaching out to take it, his expression grew even more unpleasant. "What do you mean by this? I know your family has power, wealth, and status, but you don't have to use money to humiliate me. I truly care about you and want to be with you for life without expecting anything in return. Do you really think I'm after your money?" "Song Muxue, you're going too far." Young and inexperienced, Song Muxue had never gone through something like this before. Hearing Zhang Xiuyun's words, she was momentarily at a loss for how to respond.
"수무빈 쓰라 차례할."
"Comrade, you say you don't want anything in return, but why do you insist you truly want to spend your life with Muxue? You don't want money because you want a person. Once you have a person, it won't just be about money anymore. Clearly, you're just greedy and trying to repay kindness with kindness. Why do you look so wronged?" Second update: my sister is young and still a student. She hasn't seen someone like you before, so I can't argue with you. But I'm not young anymore, and I've seen many people like you. Do you really think you're so wronged? The little help you've given, do you really think you can say it's because you care about my sister?
How old is she? How old are you?
You could be her father, yet you keep saying you want to marry her and spend your life with her. Don't you feel a bit ashamed? Do you really think you're a deeply loving man? You're just trying to trick a young girl, harass her, and behave like a troublemaker. Come on, go back with me to see your leaders. I want to ask, did my sister eat your food or drink your drink? Why do you think she has to marry you to repay you? If the leaders can't handle this, we'll go to the police. I don't believe this can't be sorted out. This is a simple matter, and everyone can see what's going on." As she spoke, Su Mujin reached out to grab Zhang Xiuyun's arm. Zhang Xiuyun was startled and instinctively took a step back, looking at Su Mujin in shock. He really didn't expect that Su Mujin, who looks gentle and kind, would speak so fiercely. Her words were so sharp. If she really took him to see the leaders or the police, not only would his reputation be ruined, but he might also lose his job.
"No.
I won't go." Zhang Xiuyun turned to leave. Su Mujin didn't chase after him, only watching coldly. "You think running away will solve anything? Can you escape the temple if you run from the monk? What you just said and did, everyone saw clearly and can testify to." Halfway through running, Zhang Xiuyun heard this and became even more nervous. He had no choice but to come back. "What do you want?" Zhang Xiuyun asked through clenched teeth. Su Mujin looked at him coldly. "You shouldn't ask what I want. You should ask yourself, what are you really prepared to do?" Zhang Xiuyun wasn't stupid and quickly understood what Su Mujin meant. "I was just talking nonsense earlier. Comrade Song never accepted my friendliness. I was the one always pushing forward. He clearly rejected me, yet I kept bothering him.
It was my fault."
"I hope Comrade Song can forgive me." "Then what happened afterward?"
Su Mujin asked coldly.
"Afterward?" Zhang Xiuyun looked confused. What else could there be? But when he saw Su Mujin's cold, emotionless eyes, he immediately understood her meaning. He hurriedly said, "There is no afterward now. I don't know Comrade Song well, and we probably won't meet again. I definitely won't disturb his life anymore." Having received the answer he wanted, Su Mujin's expression softened a little. "I hope you remember what you said today. But if you forget, that's okay. If you do forget, I will remind you."
No.
Zhang Xiuyun quickly waved his hands. "I definitely won't forget. I will remember clearly. Can I leave now?"
Su Mujin raised her chin.
"Of course you can. We're not close, so if you want to leave, just go. I won't stop you." Hearing this, Zhang Xiuyun turned around and ran away. He ran so fast it was like a dog was chasing him. Su Mujin just looked away and saw Song Muxue staring at her with admiration. "Sister-in-law," Song Muxue exclaimed. "You're so amazing.
You scared him off like that."
"When can I be as impressive as you?"
Su Mujin patted Song Muxue's head.
You're still young. When you grow up, you'll be even better than me. Anyway, we've wasted enough time here. Let's go back quickly, or Mom and Dad will worry. Song Muxue nodded heavily. She and Su Mujin each rode their own bikes. They rode quickly, and by the time they got home, it wasn't much later than usual. Chen Yuehua saw them arrive together and thought they were just chatting on the way, so she didn't mind. She simply greeted them to wash their hands and eat, not paying much attention. But after dinner, Su Mujin told the whole story again. It wasn't a small matter. As Song Muxue's parents, Chen Yuehua and Song Huayan thought it was necessary to know. Song Huayan's face immediately became serious. Next to him, Chen Yuehua almost cursed it out loud. But seeing Song Muxue and Su Mujin, she swallowed the harsh words. Mujin, you're lucky you went. You saved Muxue again. Chen Yuehua said, her eyes welling up with tears. Hibiscus is truly their family's lucky star. Without Hibiscus, this family would have fallen apart long ago. Su Muxin felt a bit embarrassed under Chen Yuehua's watchful gaze. Mom, it's not as serious as you say. With Zhang Xiuyun's attitude, besides bothering her, he probably wouldn't dare do anything else. Using the word rescue is a bit too heavy. How is it not serious? Chen Yuehua said seriously. It's very serious. After Muxue, you must be respectful to your sister-in-law, or I won't agree. Respect? Su Muxin was still shocked, but Song Muxue nodded quickly. Sister-in-law, Mom is right. You saved me again. I will definitely take good care of you in the future. Muxin.
Wow.
No wonder they are mother and daughter. One is respectful, the other is filial. Will Muxue take care of her until the end? Fortunately, Song Huainan was still rational. All right, you two stop talking nonsense and leave. You're scaring Muxin. But on second thought, Muxin, today's events really owed a lot to you. Dad, thanks you. Hearing Song Huainan sincerely thank her, Su Muxin instinctively straightened up, unsure how to respond. If only Song Qinian were here. She could hide behind him. This thought suddenly made Su Muxin stunned. Why was she thinking of Song Qinian again? It seemed that the longer he was gone, the more she missed him. Seeing Su Muxin suddenly change her expression, Muxue quickly stepped forward and hugged her arm. Sister-in-law, I don't need to go to work tomorrow. I'll pick you up after work, okay? Su Muxin snapped back to reality and looked at Muxue with a smile. Don't run around. School starts in just over 10 days. Use this time at home to study properly. I will definitely study hard.
Muxue promised eagerly.
She would go to university and develop better tools, so her sister-in-law wouldn't be disappointed. The days flew by, and school started. As soon as Su Muxin entered her classroom, she saw Zhang Xiuyun peeking around curiously. Muxin, come quickly. Zhang Xiuyun's eyes sparkled with gossip, eager to share her news. Su Muxin smiled and walked over. As soon as she sat down, Zhang Xiuyun whispered in her ear, Muxin, Zhou Chunling is pregnant. She's pregnant? Su Muxin sighed. Just after a summer vacation, Zhou Chunling became pregnant, which was quite a relief. Zhang Xiuyun looked very excited. Yes, she's pregnant, about 2 months now. Looking at it this way, Xie Zhenhua really is a lucky man. He's young, can go to college, has a wife by his side, earns money to support her, and will have children. Su Muxin found it hard to respond and looked at Zhang Xiuyun. Do you want to hear what you're actually saying? What's wrong? Zhang Xiuyun asked with some confusion. Did I say anything wrong just now? If you look at it from Xie Zhenhua's point of view, there's no problem. But if you see it from Zhou Chunling's perspective? Zhang Xiuyun still looked puzzled. Seeing it from Zhou Chunling's side. What's the problem? Zhou Chunling is in the collective farm. If she hadn't married Xie Zhenhua, she probably would have just moved from one farm to another. The men there might be just as uneducated, working day after day with their backs to the earth. But now, look at her. Her man is young, handsome, and from the city. He's in college now, and after graduation, he'll get a good job. She's earning money to support him now, but in a few years, once Xie Zhenhua graduates, he'll support her. Their children can have urban household registration, eat government-supplied food, and get a good education. Isn't that better than marrying into a farm? Hearing Zhang Xiuyun's words, Su Muxin was a bit stunned. But after thinking carefully, she suddenly understood. What Zhang Xiuyun said was not wrong. She had previously felt sorry for Zhou Chunling, thinking she was the one losing out. But what if Zhou Chunling knew everything? Su Weidong knew about Han Yuan and Xie Zhenhua's relationship, so it made no sense not to tell Zhou Chunling. Zhou Chunling knew, but she didn't care or mind. Anyway, Xie Zhenhua was already her man. Once she understood this, Su Muxin smiled with relief. She had been blinded before. Xiuyun, thank you. Zhang Xiuyun was expecting Su Muxin to argue with her, but she only received a thank you after waiting so long. Thank you? For what? Thank you for telling me so much, helping me understand what's really going on. Su Muxin's smile became even brighter. Zhang Xiuyun couldn't quite understand, but she didn't dwell on it. Just then, Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuan entered one after the other. They found a relatively quiet spot and sat down one behind the other, just like before. After 2 months apart, Su Muji noticed that Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuan both looked a bit thinner. Especially Han Yuan, her cheeks were sunken, her face looked pale and yellow, and she seemed tired. But even when someone looks tired, if they're pretty, they still look good. Right now, Han Yuan even seemed to have a gentle, delicate beauty. Zhang Xiuyun looked at Han Yuan with envy. She really looks good, even so tired, she still looks beautiful. If my cheeks were sunken and my face yellow, I can't even imagine how I would look. Probably scary. Su Mujin chuckled and said, then eat more and eat well. Zhang Xiuyun has a generous, kind face, with fair, smooth skin and chubby cheeks. She looks very lucky. In modern terms, she has a peaceful and prosperous appearance. Not only does she look noble, but she also has a good personality. Making friends with someone like her would make anyone happy. Using her school bag as cover, Su Mujin took out a bag of snacks and handed it to Zhang Xiuyun. Xiuyun, here you go. What is this? Zhang Xiuyun instinctively took it. Snacks. All sweet, you like them, Su Mujin explained. In this era, people lacked clothing and food, especially snacks, which were very rare. Many liked to eat sweets. Su Mujin didn't take fancy snacks but wrapped green bean cakes, red bean cakes, wife cakes, chestnut cakes, and honey pastries in oil paper. You could buy these snacks at department stores, but they required tickets and were quite expensive. This big bag probably cost several yuan. Feeling the heavy weight in her hand, Zhang Xiuyun was happy, but also a little shy. This is too precious. I can't accept it. You should take it back. Seeing her reluctance, Su Mujin held back a smile. Don't be polite with me. I specially brought this for you. If you don't take it, I'll be really sad. She even pressed her hand to her chest and looked sad. Zhang Xiuyun was amused by Su Mujin's playful attitude. All right. Since you went out of your way to bring it, I'll accept it reluctantly.
But don't do it again next time. Deal.
No more next time. As soon as she said that, both of them laughed. Their quiet laughter attracted the attention of classmates nearby. Seeing the classmates watching, they quickly covered their mouths. But when they looked at each other, their eyes were still smiling, full of hidden joy. Until the teacher came in, the two of them sat properly and listened carefully. During this summer vacation, Su Mujin learned a lot from Dr. Wang. When she listened to the textbook content again, she understood it faster than before. Anyway, Song Qinyan wasn't at home, so before school started, Su Mujin told Xinyuehua that she would take all the courses this semester. She would have more class time, so to save time, she wouldn't go home for lunch. Xinyuehua felt very worried, afraid that she wouldn't eat well at school or that she would be reluctant to eat. She even gave her a bunch of money and tickets. Unlike Xinyuehua's concern, Zhang Xiuyun was very excited when she found out that Su Mujin would be eating at school during lunch. As soon as the last class of the morning ended, she pulled Su Mujin and hurried to the cafeteria. Mujin, we need to be quick. If we want to eat delicious food, we should go early or all the good dishes will be gone. Su Mujin followed Zhang Xiuyun rushing to the cafeteria, feeling unexpectedly happy. In all her past lives and this one, she hadn't felt this way for a long, long time. Many years ago, she also ran through the campus with friends just to reach her favorite window and buy her favorite meal. This feeling is really wonderful. In the past, she often saw online that people can't have both youth and the feelings of youth at the same time. Now that she has a chance to live again, she seems to have both. This opportunity is rare, and she will cherish it well. Although they were already running fast enough, there were still others faster than them. When they reached the line, there were already about 10 people ahead. Zhang Xiuyun, while queuing, tiptoed to look forward. Suddenly, she became excited again. Mujin, look. Isn't that Zhou Chunling at the food station? Didn't she say she was pregnant? Why is she still working? First update it should be, because her pregnancy isn't very advanced yet, so she wants to earn a few more months of salary, Su Mujin guessed. It seems the school cafeteria has pretty good benefits. The job isn't very tiring, and they provide meals and accommodation. It's normal that Zhou Chunling doesn't want to give up. Soon it was their turn. Zhang Xiuyun handed over the money and tickets, smiling, and said, I want a serving of braised pork, 2 liang of rice, and a spicy stir-fried cabbage. The school's meals are single servings. Compared to government-run restaurants, the portions are a bit smaller, but the prices are also cheaper. It's just right for one person, so there's no waste. A piece of braised pork costs 4 mao, and a serving of spicy stir-fried cabbage costs 2 mao. Rice is priced by weight. 1 tael costs 30 cents, 2 taels 50 cents. Zhang Xiuyun spent a total of 1 yuan and 10 cents on this meal. For many students, spending so much money on a single lunch is really wasteful. But Zhang Xiuyun doesn't think so. She stands to the side holding a full lunchbox, smiling happily while waiting for Su Mujin. Su Mujin also hands over the money and the ticket, then places her lunchbox on the windowsill. I want 2 taels of rice, a serving of stir-fried eggplant, and a serving of braised pork ribs. Although the dishes are different, they cost the same. And the braised pork ribs seem to have more than the braised pork belly. This is because, in this era, people lack oil and fat, so they prefer dishes like braised pork belly that are richer in oil. Naturally, those dishes cost more. For ribs, since half of it is bone, the amount is larger for the same price, but they are still less popular. When Zhang Xiuyun sells braised pork belly, many people start watching her. Buying braised pork ribs, Su Mujin immediately attracts even more attention. When people see the two of them sitting at a table together, many look thoughtful. Their gazes are obvious. Even if Su Mujin tries to pretend she doesn't notice, she can't help but see. But she doesn't care how others look at her. Her money is hers, and she can spend it however she wants. She can eat whatever she likes, and there's no need to feel wrong for others. As soon as Zhang Xiuyun sits down, she gives half of her braised pork belly to Su Mujin. Seeing this, Su Mujin also shares half of her ribs with her. Zhang Xiuyun smiles even more happily. This is so great. Spending the same money, but eating 2 different dishes. Mujin, I really love eating with you. I used to eat with others before, but they always said I spent too much, ate too well, and shouldn't eat so extravagantly. When I shared my braised pork belly with them, they said I looked down on them and that I was deliberately humiliating them by sharing. Since then, I've eaten alone. But now, I'm happy because I have you. Zhang Xiuyun didn't name who those people were, nor did she feel sad about it. She simply enjoyed the feeling of eating with Su Mujin. Seeing Zhang Xiuyun's face full of happiness, Su Mujin also smiles. Anyway, I'll be eating at school from now on, so we'll eat together every day. I don't even know what's good at the school cafeteria, and I'll need you to take me there. Leave it to me. Our school has 2 canteens, and there are quite a few tasty dishes. I'll bring you one every day. Let's all try them. While talking, Su Mujin saw Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuan. They also had lunchboxes, but they weren't in the same line as Zhou Chunling. Soon, Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuan finished their meals and sat down nearby. Su Mujin glanced at them. Both had mixed grain rice, and their dishes were the cheapest eggplant stew with potatoes and some stir-fried greens. While they were eating, Zhou Chunling suddenly came over holding a lunchbox. "Zhenhua Ji, I bought you some braised pork. I paid with money and tickets, so don't worry and enjoy it. You work hard studying, so you need to eat well to regain strength. Otherwise, I and the baby inside me will worry about you." After saying this, Zhou Chunling seemed to notice Han Yuan Yuan. "Yuan Yuan, long time no see. Why have you lost so much weight? I feel sad just looking at you. You should eat some braised pork to help you get better. If Wei Dong sees you so thin, he'll definitely be worried." Su Muji noticed that when Zhou Chunling mentioned Su Wei Dong, Han Yuan Yuan's body trembled slightly, and her eyes showed a hint of fear. Could it be that Han Yuan Yuan's sudden weight loss is related to Su Wei Dong? Although Su Mujin was a bit curious, she just thought about it quietly and didn't want to dig deeper. Whether Han Yuan Yuan's weight loss was related to Su Wei Dong or not, it didn't concern her anyway. She could occasionally listen to gossip, but since their relationship was so complicated and she didn't know much, she definitely shouldn't get involved in their matters. Just as Su Mujin looked away, she saw Zhang Xiuyun also looking over there, forgetting to eat her meal. Seeing Zhang Xiuyun like that, Su Mujin couldn't help but want to laugh. Sure enough, no matter when, gossip is always more interesting than food. The food can wait, but gossip must be heard fresh. Xie Zhenhua looked at the greasy braised pork in the box, his eyebrows furrowing so deeply they almost looked like they could catch a mosquito. "I don't like it. You can keep it for yourself." Zhou Chunling didn't seem to mind Xie Zhenhua's attitude at all. Instead, she looked touched. "Zhenhua Ji, I know you're worried about me and the baby, but don't worry. I will take good care of myself and the baby. The leaders treat us well, and we don't lack good food. You and Yuan Yuan can have this braised pork. Look at Yuan Yuan, she's so thin.
It makes me sad to see her like that."
Just moments ago, Xie Zhenhua looked annoyed and outright refused, but after hearing Zhou Chunling's words, he pursed his lips and fell silent. Zhou Chunling's gaze shifted between Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuan Yuan. Her eyes cooled for a brief moment, but she quickly returned to normal. "Zhenhua, Yuan Yuan, you two should eat quickly. I have to go to work now, so I'll leave first." Zhou Chunling turned to leave before she was far away. Xie Zhenhua pushed a lunchbox filled with braised pork toward Han Yuan Yuan. "Eat some. You look too thin now." Su Mujin was speechless. Suddenly, she couldn't bring herself to eat the food. She looked away and quickly finished her meal. "Qiu Hua, your food has gone cold. Eat quickly. After we finish, we'll go to the library." She didn't go back at noon not to see these frustrating people, but because she wanted to read books peacefully after lunch. Zhang Xiuyun slowly turned her head, her expression very complicated. Until they both finished washing the lunchboxes and were on their way to the library, Zhang Xiuyun finally said softly, "Mujin, I feel like there's something strange about Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuan Yuan." "Second update, maybe you're right," Su Mujin said. "But no matter how strange they are, it doesn't concern us. Let's hurry and go read." Su Mujin pulled Zhang Xiuyun into the library. They quickly found the books they wanted and sat by the window. While Su Mujin was focused on reading and taking notes, Zhang Xiuyun shook her head, trying to clear her messy thoughts. She got up and found a book to read seriously. When it was almost time for class, they both stood up. They hadn't finished their books, so they simply borrowed them and left the library with the books. The library wasn't hidden but was very peaceful. Near the library, there was a shady corridor. It was early autumn, and the leaves hadn't fallen yet. From where they stood, many places were blocked by lush branches. Walking through it, the autumn breeze was refreshing, making them feel relaxed. They felt good even when they reached the classroom. But when they saw Han Yuan Yuan and Xie Zhenhua secretly holding hands, Su Mujin's mood turned sour. These two had already made their choices. Couldn't they just enjoy their current life? Without saying much, after putting in so much effort to get the chance to attend university, can't you study properly? Su Muxin closed her eyes and decisively looked away. If she still felt some sympathy for them before, now she felt none at all. They chose their own paths. No matter how difficult, They deserve it. During school days, she only needed to focus on studying. Every day passed quickly and was very fulfilling. Only at night, sitting alone in her room, did Su Muxin think of Song Qinian. Unconsciously, Song Qinian had been gone for 2 months. She didn't know how things were going. If everything went smoothly, in a month, Song Qinian would be back. If only. Su Muxin stopped thinking and focused on reading her book. Reading was better. That way, she wouldn't overthink. She kept reading late into the night until she was very sleepy, then hurried to bed. The next morning, she had noticeable panda eyes. As she left her room, she saw Song Muxue directly in front of her. Both of them froze. At this moment, they looked like mirror images of each other. Xiuyun came out of the kitchen with food, saw their dark circles, and both laughed and felt a little worried. Look at you two, no matter how hard you try, you shouldn't stay up all night. What if your eyes get damaged? Su Muxin quickly smiled at Xiuyun. Mom, they won't get damaged. She often drank spiritual spring water and secretly added a drop to some strongly flavored dishes for them. Their health was now very good, and they couldn't possibly become nearsighted. Xiuyun glared at Su Muxin. Is that the point? The point is you need to balance work and rest. Su Muxin and Song Muxue looked at each other and nodded vigorously, both saying, Mom, we understand. Song Huan watched with a smile. But they won't change. Hearing this, Xiuyun was so angry she almost laughed. Early in the morning, the atmosphere here was very lively. This made Su Xiaoying, who had just entered the yard, feel very uncomfortable and wanted to turn around and leave. But in the end, she stood still, took a deep breath, and walked into the living room, shouting loudly, Sister-in-law. Xiuyun heard Su Xiaoying's voice, looked puzzled but still went outside. You're home, sister-in-law. What's the matter? Su Xiaoying smiled happily. It's nothing big, just want to borrow a few eggs. The eggs at home are running out. I'll buy some this morning and return them to you later. It's just a few eggs. Why are you still arguing about returning them? Wait a moment, I'll go get them for you. Xiuyun quickly went into the kitchen, took a large bowl with 6 eggs, and handed it to Su Xiaoying. Su Xiaoying thanked her again, and then left with the bowl. Song Muxue looked at her curiously until she couldn't see Su Xiaoying anymore, then asked, Mom, even second Anne is so proud, she still came to borrow eggs from you? Since Song Muxue could remember, Su Xiaoying was a very proud person who always wanted to compare herself with Xiuyun and never liked to lose. Borrowing eggs had never happened in the past 10 years, or Song Muxue wouldn't be so surprised. Xiuyun sighed. She didn't want to borrow, but probably had no choice. You all are busy with school or reading, so you don't know. These past 2 months, the neighbors have been causing a lot of trouble. After Liancheng's wife got pregnant, she became very picky. One moment she wants this, the next she wants that. Every morning, she must eat 2 eggs. She's pregnant, so it's understandable, and no one says anything. But Man isn't happy about it. She says they can't favor one and neglect the other. She says she and Qinjigang are still young and growing, so they also need good food. Every morning, each person should eat 2 eggs. Your grandfather is old and also needs 2 eggs in the morning. Your second uncle and Liancheng need them too. So in the morning, they all need to eat 12 eggs. Originally, Xiuyun looked a bit emotional, but by the end, she was laughing at herself. Song Muxue wanted to laugh and was also shocked. What kind of family is this? 12 eggs in the morning. Over a month, that would be 360 eggs? Even if I add up my grandfather, second uncle, and Liancheng's eggs, it wouldn't be enough. That's right, it's not enough, Xiuyun said. So, they trade with others in the neighborhood. Our family's eggs are not enough, so some are exchanged. She also heard that Su Xiaoying bought eggs on the black market, but Xiuyun didn't mention this. Song Muxue was stunned and felt like she learned something new. If everyone needs the same amount of eggs, doesn't that mean other things should be the same too? Su Muxin asked with a smile. Other things? Song Muxue asked confusedly. What other things? Many other things, Xiuyun said. A bowl of rice and a piece of meat, they all need to be the same amount. Liancheng's wife is now almost 4 months pregnant. She says her belly is big now, and her old clothes don't fit anymore, so she needs to buy new clothes. She wants to buy them, and Man will definitely want to buy new clothes too. I guess your second aunt will come to borrow fabric tickets. When Muxin heard this, she smiled with her eyes crinkling and felt a brief moment of sympathy for Su Xiaoying. Su Molie and Song Man were no longer just daughter-in-law and daughter. They seemed more like two ancestors of Su Xiaoying. While they talked, they didn't delay their meal. After finishing breakfast, those who needed to work went to work, those who needed to go to school went to school, and they all left the house together. As Muxin was riding her bike out, she ran into Su Molie. Su Molie was standing tall, and her belly, less than 4 months pregnant, was very obvious. Muxin, Su Tianqi is getting married. Are you going or not?
No.
Muxin refused immediately and decisively, with no hesitation. Su Molie looked a bit stunned. You're not going? That's your younger brother getting married, and you're not going? Muxin raised an eyebrow. Who said I have to go just because my younger brother is getting married?
There's no rule about that.
But aren't you afraid others will talk about you if you don't go?
What would they say about me?
Muxin found it amusing. A daughter who married out, and many sisters don't go back for their brother's wedding. I'm not the first, and I won't be the last. Who can say anything about me? Even if someone does, let them talk. It has nothing to do with me. She wasn't interested in pretending with the Su family anymore. Since the day she crossed over, she had already set boundaries with her family. Going back now would just be shooting herself in the foot. Su Molie stared at Muxin for a long time. Then how much are you planning to give as a gift? Gift? Muxin thought carefully. Just a pair of pillowcases. If she weren't worried about affecting herself or Song Qinian, she wouldn't even want to give pillowcases. Su Molie straightened up and looked at Muxin carefully, full of suspicion. Muxin, are you deliberately telling me this to make me relax my guard, then secretly give a big gift to outdo me and embarrass me? Muxin looked at Su Molie speechlessly. How did she not realize before that Su Molie was so good at overthinking? With such a mind, why didn't she go write novels? I said I won't go, and I definitely won't give any big gift. I have to go to school, so I'll leave first. Muxin rode her bike past Su Molie. Su Molie turned around, watching Muxin's gradually disappearing back, and snorted coldly. No matter what Muxin was planning, she would prepare her things well. She must let everyone know that she married well and is living happily. From now on, she will be the most respected aunt of the Su family. Su Muxin rode her bike to the medical university, feeling the cool breeze blowing against her face. It has been over a month since school started, and both National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival have passed. As the autumn wind blows, the leaves on the trees rustle and fall. Su Muxin has already put on a sweater. The sweater was handmade by Xiuyun. Xiuyun is not only good at cooking but also skilled at making clothes and knitting sweaters. She likes to explore new patterns and can crochet many designs others can't. Plus, Su Muxin described some styles to her, and the sweaters she finally made looked even better. Thinking about the sweaters, Su Muxin decided to take some yarn from her space when she got home tonight. She would say she bought it through someone, and Xiuyun wouldn't ask questions. With enough yarn, Xiuyun could also knit 2 new sweaters for herself and Song Huan. After a busy day at school, by the time she left in the afternoon, it was already getting dark. It's not so cold when the sun is out, but once the sunlight disappears, the cold wind feels piercing. Su Muxin pulled her coat tighter and pedaled faster. Probably because of the cold weather, there were very few pedestrians on the street. When she reached a corner, suddenly she heard a cry for help. The voice was weak, as if carried by the autumn wind. Su Muxin was startled and wondered if she was hearing things. Just as she hesitated, she heard the voice again. Help! Help! The cry was faint and broken, but Su Muxin was sure it was real, not her imagination. After hesitating for a moment, she stopped her bike and walked toward the sound. Although minding her own business can sometimes lead to trouble, she was a doctor. Even if she's not a real doctor now, she plans to become one in the future. A doctor who ignores someone calling for help and refuses to check is not a good doctor. However, Muxin still took out her weapon from her space and prepared herself for any danger. After passing through some clutter, under the dim light, Muxin saw a person. It was someone she knew.
Han Yuan.
Han Yuan's clothes were half off, leaning between some debris and a wall, her face pale, with blood on her lower body. Even though the sky was very dark now, the red color was still very eye-catching and bright. Muxin put her weapon back into her space and ran forward quickly. Han Yuan, what's wrong? Are you hurt? She wasn't sure if the blood on Yuan's lower body was from an injury or something else. Different injuries need different quick treatments. Yuan tilted her head slightly, gasping heavily, her eyes half closed, her voice weak. The baby is gone. It's a miscarriage. Muxin's heart suddenly felt heavy. Compared to the miscarriage, she actually hoped Yuan was just hurt. But now the situation was like this, and worrying wouldn't help. Muxin helped Yuan tidy her clothes and didn't mind the blood underneath her. She directly carried her horizontally.
Hold on, don't sleep.
I'll take you to the hospital. Muxin carried Yuan back to the bicycle, looking worried at the bike. With Yuan in this condition, she couldn't push the bike alone. Just as she was thinking about whether to put the bike into her space, she heard someone call her name. She turned her head and saw Xiuyun riding a bike, bringing Muxue closer. Mom?
Muxue?
Why are you here? Muxue has been back for a while. I saw it was getting dark and you hadn't come back, so I was a bit worried and came out with Muxue to check. Xiuyun quickly explained, then looked at Yuan in Muxin's arms. Muxin, who is she? This is a classmate of ours. I just heard her scream for help. When I went over, she was already like this. It should be a miscarriage. Xiuyun frowned. We should take her to the hospital first. We can't just put her on the bike. It's okay. Muxin said. The hospital isn't far. I'll carry her there and Mom, you can ride my bike. Time was running out. After saying this, Muxin immediately carried Yuan and left. Xiuyun wanted to stop her but couldn't, so she pushed Muxin's bike and followed with Muxue. On the way, Muxin didn't dare relax at all. She sped up more and more. She was grateful that she had been drinking spiritual spring water to improve her body and had been practicing boxing with Xiuyun every morning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the strength to carry Yuan so far. Finally, they arrived at the hospital. Muxin laid Yuan on a hospital bed, watched her being taken into the operating room, and finally let out a long breath. Muxue and Xiuyun also stopped their bikes and carried their things over.
Muyin.
Xiuyun looked at Muxin with concern. Are you exhausted? Hurry and wash your hands, then sit down and rest. Only then did Muxin realize she had a lot of blood on her hands. Not just her hands, her clothes were also stained. She wasn't sure if it could be washed out. These clothes were prepared by Xiuyun, and she even made them herself. If they couldn't be cleaned, it would be such a pity. Xiuyun didn't know what Muxin was thinking. Seeing her staring at the clothes, she quickly said, "It's okay. The weather is getting colder every day, so you'll need warmer clothes. Mom will make you new ones. We'll buy some good wool fabric and make you and Muxue warm coats." Wool fabric? She had plenty of it in her space. She had prepared many clothes and lots of fabric. Now it was finally useful. Muxin hurriedly said, "Mom, I know someone who can get a lot of fabric. I'll talk to her later and ask her to get us more. It shouldn't be just me and Muxue wearing them. Mom, you should wear some too." As for Xiuyun, forget it. He could only wear sweaters and padded clothes inside, since he had to wear military uniforms outside. Xiuyun pointed to the large cloth bag on the chair. "Is this the yarn you got from that person? That person is really talented." Hearing Xiuyun praise her, Muxin's cheeks slightly blushed. Fortunately, the lighting was poor, so Xiuyun didn't notice. But, since this isn't bought in a department store, there's still some risk. Muxin, remember, whether you can get the stuff or not isn't the most important thing. Your safety is what matters most. Su Mujin smiled and nodded, feeling very touched. Mom, don't worry, I understand. After saying this, they sat down on the chairs. Song Mushue's face was pale. Seeing her like that, Su Mujin thought she was scared. Muxue, are you okay? Song Muxue turned to look at her. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. I was just wondering what's going on. Why was she shouting for help outside? Chen Yuehua also asked Mujin, is your classmate married? Do you know where her family lives? We should inform her family.
So muy inside. She's not married.
I only know she was a rural youth sent to the countryside, and later she was recommended by the production team to go to college. There was also another male youth with her. The young man from the Knowledge Youth program has a wife, and her wife is working in our cafeteria. Whose child is in her belly? Chen Yuehua asked instinctively. Before Su Mujin could answer, she added, you probably don't know about this either. What should we do now? Should we notify that young man? They come from the same place. Maybe he knows how to contact her family. Su Mujin thought for a moment, but shook her head. Let's not contact him now. It's so late, and there's no way to care for her if we bring someone over. Anyway, the hospital has caregivers. I'll pay to hire one for tonight. She'll be looked after until she wakes up tomorrow. Then she can decide what to do herself. Chen Yuehua nodded in agreement. You're so smart, Mujin. You think everything through carefully. It's not good for a young man to find out she had a miscarriage without being married. Let's leave it at that. I'll ask the nurse how to hire a caregiver. Let me go instead. You don't know her name, and we can't arrange for her to stay in the hospital. I'll handle everything. All right, go ahead. I'll wait here. Su Mujin went to the nurse's station, arranged for Han Yuan to be hospitalized, and also hired a caregiver. When she returned with the caregiver, Han Yuan was just being wheeled out of the ward. The doctor took off her mask and smiled. Don't worry, the baby is safe. All three of them were surprised. Han Yuan had lost so much blood and looked near death, yet the baby was still alive. Although surprised, they were grateful. The doctor's smile was bright and proud. Being able to save the baby in such a situation was truly something to be proud of. Thank you, doctor, Su Mujin said sincerely. Is there anything she needs to pay attention to? The caregiver is here, so you can tell us. The doctor explained what to watch for, then went to the ward to see her settled before leaving. Su Mujin looked at the caregiver. Auntie, please take care of her tonight. As long as you do a good job, you won't be treated unfairly. This caregiver was carefully chosen by Su Mujin. She was quiet, efficient, and not very curious. For Han Yuan's current situation, she was exactly what was needed. Su Mujin did everything she could, and then left with Chen Yuehua and Song Muxue to go home. That night, before going to bed, Su Mujin kept thinking about this matter. Who could have done this to Han Yuan? When she found Han Yuan, she was not dressed properly, clearly having been assaulted. She is a boarding student, and it was already dark outside the school. Why was she in such a remote place? Thinking about these questions, Su Mujin didn't know when she fell asleep. Fortunately, she had good sleep and didn't dream. However, the next morning, she woke up a bit earlier than usual. Just as she finished getting ready and was about to leave, Chen Yuehua called her back. Chen Yuehua gently patted the lunchbox on the table. Mujin, it's still early. After breakfast, go to the hospital and deliver this to your classmate. I cooked some nourishing red sugar, egg, and millet porridge for her.
Su Mujin nodded.
Thank you, Mom. I'll take it to her soon. You're welcome. Chen Yuehua sighed. A girl outside, far from home and family, experiencing something like this. We can't do much, but making some food is still good. This is also Mom's kindness. If it were someone else, they might not even bother to help. They wouldn't make special food for her. Whether it's red sugar, eggs, or millet, these are valuable ingredients. Others might not be so generous. After praising Su Mujin repeatedly, Chen Yuehua blushed and hurried her to eat. After the meal, Su Mujin took the lunchbox and went to the hospital. As soon as she entered the ward, she saw Han Yuan lying there with her eyes open, looking vacant. Su Mujin approached and placed the lunchbox on the cabinet. Eat something. Today, I'll ask for your leave. Han Yuanyuan's eyes moved slightly, and she turned to look at Su Mujin.
Thank you.
Her voice was hoarse. Just saying these 3 words, her eyes welled up with tears. Second update, don't cry. Su Mujin looked at Han Yuanyuan. The doctor said your condition isn't very stable yet. If you're too emotional, it's not good for you or the baby. Han Yuanyuan raised her hand and gently touched her belly. This baby is Su Weidong's. Su Weidong, the one you saw last semester. In this era, people like Su Weidong are quite rare. She had a good memory and naturally remembered him. Zhenhua was very angry when he found out I was pregnant. Yesterday, he asked me to go somewhere with him. He said I was reckless, said I was lowly, said I broke my promise, and that I was with Su Weidong. He said, let me abort this child. He also said, why can Su Weidong do it but I can't? Later, I started bleeding heavily. He saw it and was terrified. He ran off before I could pull up my pants. He tripped after just a few steps, but after he got up, he kept running without looking back at me. He never thought about whether I might die from bleeding so heavily in that corner, in such weather. Thinking about it now, I was really a joke in the past. Han Yuanyuan gave a sad smile, but tears ran down her face. Su Mujin listened quietly until Han Yuanyuan stopped talking. Then she asked sincerely, should we report this to the police? Xie Zhenhua was clearly acting like a bully. If he got caught, he would definitely face serious trouble. As long as Han Yuanyuan could be strong enough, it would be very easy to deal with Xie Zhenhua. Complaining so much and saying so many things was less effective than just confronting Xie Zhenhua directly. She didn't want to agree with Han Yuanyuan blaming Xie Zhenhua, nor did she want to join her in criticizing him. What if, after she apologized, Han Yuanyuan forgave him? Wouldn't she look like a fool? Su Mujin absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. She wanted to see what Han Yuanyuan's attitude towards Xie Zhenhua really was. After asking, Su Mujin stared at Han Yuanyuan without blinking, waiting for her answer. Han Yuanyuan was first surprised, then stunned, and her face showed deep thought. She didn't immediately argue or refuse, which made Su Mujin feel somewhat relieved. But after a few minutes, Han Yuanyuan shook her head. I don't want to report to the police. Although he wronged me, we became like this not because he wanted to. It's the result of both of us. If we had stayed together from the start, not pretending to break up to avoid work, and instead stayed with Zhou Chunling and Su Weidong, we wouldn't have come to this point, and we wouldn't have caused such a result. It's not just his fault, nor is it only mine. We both made mistakes. Let's share the blame and pay for it together. At this, Han Yuanyuan showed a miserable smile again. Su Mujin looked at her speechlessly, wanting to ask what Xie Zhenhua had paid for all her pain. But when the words reached her mouth, she finally swallowed them back. From Han Yuanyuan's state, it was clear that talking to her was useless. Half a word more would be pointless. Han Yuanyuan was happily involved. Why did she care so much? Su Mujin glanced at Han Yuanyuan calmly. Do you need me to ask for your leave? Write the leave note yourself. I'll take it to the teacher. Also, remember to pay me back for the surgery, hospital stay, and caregiver fees later. Her money couldn't be spent on a love-struck girl. Han Yuanyuan looked at Su Mujin in shock, unable to understand why Su Mujin's attitude changed so quickly.
Su Mujin ignored her.
Seeing she wasn't moving, she urged again, Are you going to write the leave note or not? If not, I'll leave. Class was about to start, and she had no time or energy to waste here. Han Yuanyuan seemed lost in her own thoughts, ignoring everything Su Mujin said. Why did you suddenly become unhappy? Is it because I don't want to report to the police? But if I report to the police, Xie Zhenhua would have to die. He doesn't deserve to die. I've known him for years and been with him for a long time. I can't just let him die over this. Su Mujin couldn't listen anymore. She turned and left. Whether Han Yuanyuan took leave or not didn't matter to her. She wanted to be a doctor someday, so she saved Han Yuanyuan's life. She had already done what a doctor should do. As for saving Han Yuanyuan's mind, that was something a saint would do. She wouldn't be a saint anymore. Han Yuan still wanted to stop Su Muxin, as if she was walking too fast. No matter what she shouted, Su Muxin didn't look back. This made Han Yuan very annoyed. Su Muxin didn't care if Han Yuan was angry or not. She quickly left the ward and rode her bike straight to the medical university. Although she hurried all the way, it was risky. She almost arrived late. Xiuyun watched her curiously, but seeing her panting so hard, she didn't ask anything. Finally, after Su Muxin caught her breath, the teacher arrived. Xiuyun knew Su Muxin always took her studies seriously, so she didn't disturb her during class and listened carefully with her. 2 hours later, when the teacher left, the classroom became noisy. Xiuyun hurriedly asked Muxin, "Why did you come so late today?" Su Muxin was a good student. She never missed class, left early, or was late. Seeing that Su Muxin almost arrived late, Xiuyun's intuition told her something must have happened. Su Muxin lowered her voice and said, "I went to the hospital. Yesterday, I saw. Such a big matter. Han Yuan couldn't hide it. Even if Han Yuan didn't report to the police, Xiezhenhua wouldn't face any punishment, but rumors would spread easily. Since Su Muxin and Xiuyun are close, Xiuyun would share any news with Su Muxin immediately. Naturally, Su Muxin wouldn't hide anything from her about this." Xiuyun was stunned and stared wide-eyed, her mouth moving as if she had many things to say. Only when Su Muxin stopped speaking did Xiuyun eagerly say, "Muxin, you're right. You should ignore her." At that moment, Su Muxin smiled. It just proves they can become good friends. They think alike. If they mess around with relationships, the school will know and won't ignore it, Xiuyun said. It's not easy to get into university. Each of them is insincere, fooling around here, and wasting their university spots. Third update, however, Xiezhenhua really has strong mental strength. Xiuyun suddenly sighed. Hearing this, Su Muxin instinctively looked at Xiezhenhua. Today, he hadn't even changed seats, still sitting in his usual spot. He usually doesn't talk much with others, and now he sat there expressionless, just like usual. Not only the classmates who didn't know the situation, but even Su Muxin and Xiuyun, who knew some details, were surprised to see this. How could he be so calm? Han Yuan was pregnant, and last night she bled heavily in a remote corner. Xiezhenhua, being a medical student, must have understood how dangerous her condition was at that moment. If no one had found her, both could have died. Today, Han Yuan didn't come to class, but Xiezhenhua still sat steadily there, without a trace of panic, just like usual. His mental strength must be extraordinary. Su Muxin kept watching Xiezhenhua, and he suddenly turned his head, as if he sensed her gaze. In an instant, their eyes met. Xiezhenhua's expression was calm and steady, with no sign of panic. After exchanging glances for a moment, Su Muxin was about to look away when she suddenly saw Xiezhenhua smile at her and nod slightly. His usually calm eyes now sparkled with a little light. Su Muxin was startled and quickly looked away. At that moment, Xiuyun also came over in disbelief. "Muxin, did I see it wrong? Did Xiezhenhua just smile at you? Why would he smile at you? Han Yuan is still missing, and he's still smiling at others?" Not only Xiuyun, but Su Muxin herself was also shocked. Besides shock, she felt disgusted. Xiezhenhua, who once seemed like a normal person, now looked more and more strange. When the teacher entered, their conversation was forced to stop, and they started paying attention to the lesson. It was a long class, lasting nearly 2 hours, and it was time to eat. After a morning of classes, not only their brains but also their stomachs were empty. Everyone was starving and hurried out with their books and lunchboxes. Su Muxin and Xiuyun were packing up their things. As they were tidying up, Su Muxin suddenly felt a shadow fall over her. She looked up and saw Xiezhenhua smiling at her with his eyes. He was already handsome, and now his gentle smile made him look even more elegant and kind. But Su Muxin had never liked him from the start. After learning about what happened yesterday, she found him even more disgusting. No matter how bright his smile was now, to Su Muxin, it was just annoying. She frowned and stood up. What's the matter? Are you Su Mujin? I heard you were recommended to college. We seem to have some fate. No, we. Su Mujin cut him off. You are you, and I am me. We're not close. Xie Zhenhua's smile froze. Why are you treating me like this, Su? Is there some misunderstanding? I don't think I've done anything wrong to you. If I accidentally did something that made you misunderstand me, I can explain. Su Mujin didn't understand why he suddenly came over. But since he was offering himself, she wouldn't let him go easily. Yesterday afternoon, just before it got dark, where were you? What did you do yesterday? You probably forgot after a nap, right? Xie Zhenhua's pupils suddenly constricted, and his eyes were full of disbelief.
What?
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. After saying this, Xie Zhenhua hurriedly turned and walked away. He looked as if someone was chasing him. Zhang Xiuyun frowned in disgust. You're so guilty, yet still stubborn. It's funny. Mujin, you were staring at him earlier. Does he think you like him? This sounded absurd, but Su Mujin thought about it carefully and realized it might be true. Xie Zhenhua probably really thought that. This is really too ridiculous.
Stop talking about it. Su Muyin stopped Jiang Yuwen.
We haven't eaten yet, and I feel sick just thinking about it. Zhang Xiuyun was both scared and amused. Don't mention it. I also feel sick just thinking about it. The two stopped talking about Xie Zhenhua and went to another cafeteria. Xie Zhenhua hurriedly left the classroom. He only slowed down after walking quite a distance. What did Su Mujin mean just now? Did she see something yesterday? That shouldn't be. That place was remote, and he looked around before leaving. There was no one around. If Su Mujin didn't see it herself, then it must be Han Yuan who told her. Thinking about this possibility, Xie Zhenhua's expression became even more unpleasant. Han Yuan did something so inappropriate and betrayed their relationship. Now she even had the nerve to talk to others. It hurt his reputation. What good would it do Han Yuan? Could it be that Han Yuan wanted to ruin everything? Or was this her way of trying to win him back? Today, Han Yuan even dared not to come to class. Did she think that would make him apologize or care about her? Dream on. After school in the afternoon, Su Mujin rode her bike away from the school. She hesitated for a moment on the road, then finally decided to go to the hospital. She wasn't really going to see Han Yuan. She mainly needed to get her lunchbox back. In the ward, Han Yuan was lying on the bed, lost in thought. Probably hearing the noise, Han Yuan turned her head to look. Her face, which usually showed no emotion, now had a surprised smile. You're here. Han Yuan exclaimed happily. I came to get the lunchbox. Aunt Wang has already washed it. Aunt Wang was the caregiver. Okay. Su Mujin nodded and was about to leave. But as soon as she turned around, Han Yuan called out to her, Wait a moment. Mujin slowly turned around and looked at Han Yuan, silently asking if she had something to say. Han Yuan showed some hesitation and asked, did he ask about me? She didn't mention names, but Mujin knew she was asking about Xie Zhenhua. At that moment, Mujin was really amused and a bit angry. He doesn't know I saved you, so how could he come to ask me? Mujin replied, How would he know I saved you if you don't tell him? Han Yuan became anxious and asked, Then why don't you tell him? You don't tell him, how will he know you are in the hospital? If you don't tell him, he might think something happened to me. What if he's worried? It's still early. Can you go back to school and tell him I am in the hospital? Ask him not to worry and come see me when he has time. Han Yuan looked at Mujin with eager eyes as she said this. Mujin also looked at her carefully. You weren't like this morning, Mujin said. You said that the bridge is the bridge and the road is the road, and you have no more connection. Han Yuan tightened her grip on the blanket and looked a bit embarrassed. This morning I said those things because I was very angry. But I thought about it all day, and I've calmed down now. I'm not so angry anymore. I promised him that even if I dated Su Weidong, I wouldn't let Su Weidong touch me. I broke that promise, and He has the right to be angry. He cares about me too much and is too possessive, which is why he did those things. He must be scared and regretful afterward. How can I blame him at such a time? We've known each other for a long time, been together for a long time. We went to the countryside together, left the collective farm together, and came to medical university. We are the closest people to each other. Although we can't be openly together, we will always be there for each other. You don't have a partner now, so you might not understand this feeling. When you have a partner someday, you'll understand. Muxin, I know you are a good person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved me, paid for my surgery, arranged my hospital stay, and found a caregiver. I am very grateful to you. Can you please help me tell him not to worry too much? I'll be discharged soon. Is that okay? Muxin quietly looked at Han Yuan, who was full of hope and pleading, with a neutral expression, neither happy nor sad. Is she a very mean person? Is this how she gets punished for blindly helping others? Indeed, you should never sympathize with someone who looks pitiful, because, compared to pity, the other person is even more hateful. At this moment, Su Muxin's feelings towards Han Yuan were no longer anger for her lack of effort. She just wanted to stay far away from Han Yuan because she was truly afraid that mental illness could be contagious.
Su Muxin looked at Han Yuan coldly.
When will you pay me back? Han Yuan, who was expecting an answer, suddenly froze when she heard this. What money? For the emergency surgery, I paid for your hospital stay and for the caregiver. When will you pay me back? I don't have that much money right now. Han Yuan blushed a little. Then I'll ask Xiuyun.
No. Han Yuan looked anxious.
You can't ask Zhenhua. If he finds out, Zhou Chunling will too. If she finds out, she'll definitely get angry. She's impulsive and reckless, and I don't know what she might do. If she leaks this, how can Zhenhua go to school? His biggest dream is to graduate from university and become a doctor who helps others. If he becomes a doctor, the hospital and patients will be in trouble. Su Muxin interrupted Han Yuan. When will you give me the money? Aren't we classmates? Han Yuan looked at Su Muxin with confusion. You help others out of kindness, so why are you insisting I give you money? I'm not asking for money. What do I want? If you don't give it, I'll have to report to the police.
Don't.
Han Yuan immediately became anxious. She knew that if she reported to the police, Zhenhua would definitely not have a good outcome. Ask Su Weidong. Su Weidong works at the pharmaceutical factory. Tell him I was hospitalized due to a pregnancy complication. When he comes, I'll have him give you the money. Before Su Muxin could speak, there was suddenly a voice from the door. How much? This sudden voice startled both Su Muxin and Han Yuan. They both turned to look and saw Su Weidong walking into the room. Su Weidong stopped by the bedside and looked at Su Muxin. How much in total? Although surprised that Su Weidong was here, Su Muxin didn't ask questions and simply told him the exact amount. Su Weidong took out a stack of money from his pocket and counted it, finally adding 5 more yuan. Consider the extra as a thank you. Su Weidong still acted proud and confident. Su Muxin didn't refuse and took the money directly. There's no need to say thank you or not. Just consider this as compensation for her emotional loss. That day, Su Muxin met Han Yuan twice. She felt her whole day was wasted. Wasting time on such a person was really not worth it. I'm leaving now. From now on, nothing to do with me, she said, put the money in her pocket, grabbed her lunchbox, and left the hospital room. As she stepped outside, she heard Su Weidong's cold voice coming from inside. What did he do to you? For a moment, Su Muxin felt curious and even wanted to stay outside and watch the drama. But that thought only lasted a second, and she pushed it away. Her life was more important. No need to watch the show. She took her lunchbox and went home. Just as she parked her bike in the yard, she heard voices from the living room. The voices sounded both strange and familiar, and she couldn't quite tell who it was at first. Listening carefully, she finally recognized it. It was Wang Xiuyun. Why did Wang Xiuyun come here? It had been several months since Su Muxin last saw Wang Xiuyun. Feeling curious, she quickened her pace and went inside. In the house, Wang Xiuyun was sitting loudly on the sofa, talking animatedly. Seeing Sumujin return, she became even more excited. "Oh, our college student is back." She smiled openly, but her words were full of sarcasm. "Someone got married, should be working and having kids, but you went to college. You really are different from others," Wang Xiuyun said again. Chen Yuehua frowned. "Our whole family is happy to let Mijin go to college. Do you have any opinions? She's now your daughter-in-law, part of your family." "I dare not have any opinions," Wang Xiuyun hurriedly said. "Today I came here to tell you some good news. Tiankai is getting married in 3 days. You all must come. In our factory, the older sisters who get married always help out when their younger brothers get married. Some directly buy big gifts, while others just give money to save trouble." Wang Xiuqin said this while glancing at Su Muxin. Although she didn't say it directly, her meaning was very clear. Chen Yuehua didn't speak, but looked at Su Muxin. Su Muxin knew that Chen Yuehua was completely on her side now. No matter what decision she made, Chen Yuehua would support her unconditionally. Even though they didn't communicate with words, Su Muxin was confident about this. She smiled at Chen Yuehua to reassure her, then turned to Wang Xiuqin and asked, "Who are you talking about?" "I don't know." Wang Xiuqin's face stiffened for a moment, but quickly calmed down. "Many people. Let's not talk about others. Just your sister, Molie. She went home yesterday and gave 200 yuan. Your sister led by example, so shouldn't you also show some effort?" "Show what? Show what?" Wang Xiuqin's patience was already limited. Her gentle tone was just an act. When she saw Su Muxin not responding, her anger suddenly flared up. "What are you pretending here? What do you mean by showing? Tianxi is getting married, and Molie gave 200 yuan. What are you planning to give? The same amount of money, or some gifts? Or maybe just give your bicycle to your future sister-in-law. It's old, but it's still family. Your sister-in-law wouldn't mind." Seeing Wang Xiuqin making a big demand, Su Muxin was not surprised and didn't feel angry. She already knew what kind of person Wang Xiuqin was. Getting angry with her would only make herself more upset. "Why aren't you saying anything? What are you giving?" Wang Xiuqin urged again. "Why rush?" Su Muxin smiled. "I've already prepared the gift. Just wait, I'll go get it now." Wang Xiuqin was a bit surprised, but quickly smiled. Good. Hurry up and get it. I'll take it back for your brother. He'll be happy when he sees it." Ignoring Wang Xiuqin's words, Su Muxin quickly went back to her room. Soon, she came out holding a pair of pillowcases. "This is what I specially bought. It even has a pattern of mandarin ducks. They sleep best with these 2 pillows." Su Muxin handed the pillowcases to Wang Xiuqin. Wang Xiuqin hurriedly took them and opened them immediately. When she saw that they were empty inside, her eyes widened with disbelief. The next moment, Wang Xiuqin was holding a pillowcase with both hands, shaking it non-stop. But no matter how much she shook, nothing fell out. Wang Xiuqin looked at Su Muxin and asked, "Is this the pillowcase you gave?"
"Yes." Su Muxin replied confidently.
"What else would I give?" Jasmine gave 200 yuan. "Wow, she's really rich."
Su Muxin sighed.
"All I could give was this pillowcase. I can't do more."
You.
Wang Xiuqin pointed at Su Muxin, struggling to speak clearly. "Are you really not giving anything else?" Wang Xiuqin asked again, still not satisfied. Su Muxin shook her head.
No.
She thought 1 pillowcase was enough. Giving more? That was impossible. Wang Xiuqin suddenly stood up, holding the pillowcase, and ran outside. She sat down heavily on the ground outside the yard gate. As soon as she sat, Wang Xiuqin started hitting her thighs hard, crying loudly. "Why is my life so hard? Raising a daughter who's ungrateful. She's eating well, living well, dressing well, and riding her bike to college every day, but she hasn't visited her family in months. When her brother got married, she just gave a broken pillowcase to send me off." Wang Xiuqin's voice was loud and clear, crying and scolding at the same time, almost echoing through the entire yard. It was already getting dark, and dinner time was approaching. But hearing all this noise, people from nearby started coming out of their houses. Soon, a crowd gathered to watch. Seeing so many people, Wang Xiuyun cried even harder. When Su Mujin got married, I gave her 600 yuan as dowry. Now her brother is getting married, and she just gives a broken pillowcase. How can she be so ungrateful? Jasmine is her biological sister, and her dowry was only 500 yuan. Now she knows her brother is getting married, and immediately gives 200 yuan. Why is there such a big difference between sisters? What kind of sin did I commit to have a daughter like this? So ungrateful. Wang Xiuyun was completely immersed in her crying scene, not noticing that the people around her were looking at her with strange expressions. Most of the people present had sons. Think about it. If their son's wife gave only 200 yuan when her brother got married, would they be happy? No family's money grows on trees. Even if the son's salary was good, it was earned through hard work. Your daughter-in-law's younger brother is getting married, and they want 200 yuan. How much will they give when he has children in the future? If they keep giving like this, it might become an endless drain. It seems that Su Mujin is quite sensible and knows not to always give too much to her family. But Su Molie sold her job after marriage, earning no money, and now her brother is getting married, and she gives 200 yuan directly. They are giving so much now, but who knows how much they will give in the future to support her family. Thinking this, everyone's eyes on Su Xiuyun changed. They all live in the same big courtyard. Before, they thought Su Xiuyun was quite impressive and might control her daughter-in-law. But unexpectedly, Su Xiuyun just looks strong, but she is actually very kind. Not only does she not control her daughter-in-law, but she is also very good to her. If I had known this earlier, I would have married their relatives to Song Liancheng. Although they didn't say it directly, their eyes already showed what they were thinking. Seeing everyone's gaze, Su Xiuyun felt very embarrassed, as if she had been slapped many times. She endured and endured, but finally couldn't hold back. I really don't know about this. Molie, tell me, what's going on? Why did you give so much money to your brother? Su Molie felt guilty and looked away instinctively. My brother is getting married. As his older sister, this is just a small token of my kindness. A small token? You worked for a year, saving every penny without eating or drinking, just to save this much money? Do you call that a small token? A small token is only 200 yuan. If you give 10 or 8 times that, wouldn't you be packing up all our old Song family's things and money to send your family? Third part, Mom. It's not as serious as you say. Su Molie was unhappy. My parents raised me well, and they treat me so kindly. My brother is getting married, and I give 200 yuan. Is that too much? Our family can afford it. Su Xiuyun waved her hands in the air. Then why doesn't Su Mujin give? How much did Su Mujin give? That's because Su Mujin is unfilial. Su Molie said naturally. Do you want me to be unfilial like Su Mujin? If I'm not filial to my own mother, how can I be filial to you in the future? Su Mujin had been watching their quarrel with interest, but now she heard her name from Su Molie's mouth, and she couldn't bear it. Su Molie, that's not how you should say it. When you lived at the Su family's house, what kind of life did you have? And what about me? Have you forgotten everything? You're not even in your 70s or 80s yet, and your mind isn't as sharp anymore. I started working at home when I was just 3 or 5 years old. I washed everyone's clothes in the house. I was still shorter than the chopping board, but I already started cooking for the family using a small stool. You and Su Tianxi never did any chores since you were young. The 4 of you treated me like a little servant, making me work like a horse for over 10 years. When you're happy, you slap me twice and call me a worthless person. When you're upset, you kick me a few times just to vent. I'm alive today only because of luck.
What?
You want me to forgive everything, even after all the abuse, and still give you my honest money from my marriage? Dream on. I don't want to talk about these things to save your face. It's because I don't want to bother explaining. I don't want to show my scars to others. But you can't just ignore these things because I don't mention them. Don't even try to deny it. We live in a community building with neighbors all around. upstairs and downstairs. They saw everything. Just ask anyone, and they'll tell you what a terrible life I had. When Su Tianxi got married, I was willing to buy him a pillowcase, but that already made him look good. Since you all are shameless, don't blame me for being rude. I've never owed you anything from the Su family. It's you who owe me. The money I was going to use before I got married was earned from my own work over these years. It wasn't some dowry you kindly gave me. Stop flattering yourselves. It's embarrassing for you to pretend otherwise. I feel ashamed for you. Suddenly, Su Muxin spoke. Her words stunned everyone present. What shocked them most was how quick and sharp her tongue was. Su Muxin has been living in the courtyard for several months, but she rarely visits or chats with the neighbors. They all thought she was gentle and a bit shy, so she didn't talk much. But they didn't realize. Su Muxin just didn't want to talk before. Not that she couldn't. Now, when she speaks, her words come out like machine gun fire, rapid and non-stop. It sounds like she's talking to Su Molie, but in fact, she's attacking everyone indiscriminately, throwing Wang Xiuyun and the Su family's faces on the ground and stomping on them. Didn't Wang Xiuyun already look stunned? There are just a few small issues at home, but now everything has been exposed by Su Muxin. If this gets out, what reputation does their family have left? Since things have turned out like this, Wang Xiuyun certainly won't admit it was her own fault. In her words, all of this is Su Molie's problem. If Su Molie hadn't insisted on involving Su Muxin wouldn't have gone crazy, and she wouldn't have brought up all these messy things. Wang Xiuyun got up from the ground, brushed the dirt off her backside, and tightly clutched a pair of bright red pillows. Muxin, look at you. Why are you bringing up these things again? Mom already apologized to you before, right? It was because your dad and I were too busy before, so we didn't pay enough attention to you, and that's why you felt wronged. Don't worry, your dad and I now know our mistakes. We will make it up to you. These pillows were bought especially for Tianxi, right? They look really nice and feel thick. I'll take them back now so Tianxi can see them properly. Later, Tianxi will come to thank you. Tianxi is getting married in 3 days. Muxin, if you're free, come to the celebration. If not, I'll ask Tianxi to send you some meat dishes as a token of his gratitude. It's getting late, and there are still many things at home. I'll head back now. Wang Xiuyun only left with this sentence before pushing through the crowd and hurriedly started crying. Watching Wang Xiuyun walk away, Su Muxin felt a bit surprised. What just happened with Wang Xiuyun? She was scolded and pointed at the nose, but she didn't get angry. In fact, she spoke to her so gently. Such soft words and gentle tone. Wasn't only Su Molie allowed to enjoy that before? After pondering for a while, Su Muxin finally understood what was going on. Wang Xiuyun was clearly showing her true colors, being soft on the weak and tough on the strong. Realizing this, Su Muxin smiled and looked at Su Molie, saying, "See? She thinks giving a pair of pillows is fine. Do you have anything else to say?" Su Molie opened her mouth but didn't speak the last sentence, only sneered with her nose slightly crooked in anger. Su Xiuyun was even angrier. Both are daughters of the Su family. Su Muxin only gave a pair of pillows, but Su Molie gave 200 yuan. And just now, Wang Xiuyun was so friendly to Su Muxin, but before leaving, she didn't even look at Su Molie. Su Xiuyun felt like losing her temper, but seeing Su Molie's swollen belly, she finally swallowed her words. Forget it, for the sake of the eldest grandson. She would endure for now. Although she didn't say anything, Su Xiuyun no longer showed concern for Su Molie and returned to the yard with a blank expression. Song Man watched all this with interest and then went home. Su Muxin looked at everyone and said, "Sorry for making a joke of you all. Consider it a little treat for everyone." Everyone was confused. Is this really the right way to say it? But Su Muxin didn't care about their reactions and went home with Xiuyun and Song Muxue. As soon as they arrived in the living room, Su Muxin felt her hands being tightly grabbed. Looking closely, she saw Xiuyun and Song Muxue both looking at her with caring eyes. Stared at by these two, Su Muxin felt a bit uncomfortable. "Mom, Muxue, what's going on with you two?" Before Xiuyun could speak, Her eyelids fluttered, her eyes reddened, and tears filled her eyes. Muxin, you've been wronged all these years. First update hearing this, Muxin felt a sudden ache in her heart, and tears almost welled up. Although she was not the original owner, and what she just said was based on what she read in the original story or remembered from her mind, hearing Xiuyun say she had been wronged all these years made her feel like crying. Muxin didn't know whether this was leftover emotion from the original owner or if she had already merged with the original owner. Muxue also had tears in her eyes. Sister-in-law, you've really had a hard time all these years.
They are so mean.
Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well in the future. Muxin smiled and looked at her. Aren't you already treating me well now? Then I will treat sister-in-law even better in the future. Always good to sister-in-law. Xiuyun nodded in agreement. Muxue is right. From now on, we will live happily together in our family. Muxin felt her heart fill with warmth. This is what family feels like. All right, our family is together, living happily. Muxin didn't take this matter too seriously. After breakfast the next morning, she rode her bike out as usual. But from her home to the main gate of the courtyard, she unexpectedly met many people. The older women and aunts, who she didn't usually see more than once in a few days, were all standing at the gate now. When they saw her, they greeted her with smiles and friendly attitudes. Although they had been kind to her before, their current behavior was really strange. Muxin wondered what was going on with them, but didn't stop to ask. Once the topic is started, it becomes impossible to leave quickly. She is still waiting for class and cannot be late. Today, she doesn't need to go to the hospital, so she didn't waste time on the way. Muxin arrived at school at her usual time. As soon as she sat down, Xiuyun happily came over.
Muxin.
Big news. What big news? Muxin asked curiously. It's early in the morning, class hasn't started yet, and not all students have arrived. How can there be big news? This morning, Wang came to school with the police. He took Xiuyun to the principal's office, and they haven't come out yet. That is indeed big news. But how do you know? Muxin looked at Xiuyun with surprise. How does Xiuyun know everything? I saw it with my own eyes. Xiuyun said proudly, after you told me those things yesterday, I felt something was going to happen, so I got up very early today. During breakfast, I specifically went to the cafeteria, where Zhou Chunling was. Sure enough, I saw Xiuyun there too. I didn't go over, just found a spot not too close or far, sat down to eat, and watched Xiuyun. Not long after, Wang led the police in. They came in forcefully, scaring the students into silence. Wang was at the front, and as soon as he reached Xiuyun, he punched him directly. Xiuyun was sitting, and he was knocked to the ground. Wang reacted quickly, kicking Xiuyun a few times before the police helped him to the side. After the police helped Xiuyun up, they went to the principal's office. I don't know what happened after that. I didn't see it myself. Xiuyun looked a bit embarrassed, regretful, and a little disappointed. It was clear she really wanted to know what happened next. Not only did she want to know, Muxin also wanted to know. But the principal's office was not accessible to them. They couldn't go to see what was happening, and teachers had arrived too, so they had to focus on their lessons. Seeing the disappointed look on Xiuyun's face, Muxin also felt a bit amused. Xiuyun really loves gossip. If she didn't live in this era, but in the era Muxin lived in her previous life, she would definitely be a very professional and dedicated gossip reporter. While Muxin was thinking, she saw the teacher walking toward her. Could it be that the teacher came to find her? While thinking this, Muxin saw her teacher stop beside her. Muxin, you need to go to the principal's office. The police officer has something to ask you about. Muxin was surprised but stood up reluctantly. Before leaving, she saw Xiuyun looking at her eagerly, full of envy. It was obvious she wanted to see what was happening up close. No wonder old sayings say good luck and bad luck often come together. It's really true. When Muxin arrived at the principal's office, it was very quiet inside. She gently knocked on the door, which was opened quickly. The principal was the one who opened it. Seeing Su Mujin, the principal looked excited. Su, this is what Comrade Su told me. You saved classmate Han Yuanyuan and took her to the hospital? That was the truth, and Su Mujin had nothing to deny.
Yes.
A police officer looked at her. Su, can you tell us exactly what happened that day? Of course. Su Mujin nodded again and explained everything that happened that day. As she spoke, the police officer quickly wrote notes on paper. When she finished, the police officer looked at her again. So, from start to finish, you didn't see who hurt Comrade Han Yuanyuan, is that right? Yes, I didn't see anything. Just after she finished, Su Weidong and Xie Zhenhua looked at her at the same time. But their expressions were very different. Xie Zhenhua looked happy. Su Weidong looked warningly. Su Mujin ignored their expressions and only looked at the police. Officer, I can only tell what I saw, not what I didn't see. When I saw Han Yuanyuan, she was awake. She knows best who hurt her. I think the police should ask her, not me. The police officer nodded in agreement.
You're right.
We do need to ask her. We just want to know how you saved her and her condition at that time. I've already told everything I know. I took her to the hospital right away, and the doctors and nurses are familiar with her condition. This meant everything she said was true, and the hospital staff could testify. The police officer stood up and reached out to Su Mujin. Thank you for your cooperation, Su. Su Mujin shook hands with him, but didn't plan to leave immediately. Comrade police officer, are you going to the hospital? Can I go with you? After all, I was the one you saved, and I want to know the final outcome. The police officer nodded happily. If you don't have classes, of course you can come. The principal immediately said, go. Just go. Second update: half an hour later, a group of people arrived at the hospital. They didn't go straight to the ward, but first asked the doctor and nurses about the situation. Their accounts were very similar to what Su Mujin had previously said. After gathering all the information, the group headed confidently to the ward. Su Mujin quietly looked at Su Weidong and Xie Zhenhua. Both men had serious faces, making it hard to tell what they were thinking. However, Su Mujin noticed some different emotions on their faces. Su Weidong looked purely angry and dissatisfied. But Xie Zhenhua's eyes showed worry and fear. Soon, they arrived at the ward. The caregiver stood up in shock when she saw so many people coming, saying, "This." The police officer stepped forward. "We are police, here to investigate. You can wait outside." For the caregiver, this was like a blessing. She was just a caregiver earning a little money by caring for patients and didn't want to get involved in messy things. Not only did she leave, but she also kindly helped close the door to block the view of onlookers outside. With the door closed, the room became much quieter. Han Yuanyuan was lying on the bed, visibly tense. Comrade Han Yuanyuan, your partner reported that 2 days ago in the evening, you were assaulted.
No.
Han Yuanyuan interrupted the police. I didn't. I just fell accidentally and caused a miscarriage. The police officer immediately frowned, but we just asked the doctor and nurses who treated you. You were indeed forced into act, which caused heavy bleeding. These blunt words made Han Yuanyuan's face turn bright red. But in just a moment, she became extremely pale again. Su Weidong stepped forward, sat by the bed, and gently held Han Yuanyuan's hand. Yuanyuan, don't be afraid. I am here, and the police are here too. No one can hurt you anymore. Just tell the truth. Was the person who harmed you Xie Zhenhua? Sun Mujin saw clearly. After Xie Weidong finished speaking, Han Yuanyuan's body visibly trembled. She was afraid. Is she afraid of Su Weidong? Or afraid that Xie Zhenhua will be taken away? Seeing Han Yuanyuan remain silent, the police also said, "Yes, Han Yuanyuan, you don't need to be afraid. Just tell us everything you know. We will help you get justice and catch the real culprit." Han Yuanyuan still kept her head down and said nothing. At this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Xie Zhenhua surprisingly took a step forward and spoke with deep concern. "Yes, Comrade Han, if you know who that person is, just tell us. The police are here to help you get justice. Although I don't understand why Comrade Su said that person was me, I know he must be worried and confused. Even if he hit me without asking questions, I don't blame him. Getting hit doesn't matter. What's important is helping you find the real culprit. Xie Zhenhua spoke passionately. Not only the two police officers, but even Sun Mujin thought that this matter really had nothing to do with Xie Zhenhua. Su Weidong turned to look at Xie Zhenhua, his eyes red and full of stormy anger, as if he might tear Xie Zhenhua apart at any moment. At this time, there was a knock on the hospital door. A police officer went to open it, looking somewhat confused at the woman standing outside. "Who are you?"
Zhao Chunling looked anxious.
"Hello, officer. My name is Zhou Chunling. I am Xie Zhenhua's wife, and also Su Weidong's cousin. May I come in?" The police officer didn't expect that they had such complicated relationships, but he still opened the door and let Zhou Chunling in. As soon as she entered, she looked at Su Weidong. "Weidong, how long are you going to keep causing trouble? I know that because Zhenhua and Yuan went to the countryside together, they knew each other before. You've always thought they had an affair. But I've been married to Zhenhua for so long, and my baby is almost 4 months old. You're about to become an uncle. Why are you still so stubborn? Yuan's situation makes us all sad, but the most urgent thing is to find the real culprit, not to spread rumors. What you're doing only causes trouble for the police and delays finding the real attacker." Su Weidong sneered. "Zhou Chunling, I think your mind is muddled. You know very well whether Xie Zhenhua did this or not." "I know very well," Zhou Chunling loudly said. "This matter was definitely not done by Zhenhua, because he was with me at the time. We were sleeping inside the house. You're 4 months pregnant, and you still sleep together? So, what if I'm 4 months? Who says you can't sleep together at 4 months? Ask the doctor at the hospital. The doctor said it's okay to sleep together at 4 months, just be careful. Zhenhua is a medical student, gentle and caring. He wouldn't hurt me or the baby." As she kept talking more and more absurd, the police officer quickly interrupted her. "All right, let's not talk about unrelated matters. Zhou Chunling, I'll ask you again. You said that at the time of the incident, Xie Zhenhua was with you in the house. Are you sure about that? You should know, giving false testimony also has consequences." "I'm telling the truth." Zhou Chunling insisted that what she said was true. The police looked at Xie Zhenhua again. "Xie Zhenhua, since you were with Zhou Chunling at the time, why didn't you say so when we asked earlier?" "I was too embarrassed," Xie Zhenhua replied. "This is our private matter. This concerns your reputation. Are you not telling because you're embarrassed? I trust the police's ability to handle this. They won't wrongly accuse me.
And
I trust Comrade Han. They wouldn't falsely accuse me." After all this talking, everything seemed to return to the starting point. What others said didn't matter. The most important thing was what Han Yuan said. The police officer's expression became very serious. "Comrade Han Yuan, I'll ask you again. Was the person who harmed you Xie Zhenhua?" Everyone looked at Han Yuan, waiting for her answer. Her face kept changing color. After a few minutes, she slowly raised her head and looked directly at the police.
"No."
"Not Xie Zhenhua." The police frowned. "Then who is it? Do you know him? Can you describe what he looks like? Any features?" Han Yuan shook her head. "I don't know him. It was dark, the lighting was poor. I was too scared and in too much pain. I didn't see his face clearly. I don't know if he has any features." Third update. The police, hearing this, furrowed their brows even more. "Do you want to think carefully again? If you don't tell us everything, it will be very hard for us to find the culprit." Han Yuan lowered her head, her voice sounding a bit dull. "If I can't find it, then I can't find it. I really don't want to bring up those things again. Just let it be like a dream and forget about it." Hearing her words, the police officers felt a little awkward. Investigating the case was their duty, but the victim was uncooperative and even said they wouldn't investigate anymore. The only suspect now had someone willing to testify that he had an alibi. In this situation, what could the police do? "Comrade police, see, I told you it definitely wasn't my man," Zhou Chunling said with a smile. "It's Wei Dong who has some bias against my man. When he found out Yuan was hurt, he was the first to suspect my man. He even came to you guys for help, which caused you trouble. Wei Dong, say something. The police are busy enough. You can't waste their time like this. Su Weidong had been silent for a while. After hearing this, he slowly looked up. Comrade Police, I'm sorry. It was my prejudice that caused this misunderstanding. But I still hope you continue the investigation.
This is not a small matter.
I want to catch the real culprit and seek justice for Yuan. The police exchanged glances and nodded. Don't worry, this is our duty. Even if you didn't say anything, we would keep investigating. We also hope to persuade Comrade Han. Remembering what happened might be painful, but to catch the criminal, we need to try to recall everything. Every detail could help us catch the culprit sooner.
Su Weidong not that seriously.
I understand. Rest assured, I will try to persuade Yuan to think carefully again. At this point, the police officers felt there was no point in staying further, so they simply left. After they left, Su Mujin also planned to go. She came mainly to see how Han Yuan would react. Now that she saw it, there was no need to stay any longer. But before Su Mujin moved, Han Yuan looked over first. She stared directly at Su Mujin with her eyes, then said to the others, "You all go out first. I have something to say to Su Mujin." Xie Zhenhua glanced at Su Mujin, said nothing, and turned to leave. "Zhenhua, wait for me," Zhou Chunling said quickly, trying to catch up. But as she passed by Su Mujin, she shot her a fierce glare. Su Weidong's face was dark and serious. He seemed lost in thought and walked away without saying a word. At noon, only Su Mujin and Han Yuan remained in the hospital room. Seeing Han Yuan look at her with a blank expression but not speak, Su Mujin felt impatient. "What do you want to tell me? If you don't speak, I'm leaving."
Why?
Han Yuan finally spoke, but her words only made Su Mujin feel confused. "Why what?"
Han Yuan stared directly at Su Mujin.
"Why did you tell the police about that day? Do you know this could hurt Zhenhua?" Su Mujin was confused. "I know it was Su Weidong who took the police to find Xie Zhenhua, but as long as you don't say anything. The police already found me. If I say nothing, I become a suspect. Why else would I help hide things?" Su Mujin said coldly, staring at Han Yuan. "I only told the police what I saw. I won't say a word about what I didn't see."
Han Yuan looked surprised. "So,
you didn't tell the police that the person was Xie Zhenhua?" "I didn't see him with my own eyes. Why should I say? This is none of my business. Whether it was you, someone else, or even a dog calling for help, if I heard it and saw it, I would help. But that's all. Don't bother me with your messy affairs anymore." After saying this, Su Mujin didn't wait for Han Yuan to reply. She opened the door and left the room. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Su Weidong waiting outside. The room wasn't soundproof enough. Su Weidong was standing at the door, clearly hearing their entire conversation. Even though Su Weidong was trying to hide his emotions, anyone with eyes could see he was on the verge of anger, ready to explode at any moment. But none of this mattered to Su Mujin. She walked away without looking back, riding her bike back to school. Zhang Xiuyun had been anxiously waiting. As soon as she saw Su Mujin return, she hurried over, looking worried. "Mujin, are you okay?" Zhang Xiuyun asked with concern, her face tense. "You were just trying to help someone, and now you're involved in all this?" Su Mujin smiled at Zhang Xiuyun. "Don't worry, I'm fine. The police came to ask me about the situation when I was rescuing someone. I went to the hospital afterward because I wanted to see what happened next." When Su Mujin said she was fine and mentioned the follow-up, Zhang Xiuyun's expression suddenly changed. "How did it go? Was Xie Zhenhua caught?" Su Mujin slowly shook her head. "No," Han Yuan said the person who bullied her wasn't Xie Zhenhua. "Not Xie Zhenhua? Then who was it?" "That's not what she told you before. She said she didn't know that person either, and definitely it wasn't Xie Zhenhua." Zhou Chunling also testified that she and Xie Zhenhua were together at the time. Zhang Xiuyun opened her mouth but couldn't speak. From her expression, it was clear she was very angry, just like Su Mujin. After a long while, Zhang Xiuyun finally gathered her words. "Mujin, luckily you didn't tell the police what Han Yuan said. If she had denied everything in front of them, you would really be in trouble. At that point, you'd be caught in the middle, like a helpless bystander. Muxin was feeling down, but hearing Zhang Xiuyun's last words made her remember a comedy sketch she saw in her past life, and her mood suddenly improved. So, this is a lesson for me. If you ever face questions in the future, just say you saw it with your own eyes. Don't believe everything you hear from others. First update. Zhang Xiuyun nodded seriously. I understand. I will remember this and be more careful. They chatted for a while before class started, and the conversation ended there. What puzzled Muxin was that Xie Zhenhua didn't come to class. Hadn't he already been cleared of suspicion and was fine? 2 days later, her question was answered. The school expelled Xie Zhenhua. Not only him, but Han Yuan was expelled too. The reason was simple. They were caught in inappropriate relationships. Zhou Chunling also lost her job. There's no wall that keeps secrets forever. Their complicated relationships were bound to be known. Even if Han Yuan said she wasn't hurt by Xie Zhenhua and Zhou Chunling testified for him, the fact that Xie Zhenhua and Han Yuan used to be a couple was still exposed. When they were at school, the two secretly held hands, walked side by side, and hugged each other in private. All of this was reported by others. Xie Zhenhua is married, and Han Yuan has a partner, yet they behaved so irresponsibly, as if they were having an affair. All of this was written down and posted on notice boards, on the walls of the teaching building, and even on the cafeteria's entrance. The entire school community saw it all. The news spread quickly and became very popular, even outside the school. At this point, the school couldn't ignore it, so they immediately expelled all 3 students. Zhou Chunling's position was taken over by someone else right away. Although they left the school, they remained the center of gossip. Whenever they were walking around campus or eating in the cafeteria, Muxin heard their names from all directions. The rumors about Han Yuan, Xie Zhenhua, and Zhou Chunling became more and more exaggerated. Some people even said that the 3 of them were very close and had been sleeping together. Hearing these ridiculous rumors, Muxin was both amazed and more cautious. Although there was no internet at that time, people were closer to each other and rumors were more powerful. Without TV, internet, or entertainment, any gossip about scandals would be discussed repeatedly and even distorted or spread again. The rumors could become unrecognizable, and it was hard to imagine how far they could go. In this era, rumors could really be deadly. Not only Muxin but also Zhang Xiuyun shared this concern. Zhang Xiuyun looked worried and said, "How did it get turned into this? Who exactly wrote those letters?" Hearing this, Muxin didn't answer, but she already had a guess and was pretty sure. The person who wrote those letters and spread the rumors, making them more and more exaggerated, was probably Su Weidong. Although the story involved 4 people, only 3 were mentioned, and only 3 were discussed. No one mentioned Su Weidong at all, as if he didn't exist. Even the baby in Han Yuan's belly was now rumored to be Xie Zhenhua's. Besides Su Weidong himself, who else would be so considerate as to erase his existence? Muxin had some doubts in her heart, but she only thought about them quietly. Even when facing Zhang Xiuyun, she didn't voice these guesses. Anyway, they had already left the medical university, and they probably wouldn't meet again in the future. People who have no connection don't matter to her anymore. After school, Muxin said goodbye to Zhang Xiuyun and rode her bike straight home. It had only been a week, but the weather had become much colder, as if it had entered a freezing mode. In her previous life, Muxin heard that in the 70s and 80s, winters in the north were very cold. Starting from the lunar October, it would snow and stay snowy all winter. But hearing about it was one thing, experiencing it firsthand was another. It wasn't even September yet, and as soon as the cold wind blew, she felt her limbs freeze. Muxin couldn't imagine how cold it would be when it snowed. Although she had memories from her original life, knowing winter would be cold, those memories didn't let her truly feel the temperature. Luckily, her space had many warm clothes and plenty of heat packs. She could secretly wear and use them without anyone noticing. As she rode her bike and thought randomly, she nearly didn't react when someone suddenly stopped her on the road. But fortunately, She was quick and instinctively tightened her grip on the brake and put her foot on the ground. At that moment, Su Mujin looked at the person in front of her. When she saw the face clearly, she frowned.
Su Weidong?
The person blocking her way was Su Weidong. With the cold weather, many people wore hats, but Su Weidong didn't. He still had a buzz cut, hands in his pockets, and although he looked expressionless, he seemed very confident. Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Mujin instinctively frowned. What do you want? If you don't say anything, I'll leave. Don't you want to know how the three of them are now? You came all this way just to tell me that? If I don't want to hear it, can you just move aside? Su Weidong raised an eyebrow. Zhe Zhenhua has already gone back to the collective farm with Zhou Chunling. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll stay there. Han Yuan is now in my dorm, washing my clothes and cooking for me every day, waiting for me to come home from work and look at my face. She doesn't go out, afraid of what others might say. I have known her for a long time, and this is the first time I see her behave so well. She no longer hides from me, no longer tries to leave, and she no longer exchanges secret glances with Xie Zhenhua. Su Muxin looks at Xie Zhenhua with a blank expression. It seems like he's speaking to her, but it also feels like he's talking to himself. Su Muxin doesn't reply, and he doesn't seem to care. All right, I've finished. After all, you saved her, so I should come and tell you. I'm leaving now. Su Weidong speaks, very decisively. He says he's leaving, then really turns around and walks away. The sky is getting darker. As he walks further, he disappears into the darkness. Su Muxin stops watching and rides her bike home. The weather is getting colder, and it gets dark earlier each day. Just as she's about to reach the courtyard, someone stops her again. In a short distance, she stopped twice in a row. Even with her good temper, she's starting to get angry. Second update, Su Muxin looks coldly at Song Liancheng, who is blocking her way. Song Liancheng smirks with a mischievous smile. Don't look at me like that. I have something important to tell you, so I had to stop you. He looks at her leisurely, as if expecting Su Muxin to ask him questions. Su Muxin just coldly stares at him, showing no intention of asking anything. His smile fades completely, and the charm disappears. It's been a long time since we heard anything about Song Qinian. Aren't you worried? Why did Song Liancheng suddenly bring up Song Qinian? Su Muxin's heart sinks, but she shows no emotion on her face. You don't need to pretend you don't care. You're probably very anxious right now, right? Want to know what's really going on? Want to know what happened to Song Qinian? I can tell you, but I'm afraid you might not be able to handle it. Song Qinian grew up with me. We went to the same school, read the same books, knew the same people, and experienced similar things. The more he understands me, the more I understand him. How could someone who never learned how to make guns suddenly learn how to design them? How did he draw such detailed plans? Do you think the company cares more about the blueprints he brought out, or are they more curious about how he learned all this? Is he currently on a mission, or has he been captured for secret investigation and interrogation? Hearing these words from Song Liancheng, Su Muxin's heart sank. Song Liancheng is truly crazy. Do you think I'm crazy? Are you trying to say that killing Song Qinian benefits me in any way? It benefits me a lot. I'd rather the Song family not advance further than see him pressuring me. Moreover, he even took you away. Su Muxin, have you forgotten? Your fiancé was originally me. Your man is me. How can I tolerate his legs getting better and him sleeping with you every day? Hearing this, Su Muxin stepped down from her bike and slowly walked up to Song Liancheng. His face was full of surprise. Muxin, you still have feelings for me, right? Don't worry, even if Song Qinian is gone, you won't have a hard life. In the future, I will take care of both families and look after you. Seeing the smile on Song Liancheng's face and hearing his words, Su Muxin felt only disgust. Why would someone like him be the main character in a story? Although she didn't know how Song Qinian was doing now, Su Muxin still wanted to confront Song Liancheng directly. Such a disgusting person is just a waste of life. Just as Su Muxin was about to act, she saw Song Liancheng's eyes suddenly widen in disbelief. Song Qinian? How are you here? Before she could turn around, she felt someone else beside her. Soon after, Song Qinyan's voice sounded in her ear. If I'm not here, then where should I be? Muxin turned her head and saw Song Qinyan's face. It had been over 3 months since he left. In these months, he had lost some weight, his skin was a bit darker, but he still looked healthy. Especially his eyes, shining brightly. Muxin was staring at Song Qinyan when he also turned to look at her and smiled brightly. Wife, I'm back. Her heart suddenly felt very sour, and her throat was a little choked. She was not someone who liked to cry. But in just a few minutes, her mood had swung from deep despair to great joy, and she couldn't control her tears from welling up. Song Qinyan's face, which had been smiling happily, grew tense when he saw Muxin's red eyes. Wife, don't cry. Sorry, it's all my fault. I made you worry. The man who had been confident just moments ago now looked a bit helpless. Muxin took a deep breath, finally holding back her tears. She shook her head at Song Qinyan and said, I'm fine. How should Song Liancheng be dealt with? Hearing this, Song Liancheng's expression instantly changed. Muxin, what do you mean? What are you trying to do to me? Killing someone is against the law. Muxin looked at Song Liancheng coldly. Why are you panicking? When did I say I wanted to kill you? As expected, your heart is dirty, and you see everything as dirty. You've been thinking about killing someone, haven't you? Her word the mark, and Song Liancheng's face grew even uglier. Song Qinyan held Muxin's hand. Wife, let's step aside. Someone's coming to see him, and we shouldn't block the way. Someone looking for me? Song Liancheng became nervous.
Who is looking for me? What do they want?
Before Song Qinyan could answer, several people in uniform approached. Is this Song Liancheng? You have a close relationship with spy Chen Weijun. We need you to come with us for questioning.
What?
Song Liancheng's eyes widened instantly. Who said Chen Weijun is a spy? That's impossible. There's solid evidence. You're still defending Chen Weijun? Looks like your relationship is quite good. Come with us, and we'll have a proper talk. Song Liancheng had no time to struggle and dared not resist. He could only follow them away. Watching their backs leave, Muxin finally looked at Song Qinyan. What exactly is going on? Today, Song Liancheng stopped her, and the words he just said must have been the result of something he did. But for now, it seems he was one step behind, and Song Qinyan had taken care of him. Song Qinyan tightly held Muxin's hand. Wife, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back and talk slowly, okay? Muxin also knew there were ears behind the wall, so she let Song Qinyan hold her. After walking a few steps, she stopped again. I forgot my bicycle. She glared at Song Qinyan as she said this. It's all his fault. Song Qinyan touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. I didn't do it on purpose. Wife, I was riding the bike with you. Because of his tall legs, riding a woman's bicycle looked a bit strange, and with his long legs, he couldn't sit on the back seat. Muxin smiled as she sat on the back, holding tightly onto Song Qinyan's waist and resting her head on his back. It's so good that you're back. Muxin whispered softly. Song Qinyan paused briefly while riding, and his voice soon reached Muxin's ears. I'm back. Everything is with me. When the car entered the courtyard, it was already completely dark outside. Because it was cold and dinner time, no one was outside. As Song Qinyan rode up to the door, he saw Song Muxue hurriedly preparing to leave on her bike. Muxue, where are you going? Muxin asked, getting off from the back seat. Song Muxue looked happily at Muxin. Sister-in-law, you're finally back. I was just about to find you. Sister-in-law, why did you get off the back seat? Who's riding the bike? Song Qinyan said that the one riding the bike is your long-lost older brother. Third update brother? Only then did Song Muxue notice Song Qinyan's presence. Brother, you're back. Her voice was full of surprise. Song Qinyan looked at her expressionless. He had been invisible before, and now he was pretending to be surprised? This sister is really too much. Muxin chuckled as she watched the siblings. All right, stop standing at the door and talking. Let's go inside first. Sister-in-law is right. Song Muxue quickly said, Big brother, Mom and Dad miss you. Let's go inside quickly. The three of them went into the house together. Chen Yuehua and Song Huayan were very happy to see Song Qinian. Qinian, you're back. Good to see you back. Have you finished your task? Song Qinian nodded. Yes, it's done. That's good. Chen Yuehua said with a smile, looking at Su Mujin. Mujin, go wash your hands and face quickly. I'll pour hot water for you. The meal is ready, and I also made pork rib soup. It's getting colder, so have some to warm up. Tomorrow, I'll check if there's any mutton for sale. In this weather, mutton soup is the best. Chen Yuehua's voice gradually faded as she pulled Su Mujin to wash her hands. Song Qinian watched the scene, not feeling upset at all, but even happier than before. It's so good. Mujin is so wonderful. She deserves everyone's love. The family cares so much about Mujin and treats her so well. He only feels happy and doesn't feel jealous at all. Although he didn't know if Song Qinian would return, the dinner that evening was still very hearty, almost like a welcome feast. During dinner, neither Su Mujin nor Song Qinian mentioned what had happened earlier, afraid it might affect the family's appetite. After dinner, the family sat in the living room chatting. Song Qinian then said, just now, Song Liancheng was taken away for questioning. Chen Yuehua looked shocked. Taken away?
Why?
Did he do something wrong again? Song Huayan also frowned. What exactly happened? Tell us more. He was too close to Commander Chen Weijun, who is a spy. I had already noticed that Chen Weijun was suspicious and reported it. The leaders didn't arrest Chen Weijun immediately, but wanted to see if there were other spies hidden in the troops through him. But a few months ago, Chen Weijun suddenly approached Song Liancheng on purpose. Song Liancheng knew he was up to no good, but to deal with me, he still got closer to him. Chen Weijun wanted to get the design plans I had, and Song Liancheng wanted to use Chen Weijun to frame me as a spy. Now the items have been made, and there's no need to keep Chen Weijun around. Everyone close to him has been arrested, including Song Liancheng. Chen Yuehua listened, feeling scared and worried. Qinian, do you think this will affect our family? This involves close contact with a spy. If we're not careful, our whole family could be in trouble. We never realized before how bold Song Liancheng was, or how cruel his heart had become. Song Huayan sighed. Liancheng has hated you since he was young. I saw it, but I thought, since you're cousins, even if he was jealous, he wouldn't do anything too extreme. I didn't expect. Song Muxue looked frightened, patting her chest. Jealousy really can turn people into someone else. She remembered when they were kids. She, her brother, Song Liancheng, and Song Manman. They used to get along well. They always played with other children in the yard and shared good things. Everything was fine when they were young, so why did it turn out like this when they grew up? Song Qinian looked at Song Muxue with admiration. Muxue, you're right. Jealousy can change people completely, so we must not be jealous. I know. I definitely won't be. Chen Yuehua looked helplessly at Song Qinian. Qinian, do you think Liancheng's matter will involve our family? Mom, don't worry. It won't. We've already separated from him, and the leaders know everything from start to finish. Plus, I just earned a reward. No matter what, it won't involve our family. Hearing Song Qinian's confident reply, Chen Yuehua finally relaxed. That's good. That's good. What will happen to Song Liancheng? He only wanted to harm me and didn't reveal many secrets, so it's not a big problem. I think he will probably be dismissed from the army. Although Song Liancheng wasn't completely a traitor, he wasn't pure either. Someone with such a stain cannot stay in the army. Song Huayan frowned tightly, but after a moment, he relaxed again. That's also good. This matter, your grandfather doesn't know about it yet, right?
He doesn't know.
Then don't tell him, Song Huayan said. If he finds out, he might go and plead for Song Liancheng. Even though Song Huayan said this, such a big thing can't be kept secret for long. When Song Liancheng didn't come home overnight, old Master Song sensed something was wrong. But by then, it was already too late. After a night of interrogation, Song Liancheng told everything, and the result was already decided. Nothing could change it. 2 days later, Song Liancheng returned to the big courtyard. He was no longer just Song Liancheng. From now on, he was simply Song Liancheng. This news couldn't be hidden anymore. Although the people in the courtyard didn't know the full story, they all knew that Song Liancheng had been dismissed from the army. Because they didn't know the details, many guesses started flying around, with all sorts of theories. When Song Liancheng got home, he found himself locked in his upstairs room. He didn't want to see anyone or go out. At first, he drank to drown his sorrows, but when the alcohol ran out, he lay on the bed with blank eyes. Molie brought food to Song Liancheng again. Seeing his unkempt appearance, her anger finally burst out uncontrollably. Song Liancheng, are you just going to stay half dead like this forever? You used to be a battalion commander. Why are you like this all of a sudden? When Su Mujin married you, you rose quickly and became the youngest leader. Why, after I married you, did you turn into this? If I had known you'd turn out like this, I wouldn't have married you no matter what. Originally, Song Liancheng listened with blank eyes, but when he heard the last part, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he sat up abruptly, staring at Su Molie. What did you just say?
Say it again.
Under Song Liancheng's intense stare, Su Molie suddenly realized she had just said the wrong thing. It was all her fault. She was so angry that she blurted out her true feelings. Now, being watched so closely by Song Liancheng, Su Molie felt nervous and instinctively looked away. I didn't say anything, she insisted. Song Liancheng wasn't stupid. He had heard everything clearly just now. He wouldn't let Su Molie easily get away with lying. He got out of bed, first running to the door, locking and bolting it to prevent Su Molie from escaping. He slowly approached her, his eyes shining with a dangerous light that made Su Molie feel scared. What are you trying to do? She asked cautiously, stepping back. But she only took a few steps before reaching the wall. Her back pressed against the cold surface, with nowhere left to go. Now, Song Liancheng was right in front of her. He placed his hands on the wall, trapping her inside. Molie, what do those words you just said mean? He asked.
It
doesn't mean anything. I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously, she replied nervously. Song Liancheng raised a hand and pinched her cheek. Su Molie, I have little patience left. You better explain yourself before I lose it completely. I have nothing left now, so there's nothing to be afraid of. If you really make me angry, I don't know what I might do. At worst, I might even risk my life. Hearing this, Su Molie's heart pounded faster. Now face to face with Song Liancheng, she could clearly see the madness in his eyes. What Song Liancheng said was true. He wasn't just threatening her. Realizing this, Su Molie swallowed hard. I told you everything. Good girl, Song Liancheng said with a low, sinister laugh. Su Molie looked at him with fear, asking, Can you please not be angry now that I've told you? Are you trying to make a deal with me? He asked, narrowing his eyes, his gaze full of danger. Fearing what might happen, Su Molie no longer hesitated. She swallowed her fear and finally spoke. Actually, I've come back to life. In my previous life, I wasn't the one who married you. It was Su Muxin. After you two married, you gradually rose to power, eventually becoming the youngest leader. Su Muxin became the wife everyone envied. My parents and my younger brother never liked Su Muxin before because she became the wife of a high-ranking official. Every time she returned to the Su family, she was treated very well. I was the one who was most loved before, but because I married poorly, Su Muxin looked down on me. I couldn't accept this. Su Muxin has no special skills, so why could she marry you and live such a good life? After I was reborn, I deliberately approached you. But Liancheng, you have to believe me. Although I initially had other plans, I truly started to like you later. I am sincere with you. Song Liancheng didn't care whether Su Molie was sincere or not. He stared at her tightly and asked, When did you come back to life? Right after you and Su Muxin got engaged. I wish I could have come back a few days earlier, then I would be the one engaged to you. And What about Song Qinian in your previous life?
He died.
He drowned in that river. I don't remember the exact day. Although Molie said she didn't remember the exact day, Song Liancheng already had a guess. In the previous life, Song Qinian definitely died on the day he fell into the river. In this life, he should also have died that day, but Muxin saved him. Thinking of this, Song Qinian couldn't help but feel furious. On the day Song Qinian fell into the water, why were you and Muxin also by the river? Why was Muxin in the river? If Muxin hadn't been in the river, if she hadn't just happened to meet Song Qinian and saved him, would Song Qinian have died? Song Liancheng could think of this, and so could Molie. Could it be that she wanted to drown Muxin, which led to Muxin meeting Song Qinian and saving him? Because Song Qinian survived, all these subsequent events happened? What if she hadn't taken Muxin to the river that day? Would none of this have happened? As Molie was thinking, she suddenly felt a tight grip on her neck, making it hard to breathe. Song Liancheng was holding her neck with one hand, his eyes red with hatred. So all of this is because of you. You ruined everything for me. You made me like this. Muxin was supposed to marry me. Song Qinian would also have died. And all of this was destroyed by you. Song Liancheng said through clenched teeth, gradually increasing his grip. He used to train every day. Although he wasn't a top soldier, he was quite strong. At this moment, he was gradually applying more force, and Molie's face turned red from being pinched, with veins bulging on her forehead. The feeling of being close to death was unpleasant. Molie's strong will to survive made her desperately grab Song Liancheng's hand. Her long nails dug into his skin. The burning pain finally woke some reason in Song Liancheng. Seeing Molie turn pale from the pinch, Song Liancheng, despite feeling reluctant, finally released her hand. Without Song Liancheng's grip, Molie's body instantly went limp, and she slid down the wall, clutching her throat and coughing wildly. It took a long time before her breathing gradually steadied. But after almost dying, Molie was still filled with fear. For someone who had died once before, feeling close to death again was very unpleasant. Song Liancheng slowly crouched down, his eyes cold as he looked at Molie. Molie, it's you who caused me to end up like this. Tell me, how should I punish you? Liancheng. Molie grabbed his sleeve with both hands and knelt on the ground, looking at him with pleading eyes. Liancheng, I really didn't mean to. I didn't want to hurt you like this. I just want to be with you. I like you so much. Song Liancheng gently wiped her tears away. No, you don't like me. You just want to be the wife of a high-ranking official. Molie wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Song Liancheng. Things from before are over, and they can't happen again. I won't hold it against you. But you must tell me everything that happens from now on, exactly as it is. Second update, Molie nodded heavily. Okay, I'll tell you everything. All of it. As long as you can forgive me. Song Liancheng silently smiled. I will forgive you. They say that a short separation feels like a new marriage, and it's true. After Song Qinian came back, whenever he was at home, he was always glued to Muxin. It had been several days, but Song Qinian still was like that. Seeing Song Qinian leaning close to her while she read a book, Muxin found it a bit funny. She had never realized before that men could be so clingy. But being close to Song Qinian like this felt pretty good. Looking intently at Song Qinian, she noticed he seemed to sense her gaze and turned to look at her.
What are you looking at, wife?
You're so good-looking. Song Qinian was truly a delight to look at. No matter from which angle you viewed his face, there were no flaws. Hearing this, Song Qinian brought his face closer. If you like it, then take a good look. Muxin raised her hand and gently stroked his face. Be serious. I have something to tell you. Feeling her delicate fingers linger on his face, he asked, What's the matter? Do you think Song Liancheng's reactions seem a bit strange? What's wrong with him? After he was dismissed from the army, Song Liancheng spent every day at home drinking away his worries. Sometimes I could hear him smashing things and shouting. But these past 2 days, he's suddenly been quiet. I feel something's off. And there's Molie. Recently, she also ran into Molie when she went out. But every time they met, Molie would turn and walk away without saying a word, not even daring to look at her. Before, when she saw her, Molie would cause trouble, making her feel uncomfortable. Now, her behavior was just too strange. Hearing this, Song Qinyan's expression grew serious. You're right, that does seem a bit strange. Don't worry, I'll pay more attention and see what he's really up to. No matter what his plans are, we should be careful and stay alert early, Muxin said. All right, I'll listen to my wife, Song Qinyan said, leaning closer. I'm talking about serious matters. Muxin pushed him gently.
No pushback.
But his chest seemed to be more muscular than before. Her hand's strength instantly weakened, and her push turned into a gentle. Song Qinyan's lips were now near her ear, and his warm breath teased her. How does it feel, wife? Muxin carefully touched him again and replied, pretty good. Just pretty good? I guess I need to work harder. She wanted to say more, but Song Qinyan had already turned off the light and pressed her down. In the darkness, they gradually panted. But Muxin still remembered to take a small umbrella from her space and handed it to Song Qinyan. I still don't want to have children. Song Qinyan calmly took the box and opened it with one hand. I don't want it either. They hadn't had enough of their private time together. What children? The two of them shared the same opinion, making the evening much more peaceful. The next morning, Muxin just opened her eyes and felt a bit cold. Although the weather was indeed getting colder each day, today felt a little too cold. As she wondered why, she saw the door slightly pushed open. Song Qinyan quickly slipped inside and then shut the door fast. Honey, wear warmer clothes, it's snowing. Snowing?
Muxin's sleepiness instantly disappeared.
So early? It's not even the 10th month of the lunar calendar yet. This year's snow is a bit early, Song Qinyan said. It probably started snowing late last night, and it was quite heavy. There's already a thick layer of snow on the ground. You can't ride a bike in this weather. After breakfast, you walk with me. I'll have Xiaoli take you to school first. Snowy roads are slippery. Riding a bike is not only uncomfortable, but also unsafe. Since she could take a car, Muxin naturally wouldn't refuse. Thank you, husband. No need to thank me now, Song Qinyan said, glancing at Muxin. She was wrapped in a thick quilt, with only her face exposed. But after he looked at her, her face quickly turned red. Since Song Qinyan was now more open-minded, he was becoming more. Hurry up and go out. I need to get dressed, Muxin said. Knowing she was shy, Song Qinyan didn't tease her anymore. He turned around and left with a smile. As soon as he left, Muxin quickly took out the warm underwear she had prepared earlier from her space. Besides wearing thermal underwear close to her body, she also wore a sweater knitted by Manhwa, a cotton coat, and cotton pants. Finally, she put on a military coat and thick military-style leather boots. Without even looking in the mirror, Muxin knew she probably looked like a bear right now. But she had no choice but to dress warmly. It was just too cold. In the classroom, there was no air conditioning or heating, only 2 stoves, and they weren't very warm. Wearing more layers was necessary to avoid getting sick. Not only Muxin dressed this way, but Song Muxue did too. Chunyuehua looked at the 2 bundled-up people, feeling both amused and worried. Such cold weather, and you still have to go to school. Muxue, don't ride your bike later, okay? Song Muxue nodded. Mom, I know. My brother just picked me up. He'll take me and my sister-in-law. Is that okay? Chunyuehua asked with some concern. After all, that car belonged to the military. It makes sense for you to come pick up Song Qinyan. But if you go to send Muxin and Song Muxue, will people think you're using the company car for personal reasons? Mom, it's fine, just on the way, Song Qinyan said. Song Qinyan is a thoughtful person, and since he said that, Chunyuehua didn't say anything more. They finished eating not long ago, and soon Xiaoli arrived in his car. Muxin and the others got in. It was still snowing heavily, so Xiaoli didn't dare drive too fast. Luckily, they left early, had plenty of time, so they weren't worried about being late. Su Muxin got out of the car at the medical university gate. Hurry up and go. Be careful on the road. Song Chinian nodded slightly. I'll come to pick you up this afternoon. Don't go back alone. It was snowing, and it would get dark even earlier. The roads were slippery, so he didn't want Su Muxin to go home alone. Okay. If you're not coming, I won't go. As the car drove away, Su Muxin turned to leave. Just as she turned around, she saw Zhang Xiuyun. Zhang Xiuyun was bundled up warmly, smiling at her with a mischievous look, deliberately mimicking her tone from earlier. You don't come. You don't go. Muxin, you two are so mushy. Su Muxin wasn't embarrassed or annoyed. Instead, she raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? Do you want me to introduce you to someone?
Someone?
Zhang Xiuyun kept stepping back. I don't want a partner. What if I ended up with someone like Xie Zhenhua? That would be really frustrating. Seeing Zhang Xiuyun's worried face, Su Muxin felt like laughing but also had to admit her concern was reasonable. Let's not talk about it for now. When fate comes, you'll meet the right person naturally. Zhang Xiuyun smiled and came closer, affectionately linking her arm with Su Muxin's. You're right. Come on, let's hurry to class. It was still snowing, and the snow on the ground had become icy and slippery after being trampled. Walking together, they had to support each other, or they might fall. From the school gate to their classroom, it wasn't far and usually took only a few minutes, but this time it took over 10 minutes. And they were walking carefully, worried about slipping. When they finally reached the classroom, they let out a sigh of relief. They patted the snow off their clothes outside before going inside. Inside, 2 stoves were burning, one at the front and one at the back, with large kettles on top, boiling water. The weather is very cold, so I can drink hot water anytime to avoid getting sick from the cold. Su Muxin has many thermos flasks in her space, but she can't take them out to use. She can only use a military-style water bottle. The military water bottle is good everywhere, but it doesn't keep water warm. When she left home, she filled it with hot water, but less than an hour later, it had cooled to warm. Su Muxin took a few sips and poured some hot water back in. During class, she held the bottle in her arms, which helped keep her warm, like a hot water bag. She also stuck some warm packs on her body. But even so, after 2 hours, she still felt her body freezing. It's even worse than the hot summer. The conditions for class are very tough. She sighed inwardly, but during class, she became more serious and diligent than before. Having endured so much hardship, if she didn't study well now, all this suffering would be for nothing. Finally, after a long morning, everyone was cold and hungry, grabbing their lunchboxes and rushing to the cafeteria. Outside, heavy snow was still falling. Su Muxin and Zhang Xiuyun were about to go to the cafeteria when they saw Song Liancheng. He was dressed all in black, wearing a black hat. In this snowy, silver-covered yard, his all-black outfit made him stand out too much. Just one glance at Song Liancheng made Su Muxin feel something was wrong. Today, Song Liancheng looked very strange. Seeing Su Muxin stop, the man in black across from her kept staring at her without blinking. Zhang Xiuyun instinctively got nervous and tightly held Su Muxin's arm. Muxin, who is this person? Do you know him? I feel like he's not friendly. This is my husband's second uncle's son, so my husband's cousin, Su Muxin explained softly. He probably came because of some family matter. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiuyun relaxed immediately. Although this person looked a bit strange, since he's a relative, it wasn't a big deal. Maybe his family is having some trouble, so he's just looking serious. Are you going to talk about family matters? Zhang Xiuyun asked again. I'll wait for you in the classroom. It was clear that Song Liancheng didn't come with good intentions, so Su Muxin didn't let Zhang Xiuyun wait here. No need, you don't wait. If you're late, the good food will be gone. I might be delayed for a while. All right, hurry up and tell me, or like you said, if we're late, there won't be anything good to eat. Zhang Xiuyun waved to Su Muxin and carefully walked away step by step. Watching Zhang Xiuyun leave, Su Muxin then looked at Song Liancheng. What's the matter? Song Liancheng didn't answer, but walked closer. When they were only a meter apart, he stopped. He looked down, staring at Su Mujin without blinking.
Su Mujin, you should marry me. Muxin instinctively frowned. What is Song Liancheng acting so crazy about now?
You know this too, don't you? I want to know why you gave up on me and chose Song Chinian. In the last life, I became a leader, made you the admired wife of a leader, gave you a wealthy life, and let you be pursued by others. I was so good to you. So why did you betray me? Why did you choose Song Chinian? With each sentence, Song Liancheng moved a little closer. Seeing him approach, Su Mujin could only keep stepping back. Until she nearly reached the back wall, she stopped. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, she knew what Song Liancheng meant, but at this moment, she absolutely couldn't admit it. She frowned slightly, looking at him with a strange expression. Have you been too shocked? Is your mind messed up? When did you become a leader? What do you mean I was supposed to marry you? What last life? Where did this last life come from? You're just talking nonsense. Hearing this, Song Liancheng stared at her intently, as if trying to see through her with his eyes. Do you really not know? He asked suspiciously. What do I know? Su Mujin said with disdain. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll leave. Song Liancheng frowned, but soon his expression relaxed again. It seems you haven't been reborn and don't know about the last life. All of this is because of Su Molie. If she hadn't been jealous of you, coveting me, seducing me, and trying to kill you, none of this would have happened. You would have married me, and my career would have gone smoothly. Now, all of this is wrong. It shouldn't have happened. Since I now know this mistake, I won't allow it to continue. I will correct this mistake. Hibiscus, believe me. We are truly meant to be together, the perfect match made in heaven. Only when we are together can we become our best selves. Song Liancheng's expression was firm, and his gaze grew increasingly wild. As he spoke, he even reached out to grab Su Muxin's arm. Over the past 6 months, Su Muxin had been practicing boxing with Song Huan every day, and her health had improved greatly thanks to the spiritual spring water. Her movements were still very quick. When she saw Song Liancheng raise his hand, Su Muxin quickly dodged to the side. Song Liancheng, I don't care what kind of madness you're going through. I warn you once. Be respectful. I am your sister-in-law. First update. Song Liancheng's expression suddenly turned cold and fierce. Sister-in-law. These words sounded like they were forced out of his teeth, full of anger. Sister-in-law? You're not my sister-in-law at all. You should be my wife. You should marry me. Muxin, trust me. Just wait. We will be together again. I will make you come back to me. Whether it's Song Chinian or Su Molie, they are obstacles for us. Once I deal with them, we can be together again. You must wait for me. After saying this, Song Liancheng turned and ran away. The road was slippery, and he ran so fast that he fell hard after just a few steps. He used his hands and feet to crawl up from the ground and kept running forward. After a while, he finally disappeared from Su Muxin's view. But Su Muxin's mood was not relaxed because of his departure. Su Molie must be crazy. She was probably driven mad by Song Liancheng, which is why she told him about her rebirth. But Su Molie never expected that after Song Liancheng learned everything from her past life, he would come looking for her. In her previous life, she was successful and famous, with everything she wanted. This life, she was a failure and poor, with nothing she desired. That's why Song Liancheng said Su Molie and Song Chinian were obstacles. He probably thought that without Su Molie and Song Chinian, if he married her again, he could succeed like in the past. It's just a dream. Su Muxin didn't know what Song Liancheng might do. But right now, the most important thing was not what he would do, but how to talk to Song Chinian about this. In the days to come, Song Liancheng and Su Molie might become desperate and do something extreme. She must tell Song Chinian about their situation, so he can be prepared.
But how should she say it?
If she mentions Su Molie's rebirth, how can she explain her own background? If Song Chinian finds out she is not the original person, will he see her as a monster? Su Mugen felt more and more conflicted and didn't want to eat. She turned around and went back to the classroom. She didn't know how long she had been thinking until she heard Zhang Qiuyun's voice, and she snapped back to reality. Zhang Qiuyun looked at her with curiosity. Muxin, why didn't you go to eat? I waited for you for a while. When you didn't come, I bought you a meal. She said this and placed the lunchbox in front of Su Mugen. I ran back holding it so it should still be warm. Want to try it? If it's cold, just heat it on the stove. The aluminum lunchbox was convenient. When you needed hot food, just put it on the stove. Su Mugen looked down at the lunchbox on the table. It had already been opened by Zhang Qiuyun, and inside was rice, braised pork, and some shredded potatoes. The braised pork was still slightly steaming, and the aroma wafted into her nose. Seeing that Su Mugen was just staring and not eating, Zhang Qiuyun blinked. Muxin, why aren't you eating? Do you dislike my lunchbox? I washed it twice after using it, so it's very clean. Hearing this, Su Mugen smiled and looked at her. I didn't mean to dislike it. I'm just a bit touched. Xiuyun, you're so good to me. This was the 1970s. A box of such food would cost over $1. If it were someone else, they might worry whether she would pay or give tickets after eating. If she didn't, it would be a big loss. Although she knew she had money and tickets, whether she would give them or not was another matter. Haven't you seen in later generations that some debtors are rich? Often, the less they have, the more generous they seem. The richer they are, the more stingy. But Zhang Qiuyun showed no worry and bought it directly. This wasn't just because she trusted her, but because Zhang Qiuyun truly regarded her as a good friend. When someone treats you sincerely like that, how can you not feel touched? Hearing Su Mugen's words, Zhang Qiuyun also smiled. It's not necessary to be so touched, as long as you don't dislike it. Hurry up and use your chopsticks to eat. Su Mugen took out her chopsticks and carefully finished all the rice in the lunchbox. After finishing her meal, Su Mugen took the lunchbox outside. She first cleaned it with clean snow, then rinsed it with boiling hot water. Both snow and hot water are very good at removing grease. This way, even without dish soap, she could easily clean the lunchbox. Su Mugen returned the clean lunchbox to Zhang Qiuyun and also handed over the money and the ticket. You can't refuse this, Su Mugen said. If you do, I won't eat the meals you bring me anymore. Zhang Qiuyun smiled and looked at Su Mugen. Dream on. Who said I wouldn't want it? Of course I will. She took the money and ticket and put them in her pocket. Oh, Muxin, your husband's younger cousin came to see you. Is there something wrong? I saw he looked upset. Is something happening at home? Nothing serious at home. It's just a problem between him and his wife. There was indeed some trouble between Song Liancheng and Su Molie. Su Mugen didn't lie about that. She nodded with understanding. No wonder he looked so unhappy. So that's the reason. Even though you're relatives, I want to remind you, marital issues are private. We should stay out of it. They say couples argue at night and make up in the morning. If you interfere too much and they reconcile, then they might say you're meddling. That would make you look bad. Su Mugen nodded seriously. Xiuyun, I think you're right.
How do you know so much about this?
You don't even have a partner, so how are you so clear about couples' problems? I don't have a partner, but I have parents, Zhang Qiuyun sighed helplessly. When my parents have disagreements, they come to me to complain. I try to advise them, but after a few days, they make up and then say I shouldn't interfere or speak badly about them in front of others. They live happily together, loving each other, and I end up being the bad guy. After experiencing this a few times, I stopped getting involved in their affairs. Muxin, I tell you, this is a lesson learned. You must remember, don't make the same mistakes I did. Zhang Qiuyun looked regretful and sad as she said this. Seeing her expression, Su Mugen initially wanted to laugh, but she forced herself to hold back her smile. Second update, Zhang Qiuyun saw Su Muxin trying not to laugh clearly. Don't just keep smiling. Remember what I told you, okay?
Got it. So Muxin nodded seriously.
I really remember. Don't worry, I won't get involved in their marriage stuff. Seeing how serious Su Muxin was, Zhang Qiuyun finally felt at ease. After the last class, it was already getting dark. Zhang Qiuyun accompanied Su Muxin to the school gate. Just as they arrived, they saw Song Qinian. Song Qinian was standing by the car. Zhang Xiuyun didn't go further. He said to Su Muxin, "All right, your man is here to pick you up.
You should go now.
I'll head back first. I'll bring you some good food tomorrow," Su Muxin replied. She said goodbye to Zhang Xiuyun and then ran towards Song Qinian. As she got close to the door, she saw Song Muxue waving at her through the car window. "Sister-in-law." Song Muxue smiled brightly. "Hurry and get in the car." Su Muxin nodded in response and got into the car with Song Qinian. On the way back to the courtyard, the three of them didn't talk much. Su Muxin was worried about something, and even during dinner, she seemed preoccupied. After dinner, back in her room, she hesitated, unsure whether she should speak up. Before she could think it through, Song Qinian came over, squatted in front of her, and looked up at her. "Dear wife, is there something bothering you? If there is, you don't have to feel bad about it.
Just choose not to say anything."
Hearing Song Qinian's words, Su Muxin felt less troubled than before. She looked down at him and said, "This afternoon, Song Liancheng came to the school to see me." "He came to see you?" Song Qinian's expression suddenly grew tense. "What did he want? Did he do anything? Are you hurt?" Seeing how naturally he cared, Su Muxin felt even more at ease. "Don't worry, I'm fine. He didn't do anything, just said a lot." "What did he say?"
He said, "Su Molie is a reborn."
Su Molie said he became a leader in his past life. Su Muxin spoke carefully, watching Song Qinian's expression to see if he could accept or believe this. She kept looking at him, and he also looked back at her. "In the previous life that Su Molie mentioned, was Song Liancheng married to you?" Song Qinian said this suddenly, and Su Muxin was stunned. Is Song Qinian thinking too quickly? How did he come up with this idea in such a short time? Although Su Muxin didn't speak, just by looking at her expression, Song Qinian could guess what she was thinking. "Looks like I guessed right." Song Qinian's voice lowered a bit, and his mood seemed a little sad. "That's not true." Su Muxin instinctively wanted to explain. But before she could say much, Song Qinian tightly held her hand. "Wife, I don't care about the past life. No matter who you married in that life, in this life, you married me. That makes you my wife. I will definitely take good care of you, treat you well, and no one can take you away from me." At that moment, Su Muxin's worries disappeared completely. "Then, do you mind that I married someone else in the previous life?"
she asked.
"We're not living in that past life." Song Qinian looked straight into Su Muxin's eyes and answered very seriously, "We live now in the present. I am the current me, you are the current you, and we are together. What happened in the past has nothing to do with us."
"You're right.
The current us is who matters, not the past," Su Muxin said. "Then do dongbao zhou Song Qinian. In the previous life, I didn't marry Song Liancheng." Song Qinian raised his hand and wrapped his arms around Su Muxin's waist. "I know." Su Muxin had space, resources, and weapons that made her very angry. She was not from this era, nor did she belong to this world. Although he didn't know how she came here since they met and married, he would hold her tightly and stay with her forever. They quietly embraced each other for a while. Su Muxin then released Song Qinian, leaned her upper body back a little, and asked, "Husband, aren't you curious about how you were in your past life?" Song Qinian gently stroked Su Muxin's face with his big hand and took a while before saying, "In my past life, I probably died."
"How do you know that?"
Su Muxin was a bit surprised. Some people, even if they hear from others that they died in their past life, might not believe it. But Song Qinian, who actively guessed that he was dead and spoke so confidently, why was that? Song Qinian's lips curl into a slight smile, and his voice is very gentle. "Because in the past, I didn't have you." The Su Muxin from the past is not the same as the current Su Muxin. No one saved him. He probably died in that river. It was her appearance that saved his life and changed everything. Although he didn't know Song Qinian from the past at all, the thought that he once died in that cold river made Su Muxin's eyes feel a little sore. She took several deep breaths to calm her emotions. "Yes, you died in the past." Song Liancheng was fully supported by Grandpa and was very lucky, making many achievements and becoming a leader in his 40s. "That is indeed impressive,"
Song Qinian said. But no matter how talented he was, that was in the past. He has nothing to do with who he is now. The current Song Liancheng is short-sighted, cruel, and only interested in dishonest ways. Someone like him, even if he knew everything about the past, wouldn't be able to do much. Su Muxin also felt that Song Qinian's words made sense, but she still said, from what he said today, it seems he sees Su Molie and you as obstacles, and he also said he wants to marry me. Maybe he thinks that only by marrying me can he succeed. Relying on another person for all hope is already doomed for Song Liancheng to fail. Just like Su Molie. She was reborn, but she didn't try to change her situation or work hard herself. Instead, she put all her hopes on marrying a good man, which meant she was destined to fail. In a way, Su Molie and Song Liancheng are truly a perfect match. Their thoughts and actions are exactly the same. Song Qinian chuckled softly. Since he doesn't want to behave, then let's send him to the countryside to cool off. Third update, you mean send him to the countryside?
Muxin fronet.
Would he agree? Song Liancheng, who didn't know about the past, would never agree to go to the countryside. Now that he knows about the past, he definitely wouldn't follow the plan to go. Song Qinian tightened his grip on Su Muxin's hand. Whether he agrees or not doesn't matter. No matter what, he's going. His words were very confident. If someone else said that, Su Muxin might think they were just bragging. But since Song Qinian said it, she could only believe him. Don't worry about these things. Leave it to me. I can arrange everything in less than 2 days. Song Qinian then said, let's not talk about this now. Su Muxin instinctively looked at Song Qinian. Then what should we talk about? Nothing. As Song Qinian spoke, he leaned in and pressed down, blocking all the words Ji Kong Su Muxin wanted to say.
Muxin.
Outside, the wind howled fiercely, snow fell heavily, and the cold was piercing. But inside the house, the temperature kept rising. The roaring wind became the best cover at this moment, blowing away all the tiny sounds. Later, although she felt a bit cold, Su Muxin still took a shower. Otherwise, her body was sticky and greasy, and she wouldn't be able to sleep at all. Just after coming out of the bathroom, she saw Song Qinian had already changed the sheets and made the bed. His quickness in changing the sheets made her blush with embarrassment. Song Qinian carried the sheets toward the bathroom. When passing by Su Muxin, he softly urged her, it's cold outside, hurry back to bed and sleep. Then you should come back quickly too, Su Muxin replied, pausing for a moment. After washing the sheets, just bring them back directly. They were hung in the space to dry and soon dried. In this weather, large items like sheets couldn't be hung outside. If Song Muxue saw Song Qinian washing the sheets, she would definitely be curious again. After all, in such cold weather, who washes sheets every day? Seeing Su Muxin's slightly reddened cheeks, Song Qinian smiled softly and replied, okay, I understand. Hearing his gentle laugh, Su Muxin felt her ears itch and heat up. She hurriedly jogged back to bed. The bed was equipped with an electric hot water bag. Although the sheets had just been changed, they didn't feel cold at all. She didn't dare use the electric blanket because after each use, she had to turn it off, which was too troublesome. But the hot water bag was fine. At night, she could turn off the lights and plug it into charge. Before sleeping, she would put it in to warm the bed just right. But before sleeping, she still needed to put it away. Su Muxin's body was well nourished by spiritual spring water, so she wasn't particularly afraid of the cold and wouldn't feel cold hands or feet while sleeping. And Song Qinian was like a big stove, always liking to hold her while sleeping. Sleeping together, without sweating, was the best. They didn't need the electric hot water bag. Lying in the soft bed, Su Muxin was getting a bit drowsy when she saw Song Qinian come back with wet hair, holding a basin with freshly washed sheets. Wife, don't get up. Just send me in, and then bring me out again later. That's enough, Song Qinian said. It's just hanging some sheets. One person is enough. According to Song Qinian's words, Su Muxin sent him into the space, waited a while, then let him come out again. After lying on the bed and talking for a while, until after 11 o'clock,
they finally fell into deep sleep. It rained heavily for 2 days before finally stopping. During these 2 days, the snow piled up quite deep. But it's not the coldest time yet. Once the sun comes out, the snow melts. There are no asphalt roads or cement ground. If it were brick, it would be better, but most of the roads are dirt. When the snow melts, the ground becomes muddy. Not to mention riding a bike. Even walking carefully is necessary, or you might sink into the mud. After 3 difficult days, the snow melted completely, and the roads gradually hardened, making it easier to walk. At this time, the notice for Song Liancheng to go to the countryside also arrived. After receiving the notice, Old Master Song immediately took everyone from the second branch of the Song family to the main house. It was almost lunchtime. Chen Yuehua was about to cook noodles when she saw Old Master Song leading a group of people. She had to stop cooking, wipe her hands, and come out of the kitchen. Old Master Song was already sitting on the sofa, looking at Song Qinian with a serious expression. Qinian, how come Liancheng is being sent to the countryside? Everything was already investigated, and it has nothing to do with Liancheng, right? He's already been discharged from the army. Isn't that enough? Why does he still have to go to the countryside? He sighed deeply. Liancheng grew up in the big yard just like you. He's never done farm work before. Now they want him to go to the countryside, up north in the northeast. How can he handle that? I've already reported this to the higher-ups, but they are very firm this time. They won't even give me face. Qinian, you just made a contribution, and the reward hasn't come down yet.
Can you
talk to them for Liancheng? Don't let him go to the countryside. You two are cousins. Helping each other is right. Only if you work together can our old Song family get better. Don't you think so? Old Master Song spoke earnestly. His tone was gentle, but his attitude was firm. Song Qinian looked calmly at Old Master Song. Grandpa, if I really worked with Liancheng, we might have already been discharged from the army together. Although the sound was not loud, its impact was very strong. Old Master Song was instantly stunned. He meant for Song Qinian to help Song Liancheng, but when it reached Song Qinian's ears, it sounded completely different. Song Qinian, as if unaware of Old Master Song's shocked expression, continued speaking calmly. Grandpa thinks that Song Liancheng is the most important. The future of the Song family doesn't matter, right? Even if Grandpa thinks that way, I can't agree. The Song family isn't just about Liancheng. We can't ruin generations of hard work because of one person. He can't see people clearly and got too close to spies, which led to trouble. Do you want me to get involved just because of him? At this moment, Song Huan also spoke up. Qinian is right, Dad. Liancheng and Qinian are both your grandsons. You can't ignore Qinian's safety just because of Liancheng. You shouldn't be so biased. Being criticized by his eldest son and grandson, Old Master Song would normally have been angry. But now, instead of anger, he felt that both of them made good points. First update, you two are right. I didn't think things through earlier. Seeing Old Master Song change his attitude, Song Qinian also softened his tone. Grandpa, Liancheng has been expelled from the army and stays at home every day, but he can't stay like that forever, right? Even the best person, if they stay at home all the time, will become useless after a while. They need to go out sometimes. Don't you think? Everyone in the big courtyard knows why Liancheng was sent back. They might not say it openly, but they don't forget it in their hearts. As long as Liancheng is still in the courtyard and they can see him, they will inevitably think about this. The best way to make them forget is to let Liancheng hide away for a while. I was also thinking about finding a faraway place for Liancheng to work. I didn't expect that the higher-ups would directly send him to the countryside. In a way, it was a lucky coincidence. Now that Liancheng has gone to the countryside, he's not in the courtyard. Over time, people will naturally forget about this. If Liancheng works hard and makes some achievements in the countryside, he might return soon. If he makes a big contribution, there could be other opportunities when he comes back. Maybe he will get a better position. Don't you think? There was no one else in the room to speak, only Song Qinian's voice. When he spoke, his tone was calm and gentle, like a spring breeze softly entering Old Master Song's ears.
Old Master Song followed Song Qinian's words and thought more about it, gradually feeling that what Song Qinian said made sense. You're right. Old Master Song nodded repeatedly. It was my fault for not thinking carefully before. I only thought going to the countryside would be hard, and I forgot this was an opportunity given from above. As he spoke, Old Master Song looked at Song Liancheng. Liancheng, your older brother is right. What do you think? Song Liancheng's hand quietly clenched, then quickly relaxed. You're right, Grandpa, Song Liancheng said with a forced smile. But I'm still a bit confused. It's been so many days, and suddenly they want me to go to the countryside. Could someone be doing something behind the scenes? He kept his eyes fixed on Song Qinian as he said this. Although he didn't say it directly, his meaning was clear. He was suspicious of Song Qinian. Song Qinian didn't avoid his gaze. He looked straight into Song Liancheng's eyes and asked, Are you doubting me? Before Song Liancheng could answer, Old Master Song spoke up. Qinian, Liancheng would never doubt you. Liancheng, don't talk nonsense. This isn't someone trying to harm you, but an opportunity from above to make up for past mistakes. They value you. You must not let them down. Song Liancheng almost cursed out loud. What do they mean by valuing him? If they truly valued him, they would just send him back to the army. Why send him to the countryside? But he also understood that once things had reached this point, there was no use saying more. The only thing he could do now was try to get as many benefits as possible from Old Master Song before going to the countryside. And after going there? With Jasmine Su's foresight, he definitely wouldn't stay in the countryside for long. He would use Jasmine's insight to make achievements in the rural area and then return triumphantly, preferably stepping on Song Qinian's head. Thinking this, Song Liancheng felt a bit more at ease. Grandpa is right. I shouldn't overthink. This is definitely an opportunity from above, and they're just jealous of me. I'll go to the countryside and work hard. When Jasmine and I get there, we'll try to make good results. Since Jasmine Su entered the room, she had been sitting quietly in the corner, not making a sound and trying to reduce her presence. It wasn't that Jasmine Su had changed her mind, but she didn't want to go to the countryside with Song Liancheng. Having lived through this life again, Su Molie understands more clearly that going to the countryside is a fixed decision once made, and it cannot be changed. Whether Song Liancheng agrees or not, he will definitely go to the countryside. But she can't go with Song Liancheng. At first, no one paid attention to her and no one mentioned her, so she felt relieved. But not long after, she suddenly heard her name from Song Liancheng's mouth. She looked up in shock, her face full of disbelief.
You.
What did you say? You want me to go to the countryside with you? Su Xiuyun was also a bit surprised. Liancheng, are you serious? Molie is pregnant. Su Molie's baby has been in her belly for 6 months. She should stay at home to rest and take care of herself. How can she go to the countryside with Song Liancheng? Song Huaimin also frowned as he looked at Song Liancheng. This is just nonsense. Your wife is pregnant, and in a few months she will give birth. Why not stay at home instead of going to the countryside? Old Master Song first frowned, but he thought Song Liancheng was not a reckless person. The reason he said and did these things must have a purpose and reason behind it. Liancheng, Old Master Song said meaningfully, why do you want Molie to go to the countryside with you? Do you have other plans? Grandpa is right. I do have other plans, Song Liancheng explained with a smile. I heard that the women in the collective farms do the same work as the men. They don't just sit around, even when they are 6 months pregnant or about to give birth, they still work in the fields. Some even give birth right in the fields. After giving birth, they change clothes and continue working. In such an environment, I can't be special, right? My wife can't be worse than those women. She has to be more capable and outstanding than them. We are a team. While I work hard, she works hard too. That way, the higher-ups will see our sincerity, and we can return sooner. Grandpa, do you agree? Old Master Song looked thoughtful and finally nodded after a long pause. Song Huaimin also thought this made sense. As for Su Xiuyun, she agreed immediately. Liancheng, you're right. We should do it this way. Although Su Molie is carrying her unborn grandson, Song Liancheng is her biological son. As long as her son is safe and sound, she can have as many grandchildren as she wants. Compared to her son and grandson, which one is more important? Isn't that obvious? Old Master Song decisively said, "All right, let's follow Liancheng's plan. Liancheng's wife and Liancheng will go to the countryside. Second daughter-in-law, Liancheng's wife is pregnant. Take good care of her and prepare some food and supplies. Don't let her suffer." Su Xiaoying quickly agreed, "Okay, Dad, don't worry. I definitely won't let my daughter-in-law and grandson suffer." Second update, Su Molie listened to their decision and felt terrible. "Did anyone ask for my opinion? I'm not going to the countryside. Whoever wants to go, just go." Su Xiaoying never thought Su Molie would refuse. When she heard Su Molie say this, she immediately became unhappy. "What are you saying? You're my son's wife. Wherever my son goes, you should go too. Why won't you go? Then I will divorce your son," Su Molie said without hesitation. "Anyway, your son isn't a soldier anymore. It's not a military marriage, so I don't need to apply for a divorce."
You.
Su Xiaoying was stunned by her words, staring at Su Molie with wide eyes. You're willing to divorce him just because you don't want to go to the countryside with him?" At this moment, Su Molie's heart was pounding wildly. She didn't expect herself to say those words out loud. But since she had already spoken, she could only hold on and keep going. Maybe she could really get a divorce? She cheered herself on silently and tried to reason with Su Xiaoying. "People say, marry a man, wear his clothes, eat his food. I married your son. Even if I can't enjoy fine delicacies, I should at least stay in the city, right? Now I'm pregnant and showing. Your son wants me to go to the countryside with him. Is that something a person would do? He's treating me this way. Why can't I divorce him?" Su Molie's words were reasonable, but Su Xiaoying didn't listen. To her, Su Molie asking for a divorce now was ungrateful, unfaithful, and greedy. Overall, she thought Su Molie was not a good person.
No.
"I don't agree. If you want a divorce, then do it. But first, return the bride price we gave you and the 200 yuan your family gave when your brother got married. Also, who knows if you've secretly taken money or goods from our family to support your family. Let's say 500 yuan. You must pay 2,000 yuan, or don't even think about divorcing." Su Xiaoying's ability to settle accounts surprised everyone in the room. Su Muxin didn't expect Su Xiaoying to make such an outrageous request. An ordinary worker, who doesn't eat or drink all year, probably can't save 200 yuan. Even if they could save 200 yuan in a year, it would take 10 years to save enough. 10 years of not eating or drinking would surely lead to starvation. Not even 10 days, just 10 days of not eating or drinking, and a person would starve to death. Su Xiaoying's request wasn't really about the money. More importantly, she didn't want Su Molie and Song Liancheng to get divorced. Su Molie wasn't stupid. When she first heard about the 2,000 yuan, she was very angry, but once she understood Su Xiaoying's plan, she wasn't so upset anymore. Su Molie looked directly at old Master Song. "Grandpa, you've always been the most reasonable person in the family and surely understand the importance of a good parting. I feel that I am no longer suitable to be with Liancheng. Can you agree to our divorce?" Hearing Su Molie ask old Master Song for help, Su Muxin was a bit surprised. After the surprise, she found it amusing. Su Molie was at least someone who had been reborn. With her 2 lifetimes combined, she was about the same age as old Master Song. Such an adult, and she still doesn't seem to have any sense? Old Master Song usually appeared gentle and fair, seeming very just. But that was only for small matters. When it came to big issues, old Master Song would naturally consider things from the Song family's perspective. He is old Master Song. If he doesn't favor the Song family, should he favor outsiders? Old Master Song sighed. "Molie, I know, Liancheng asking you to go to the countryside scared you. Your parents are just workers, but they live in the city. You grew up with enough to eat and drink. Now that you're pregnant and going to the countryside, it's normal to be scared or upset." After saying this, Su Molie's eyes turned red. She looked at old Master Song with deep gratitude, thinking to herself that he truly understood her, so he wouldn't make things difficult for her. As long as she could successfully divorce Liancheng, she wouldn't have to go to the countryside, and with her memories from her past life, she could find a suitable man. Molie was already thinking about who she would look for next. At this moment, she overheard old Master Song's voice. But, Molie, we must keep our promises. Even between spouses, we should stand together through hardships. Liancheng is in trouble now. The person closest to him is your wife. If you don't stand with him, who else will? If you abandon him at this moment, it's like everyone pushing him down. If this gets out, what will others say about you? And what about the child in your belly? Since you trust Grandpa so much and go to him first when something happens, you should also carefully consider his words. As people, we shouldn't only think of ourselves but also consider those around us. If everyone only thought of themselves like you, we wouldn't have the good days we do now. Do you understand this? Alright, it's getting late. Your eldest uncle and others still need to eat, so let's not waste more time here. Liancheng, Molie, if you two have something to say, just go home and talk. Since Molie said she wanted a divorce, Liancheng fell completely silent. It wasn't until he heard old Master Song speak that Liancheng finally stood up. He slowly walked over to Molie and grabbed her wrist. Molie looked at Liancheng, feeling scared and frightened. She didn't want to go back with him. If she really went back with Liancheng, she couldn't even imagine what might happen to her. Her eyes quickly scanned the crowd. The Song family definitely wouldn't help her. The only person who could help her was Mujin. Molie looked at Mujin, hope shining in her eyes. She raised her other hand and reached out to her. Mujin, please save me. I'm your real sister. You can't just watch me suffer. It's my fault before. I shouldn't have fought with you. I shouldn't have taken what was yours, boo-hoo. Before Molie finished speaking, Liancheng tightly covered her mouth. Old Master Song looked at Mujin with a strange expression. What does Molie mean? What did she take from you? Mujin thought carefully and replied, I don't know. Since I was little, she's always tried to take my candy. She's taken so much, I don't even know what she's talking about now. Third part, old Master Song frowned when he heard this, and his opinion of Molie worsened. He already didn't agree with Liancheng marrying Molie. But Liancheng was like possessed and insisted on marrying her. If only they could live happily after marriage, it would be fine. After marrying her, he kept causing trouble and even took money to support her family. Now that Liancheng is going to the countryside, she wants a divorce even more. What's the point of marrying such a woman? It's said that marrying a good wife means fewer problems. Liancheng is like this now because he didn't listen and insisted on marrying Molie. Otherwise, things wouldn't be like this today. Unfortunately, it's too late to change anything now. As for Molie's idea of divorce, that's simply impossible. The Song family is a respected and prominent family. How could they let their children divorce so easily? If they agreed, it would be a big joke. Old Master Song sighed deeply. Mujin, Molie isn't very patient, and her mind isn't very clear right now. When you have time, you should try to talk to her. A married couple should support each other and live happily. How can she just want a divorce at the slightest problem? Don't you think so? Mujin wore a light smile but refused firmly. Grandpa, my relationship with Molie isn't good. If I go to persuade her to go to the countryside, she'll just think I'm kicking her when she's down and will oppose me. She really doesn't want to go. Hearing Mujin's refusal, old Master Song was a bit unhappy. But after thinking carefully about her words, he surprisingly felt that what Mujin said made some sense. Seeing that old Master Song's expression softened, Mujin took the opportunity to continue. If you really want someone to talk to Molie, Grandpa, why not ask the person who loves her most? Like my parents. They've been very kind and caring to Molie all these years. She might listen to them. Old Master Song paused and thought about it, then nodded. All right, I understand. He seemed a little anxious, so after agreeing, he immediately got up and left. That afternoon, Xiuyun came, but Dafu did not. When Mujin heard this,
She wasn't surprised at all. It had been like this for many years. Wang Xiuyun always made a fuss, was strong-willed, and handled everything herself, acting as if she were the head of the family. But in reality, the real decision-maker was always Su Dafu. After making a decision, Su Dafu would let Wang Xiuyun handle the matter. In the end, Wang Xiuyun often took the blame, and Su Dafu's reputation remained good. But Wang Xiuyun didn't mind if others noticed. She wouldn't say anything. Wang Xiuyun quietly went to the second floor and gently opened the door, peeking inside first. Jasmine? Her voice was soft, cautious, and very gentle. Su Jasmine, who was curled up in the corner, heard her and looked up eagerly, eyes full of hope. Mom? Is that you? Hearing Jasmine's tearful response, Wang Xiuyun hurriedly stepped inside and closed the door carefully before looking for Jasmine. Jasmine was still in the corner of the room. She wanted to stand up but couldn't because she was hurt and in pain all over. She could only tear up and look at Wang Xiuyun with a sad expression.
Mom.
Jasmine. Wang Xiuyun rushed to Jasmine, her eyes full of concern. She wanted to hold her, but was afraid of hurting her injuries. Jasmine took the initiative and threw herself into Wang Xiuyun's arms. Only then did Wang Xiuyun hold her tightly. Mother and daughter cried together for a while. After a long moment, Jasmine choked out, Mom, I want to divorce Song Liancheng. He's not a good person. He hit me. As soon as Jasmine finished speaking, she felt Wang Xiuyun's body stiffen. This made Jasmine feel very strange. She slowly loosened her hold on Wang Xiuyun, leaned back slightly, and looked at her with confusion. Mom, what's wrong? Are you worried that Song Liancheng or the Song family won't agree? It's okay, Mom. I've already made up my mind. You should ask the Women's Federation to come and see my injuries. Song Liancheng was already discharged from the military and is disliked by many. Now that his pregnant wife, it will only make people hate him more. Later, I will cry and tell everyone about his bad deeds. They will definitely help me get a divorce. After the divorce, I will go to the hospital to have the baby terminated. You can ask your younger sister-in-law to return my work so I can keep working. I'll still live at home and be your caring little girl. With me here, I won't let her bully you. Our family will live like before, okay? While Jasmine was saying all this, she was completely lost in her own thoughts and didn't notice that Wang Xiuyun's expression had become very stiff. It was only after a long time, when Jasmine had calmed down from her excitement, that she realized Wang Xiuyun hadn't responded. Mom? Why aren't you talking? Jasmine asked again. Wang Xiuyun looked conflicted, but finally spoke. Jasmine, isn't your job already sold to your sister-in-law? She paid you real money, 500 yuan. Now you want to take the job back. Would she agree to that? Oh, so that's what you're worried about.
Su Jasmine suddenly understood.
Mom, you don't need to worry. Even if she doesn't give me the job, it's okay. I still have some money. Maybe not enough, but if you can lend me a few hundred later, I can buy a good job again. However, Wang Xiuyun didn't look happy. Her expression was even more troubled. Su Jasmine isn't a fool. Seeing Wang Xiuyun's expression, she understood everything. Wang Xiuyun doesn't want to do it.
Mom.
Su Jasmine was a bit anxious, desperately thinking. Mom, I know Tianxi is married now and has a wife. You don't treat me the same way as before. Just consider these few hundred yuan as a loan. I will definitely pay you back later. If you're worried about my sister-in-law, I can talk to her. I can even write her an IOU. Jasmine. Mom, I really can't stay at the Song family anymore. Song Liancheng has gone crazy. If I go to the countryside with him, I might die there. Mom, I am your favorite daughter. Please help me, okay? Please help me. First part. Wang Xiuyun tightly grabbed Su Jasmine's hands. Jasmine. Jasmine.
Su Jasmine.
Can you calm down and listen to me? Wang Xiuyun's patience was already thin, and now it was almost gone. Hearing Wang Xiuyun get angry, Su Jasmine finally calmed down a bit, opening her misty eyes to look at her.
Mom, what do you want to say?
What are you telling me? Wang Xiuyun took a deep breath, raised her hand, and gently stroked Su Jasmine's hair. Jasmine, you've already married. Can't you just live a good life? You and Liancheng are husband and wife. Shouldn't you support each other through tough times? Yes. Now he's having some problems and even has to go to the countryside, but isn't that just temporary? As long as you both behave well in the countryside, with a Song family and Song Chinian, who is talented, in the future, if you want to return to the city, it will be easy. Su Jasmine looked at Wang Xiuyun in disbelief, unwilling to believe that such words could come from her. Mom, what are you saying? Wang Xiuyun opened her eyes and hesitated to look directly at Su Molie, but she still said, Molie, you're still young, and there are some things you haven't seen clearly yet. Mom is experienced. Can I really harm you? When a man is going through a tough time, as long as you stay with him and share his hardships, he will treat you well for the rest of his life. Liancheng is currently facing some setbacks, but the Song family is still doing well. Liancheng was sent to the countryside as an opportunity given by the higher-ups to help him turn over a new leaf and build a career. It might be tough for a while, but once you get through it, good days are ahead. If you stay with him and wait through this period, your good days will come. Just hold on a little longer, okay? Hearing Wang Xiuyun's earnest words, Su Molie let go of her hand and instinctively leaned back. But her back was against the wall, so she couldn't escape. Wang Xiuyun looked at Su Molie with some confusion. Molie, why are you hiding back there? Did you remember everything I just told you? I'm really doing this for your own good. For my own good?
Molie sneered coldly.
I think, perhaps, old Master Song promised you some benefits, didn't he? At these words, Wang Xiuyun's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Seeing her reaction, Su Molie knew she had guessed correctly. What benefits did he promise you? Su Molie asked coldly. Wang Xiuyun originally didn't want to say, but after hesitating for a moment, she replied, It's nothing much. He promised to change your dad's position, so he could work in the office. You know, your dad is getting older and can't do some jobs anymore. Moving to the office means less physical work, and his salary will increase by 1 level. I can also get a raise. Tianxi can become a team leader, and his salary will increase by 2 levels. Look at how good old Master Song is to our family. He's so good to us, and you can imagine how much he cares for you. As long as you stay with Liancheng and go to the countryside, good days will be waiting for you when you return. And besides, you're pregnant with the Song family's eldest grandson. He's the first in the 4th generation, so old Master Song will definitely value him. When the time comes, with the mother's status coming from the son, won't your life be good? Wang Xiuyun spoke earnestly, every word seeming to consider Su Molie's well-being. But in reality, she was already getting benefits for herself and painting a bright future for Su Molie. Su Molie was not the type to accept empty promises. Just for these things, you sell your own daughter to the Song family? Do you even deserve to be a mother? Listening to Su Molie's questioning, Wang Xiuyun felt a moment of guilt. But it was only a moment. Wang Xiuyun slowly stood up, walked to the bed, sat down, and looked down at Su Molie. Molie, you're wrong about this. Song Liancheng was originally Su Mugen's fiancé. You took the initiative to flirt with your future brother-in-law and stubbornly insisted on marrying him. Lu Mingming is your own choice. You cried and begged to marry him. Why are you blaming me now? I never looked down on you for being embarrassing. Are you jealous that I might benefit from you? Since we were young, Su Mugen has been doing all the chores in our family. When the oil bottle fell, you didn't even help. Have I ever complained? Over the years, my husband and I haven't been good enough to you. We raised you with care, letting you and Tianxi have a good life. Among all the girls upstairs and downstairs, how many can live like you? We've treated you well for so many years. Now that it's your turn to give back to the family, you're questioning whether I am fit to be a mother? Su Mugen can say that, but you have no right to. Can't all the good things in this world be reserved for you alone? At this point, Wang Xiuyun stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust on her clothes, and walked toward the door. I'm here today to tell you to follow Liancheng to the countryside and not cause trouble. Tianxi is already married. This home belongs to Tianxi and his wife, not you. The room you and Su Mugen used to live in has already been cleaned. When Tian Tian gives birth, let the baby stay there. Don't think about it anymore. After saying this, Wang Xiuyun opened the door and left. After the door closed, there was even the sound of it being locked from the outside. Molie curled up in the corner. The cold seemed to rush in from all directions, making her feel icy and numb. So cold.
Too cold.
How could it be so cold? Molie hugged herself and suddenly thought of her past life. In her previous life, she was also beaten by that terrible man. At that time, she went back to her parents' house crying. What did Wang Xiuyun say then? Wang Xiuyun said, "Is there any man who doesn't hit women? When men drink too much and hit women a few times, isn't that normal? What's the big deal? Just endure it. Divorce is too shameful." Back then, she thought it was because she couldn't see people clearly and married the wrong man, which made Wang Xiuyun and Su Dafu angry. That's why they ignored her. But now, in this new life, her husband is changed and the situation is different. However, Wang Xiuyun and Su Dafu's choices remain the same. She truly did not see people clearly. Most of all, she failed to see her own biological parents clearly. She thought that over the years, she had lived better than Su Muxin and that her parents loved her. Now it seems that Su Dafu and Wang Xiuyun have invested more in her and want more from her. The only child they truly loved from the beginning to the end was Su Tianxi. Second update: Wang Xiuyun just came out of the room and saw Song Liancheng waiting at the staircase. Seeing Song Liancheng, Wang Xiuyun immediately put on a bright smile. "Liancheng, did you say yes?" Song Liancheng asked directly.
Well.
Wang Xiuyun felt a bit resentful towards Molie, thinking she was very naive, but she still smiled more brightly at Song Liancheng. Molie has been spoiled by me and her dad since she was a child. She just doesn't want to suffer, so she doesn't want to go to the countryside. You're a big person, don't mind her. Song Liancheng smiled slightly. So, you're not against her going to the countryside with me? I'm not against it. Wang Xiuyun said firmly. Since she married you, she should follow your lead. I wouldn't oppose it. That's good. We'll leave in a couple of days. Before we go, we won't visit you. All right. If you're leaving, you must be busy. You probably don't have time to visit us, so don't bother. No need to go. By the way, do you want me to prepare some food or drinks? No need. Wang Xiuyun hadn't really planned to prepare anything, but hearing Song Liancheng say no, she felt relieved and immediately said, "In that case, I'll go back first." Song Liancheng didn't reply, just watched Wang Xiuyun go downstairs. Wang Xiuyun ran downstairs quickly, not noticing the others in the Song family, and didn't care. She continued rushing outside. By now, it was already dark, and cold wind blew directly at her, making her shiver. After the ground dried, Su Muxin continued riding her bike to school and back. Just as she was riding home, she happened to see Wang Xiuyun rushing out of the second courtyard of the Song family. Seeing Wang Xiuyun, Su Muxin was not very surprised. Wang Xiuyun probably came because of Su Molie going to the countryside or divorce. Although she was curious about Wang Xiuyun's choices and actions, Su Muxin only felt curious for a moment and didn't even intend to ask. Su Muxin didn't ask, but Wang Xiuyun took the initiative to speak. "Do you know Jasmine is going to the countryside?" Before Su Muxin could answer, Wang Xiuyun said, "She's never been obedient since she was little, and she's a bit proud. Now she's causing trouble and threatening to divorce over going to the countryside. If this gets out, it won't be good for your reputation. If you're free, you should go talk to her." Su Muxin was confused. Is Wang Xiuyun okay? It must be because she took a wrong turn on her bike ride home that she ran into such an unusual Wang Xiuyun. Before Su Muxin could reply, Wang Xiuyun didn't seem to care much. "If you're busy, it's okay not to talk to her. They're leaving in a few days anyway. By the way, your dad said when you're free, come home for a meal. You didn't go to Tianxi and Tian's wedding, and Tian hasn't even met her older sister. Do you know who Tian is? She's Tianxi's wife." Wang Xiuyun spoke normally, with a normal tone and attitude, like a regular mother talking to her daughter who doesn't visit often. but because everything seemed so normal, it made it feel strange. Last time, they caused a big fuss over the wedding gift for Su Tianxi, making a scene that everyone in the courtyard saw. But here, with Wang Xiuyun, it seemed like nothing had happened. Seeing Su Mujin just staring in surprise and not speaking, Wang Xiuyun frowned. Are you listening to me? Did you hear what I said? You keep saying I liked Jasmine more since I was young and ignored you. That's my problem. Do you think you have no issues at all? You're always like a quiet gourd, hardly saying a word. I have limited energy, so of course I prefer Jasmine. Enough. It's getting late, and if I delay any longer, the bus will be gone. I'll go now. Remember to find time to come back. Tian also wants to see her second sister. When the time comes, your dad will cook braised pork for you. After saying this, Wang Xiuyun hurriedly left. Su Mujin got off her bike, watching Wang Xiuyun's figure walk away, feeling a bit stunned. What's wrong with Wang Xiuyun? Could she have been possessed by someone? If she wasn't possessed, how could she change so much? Even lying in bed that night, Su Mujin still couldn't understand. Hubby, Su Mujin looked at Song Qinyan. Song Qinyan was reading a book, looked up immediately when he heard her, and was about to put down his book and get up. No need. Su Mujin quickly stopped him. Just sit there, let's talk. I have something I want to tell you. Song Qinyan sat up straight and said, okay. What's the matter? Wife, just tell me. Su Mujin recounted everything she said to Wang Xiuyun and the conversation she had with her. Why do you think she became so strange? What exactly went wrong? Seeing Su Mujin's worried expression, Song Qinyan silently smiled. I don't know the exact reason, but I have some guesses, Song Qinyan said. Su Mujin looked at him expectantly. Go ahead. People are always drawn to strength. Whether they know someone or not, they tend to prefer those who are capable. In many families, it's even more obvious. When children are young, they like to be sweet and talkative, able to make others happy. But when they grow up, they tend to prefer those who are more capable. More precisely, they don't just like the capable person, they fear them. Because of fear, they try to please them. But some people can't lower their pride. At such times, they pretend nothing happened before. They act as if their relationship is good and casually invite you to dinner. She might think she's giving you an easy way out. Now that you have this way out, you should just go along with it. From now on, you all should treat the past as a mess, let it rot away, and pretend everything is fine on the surface. Live peacefully and happily. Listening to Song Qinyan's explanation, Su Mujin increasingly thought it might be true. A mocking smile appeared on Su Mujin's lips. They want to pretend nothing happened, but it depends on whether I agree. I won't pretend along with them, nor will I fake a perfect family scene. Song Qinyan stood up and came over, holding Su Mujin in his arms.
All right.
Whatever you say, we'll do it that way. I trust you. Su Mujin leaned against Song Qinyan's chest, but her expression remained cold when she thought of the people from the Su family. They had wronged the original owner, and she wouldn't forgive them for that. Third update 3 days later, Song Liancheng and Su Molie went to the countryside. When they left for the train station, Su Mujin didn't go to see them off. She had classes to attend. Compared to attending class, watching these two people's jokes seems insignificant. Although Su Mujin did not go, Song Qinyan did. On the train platform, Song Qinyan and Song Liancheng stood facing each other. Today, it didn't snow, but the sky was gray and gloomy. The cold wind was blowing loudly. The area around the platform was very empty, so the wind was even stronger. Even though both of them were dressed warmly, the cold wind still seeped inside their collars, making their faces look a little pale. Song Liancheng smiled faintly and said, Big brother, was it you who arranged for me to go to the countryside? Song Qinyan didn't smile and looked very cold. When I fell into the water, was it you who pushed me? Song Liancheng's smile froze instantly. He didn't expect that after so long, Song Qinyan would suddenly bring this up. Big brother, what are you talking about? I was with no need to explain, Song Qinyan interrupted. You know what you did, and I understand too. Telling others about it is just to fool them, but I suggest you not say too much again. Otherwise, you might even fool yourself. After going to the countryside, work hard. Do more work, think less, and you might live a bit longer. Song Liancheng couldn't smile anymore, and his eyes turned dark and sinister. He stared tightly at Song Qinian, almost ready to burst out in anger. But before he could speak, the train horns suddenly sounded. It was a reminder to passengers that the train was about to leave and urged them to get on. Big brother, I hope you never regret sending me to the countryside. After saying this, Song Liancheng turned and strode onto the train. Su Xiaoying covered her mouth, tears uncontrollably falling down. Beside her, Song Huaiyan's face also looked unhappy. But behind them, Song Manman and Chen Jigang looked at each other with intriguing expressions. If you talk about being sad, there was definitely some sadness. But more than sadness, there was excitement. The second household only had Song Liancheng and Song Manman as siblings. Now that Song Liancheng and Su Molie had gone to the countryside, only Song Manman and Chen Jigang remained. They probably thought that without Song Liancheng and Su Molie, everything in the second household belonged to just the two of them. That was exactly what Song Manman thought. After returning home from the train station, Song Manman talked with Su Xiaoying for a long time. Chen Jigang quietly accompanied Song Huaiyan smoking. Until Song Huaiyan got up and went back to his room, Chen Jigang then went upstairs. Song Manman was sitting in her room. When she saw Chen Jigang come back, she immediately stood up excitedly. Jigang, how is Dad? I stayed with him for a while. Dad has gone back to his room now, but he still looks a bit unhappy. That's normal, Song Manman said casually. Dad always cared a lot about Gij, but since he's not around, over time, he naturally cares less. Everyone says a son-in-law is half a son. Since my brother isn't here, you're like his son. As long as you work hard, he will focus on you and train you well. Chen Jigang nodded firmly. Wife, don't worry. I will work hard and won't let Dad down. Song Manman leaned her head on Chen Jigang's shoulder, but her hand rested on her belly. Besides working hard outside, we also need to work hard at home. Let's have a baby early, stay close to Dad and Mom every day. That way, we can definitely surpass Su Molie's children. As she spoke, a hint of regret flashed in her eyes. She had been thinking that when Su Molie had her baby, she would give her a final. But unexpectedly, Su Molie went to the countryside. She considered herself lucky to have avoided a disaster. But life in the countryside wasn't easy either. Su Molie had a baby there, probably couldn't even buy formula. She not only had to take care of the child, but also do farm work. Under the sun and wind, before long, Su Molie would become a rural woman, old and unattractive. She wanted to see what Su Molie would have left to compare with her then. Her own child would grow up in the city, surely fair and beautiful. Su Molie's child could only grow up in the countryside, likely dirty and ugly. Thinking of this, Song Manman's smile became even brighter. She was completely immersed in her thoughts. Suddenly, Chen Jigang picked her up, startling her almost into a scream. She looked at him angrily. What are you doing? Chen Jigang chuckled. What do you think I'm doing? You just told me to work hard, didn't you? Hearing this, Song Manman's cheeks flushed instantly. I meant tonight. Daytime is better. I can see you clearly then. Song Manman didn't speak, but didn't refuse either. Chen Jigang carried her to the bed. Su Muxin returned home from school in the afternoon. As she passed by the second door of the Song family, she instinctively looked at the door. She felt happy just thinking that she wouldn't see Su Molie and Song Liancheng for a long time. In a very good mood, Su Muxin even felt like humming a song. Thinking of old Master Song, I still held back my impulse and hurried home. The atmosphere next door was very gloomy, but it didn't affect us. As Su Muxin reached the yard, she smelled the aroma of food. Just as she was about to enter the house, someone suddenly knocked on the door. The main door was slightly open. If Song Qinian or someone familiar came, they would have pushed it open directly. Since someone was knocking, it must be someone who doesn't come often. Who's there? Su Muxin asked while walking toward the door. When she opened the door, she saw no one. At that moment, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Someone knocked, but when she opened the door, she saw no one. Just then, Muxin heard a small voice. "Auntie, my grandma asked me to borrow some salt." She looked down instinctively and saw a little girl about 5 or 6 years old standing in front of her. It was already dark, and because the girl was very short, Muxin hadn't noticed her earlier. Knowing someone was there made Muxin feel less nervous. "Borrow salt? Then come inside, little girl," she said, leading the girl inside. Once inside, with the lights on, Muxin finally saw what the girl looked like. She was very small, with dull, yellowish hair, a tiny face as small as a palm, and big eyes that clearly showed her nervousness. She was wearing a dark blue cotton-padded jacket, which was very old and patched repeatedly. Her shoes even revealed her toes.
Sumuine's brows furrowed tightly.
Whose family could this be? Are there families in the big courtyard living in such poor conditions? Is Muxin back? Chen Yuehua came out of the kitchen and asked. Muxin looked at Chen Yuehua. "Mom, I'm back. This little girl is here to borrow salt. Do you know whose child she is?" Chen Yuehua finally noticed the girl. Looking carefully, she recognized her immediately. "I know. She's the granddaughter of the Zhang family in front. She was just sent over today. She wants to borrow salt, right? Give me the bowl. I'll fill it for you." The little girl was very nervous, but still handed over the bowl to Chen Yuehua. Muxin also understood Chen Yuehua's unspoken meaning. It wouldn't be good to ask too many questions in front of the girl. Chen Yuehua quickly filled half a bowl with salt, but didn't give it to the girl. "It's too dark now. I'll take you back," she said. Muxin quickly said, "Mom, I'll go." "That's fine. It's just the Zhang family in front of us. You take her inside. It's dark, and the road is hard to walk. She's young, and holding a bowl while walking might cause her to fall." "Mom, I understand. Don't worry, I will make sure she gets home safely." Muxin held the bowl with one hand and reached out with the other to hold the little girl's hand. "Let's go. I'll hold your hand." The girl hesitated for a moment before shyly taking Muxin's hand. As soon as their hands touched, Muxin's brow furrowed. Why is her little hand so cold? They walked out of the yard together toward the Zhang family. The Zhang house was just in front of the Song family, about 2 minutes away. As soon as they entered the Zhang yard, they heard voices coming from the living room. The voices were noisy, not just 1 or 2 people, but quite a few. The moment Muxin appeared at the door, everyone inside looked over. After a brief silence, Zhang captain's wife, Wu Chuanxia, stood up and smiled as she spoke to Muxin. "You're Qinyan's wife. Why are you here?" Muxin smiled and handed over the bowl. "I just came back. I happened to see this little girl going to my house. Since it's dark and the road is difficult, I was worried she might fall while carrying the bowl, so I brought her back."
"Ha!"
Wu Chuanxia chuckled casually. "What's wrong with walking? It's just a few steps. Besides, children raised in the countryside fall dozens of times a day. They get used to it. But if the bowl breaks or salt spills, that would be troublesome. Thanks again for helping." Hearing Wu Chuanxia's words, Muxin felt uncomfortable. Does she mean that it's okay if the girl falls, but it's a big problem if the bowl breaks or salt spills? Having lived here for so long, Muxin knew well that in this era, resources were scarce and rationed. Food and drink had to be treasured. But no matter how precious things are, shouldn't people be more important? How could Wu Chuanxia say such things so naturally? While Muxin was still thinking, Wu Chuanxia had already taken the bowl. "Qinyan's wife, it's getting late. You should go home now." Muxin quickly glanced around at everyone inside, then turned and left. Back home, the table was already set with food, and Song Qinian had returned, waiting for Muxin to come back and eat. Muxin hurried to wash her hands and sat down. Halfway through eating, Muxin couldn't resist her curiosity and looked at Chen Yuehua. "Mom, do you think that young girl just now is the granddaughter of Captain Zhang's family?" Song Muxue, who loved gossip, immediately asked sister-in-law, "What are you talking about? You've met both of Captain Zhang's granddaughters, right? One is under a year old, and the other just turned a month." Chen Yuehua sighed with emotion. You're talking about Captain Zhang's eldest granddaughter. Muxue, don't you remember? A few years ago, they had a little girl too. Song Muxue thought carefully and suddenly widened her eyes. I remember now. A few years ago, they did have a little girl, and that was born from Captain Zhang's eldest son, Zhang Deng's first wife. Zhang Deng is a reckless person who doesn't want to join the army. He spends all his time wandering around. When he reached marriageable age, he wasn't in a hurry to marry and ended up marrying a widow. The widow had a man before who had 2 daughters, but he passed away. After they married, the widow left her 2 daughters and moved into Zhang's house. A year later, she gave birth to a daughter. The baby was just a few days old when they started arguing and even fighting. The Women's Federation came to mediate, but they couldn't settle it, and eventually they divorced. The widow took her daughter back home. Last year, Zhang Deng remarried, and this year, he had another daughter, just a month old. When his first wife heard about it, she started causing trouble, saying all the daughters belonged to Zhang Deng and should be under his care. After several disputes, today she sent the girl back. When she was sent back, I saw her too. In this cold weather, her shoes were broken, and her clothes were torn and too big, probably hand-me-downs from her older sister. It's not unusual to wear old clothes, but they should be altered to fit, so she can stay warm. That little face was so thin, smaller than my palm, and looked like she hadn't eaten enough. Now she's back, but who knows what the days ahead will bring. Hearing Chen Yuehua's words, the others couldn't help but frown. The little girl's life has indeed been tough. She hasn't been at the Zhang family for many years, and now that she's back, no one knows what will happen. Su Muxue didn't have much contact with the Zhang family, but she had lived in the courtyard for over half a year, and the Song family was right behind Zhang's house. She had often heard the lively noises from Zhang's place. Zhang Deng and his current wife, Zhao Wan, both had fiery tempers. They often insulted each other's ancestors, standing in the yard arguing every day. When their anger grew, they even started fighting. Although Zhao Wan is a woman, her presence and strength are no less than Zhang Deng, a strong man. The couple is quite evenly matched. At first, when they fought, some people tried to stop them or give advice. Now, after some time, everyone just watches as a form of entertainment. No one tries to break up the fights anymore. Instead, some secretly wonder who will win this time. Despite their constant fighting, their lives haven't changed much since their daughter was born. Not long after Zhao Wan finished her confinement period, they fought again. In such a situation, when the young girl was sent back by her biological mother, it was hard to expect a good life for her. It's not that Su Mujin is overly sympathetic. These events happening right in front of her make her think more and feel sad. Worried, Su Mujin paid more attention to the Zhang family over the next few days whenever she was at home. To her surprise, Zhao Wan, the stepmother, didn't cause trouble for Yi. Yi is the name of the little girl. Second update, Zhao Wan wasn't particularly kind to Yi, but she definitely didn't bully her. The Zhang family didn't split up. Everyone still ate and drank together. During meals, no one paid too much attention to Yi, but no one bullied her either. She could choose whatever food she wanted from the table. No one would tap her chopsticks or complain if she ate a lot. Afterward, no one made her wash dishes or wipe the table. But Yi was cautious and helped out with small chores every day. When she wasn't asked to wash dishes or wipe the table, she would sweep a bit, tidy up the benches, and watch over her 2 younger sisters. Many people visiting the Zhang family found this scene quite interesting. The Zhang family really is quite amusing. Su Mujin also felt in her heart that Yi's difficult life was finally getting better. Even if no one showed her special care, being able to eat well, wear warm clothes, grow up safely, and not be mistreated was already quite good. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly she heard a woman screaming outside. The scream was so sudden and sharp that Su Mujin was startled and dropped her book. Song Chinian was also reading and looked up when he heard the noise. That sound seems to be coming from the Zhang family, he said. He stood up and said, I'll go check. I'll go too, Su Mujin said, quickly pulling back the blanket and getting dressed. Fortunately, She only took off her cotton pants outside and put them on again within seconds. Seeing how quickly she dressed, Song Qinian didn't stop her. Su Muxin put on her military coat and went outside with Song Qinian. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Chen Yuehua and 2 others rushing down from upstairs. They didn't bother to talk and hurriedly ran out the door. Since just now, the woman's loud screams hadn't stopped. Now her voice was hoarse, but her crying was even more intense. The sounds echoed throughout the courtyard, and those nearby were rushing to the Zhang family's house. The gate of the Zhang family's yard was open, which made things easier for them. Inside the yard, with the light coming from the living room, Su Muxin saw what was happening. Zhang Deng, the eldest son of the Zhang family, and his wife Zhao Wan were fighting Zhang's second daughter-in-law, Li Hong. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. What's going on? The shock was only for a moment. Without trying to understand the situation, many people hurried forward and pulled Zhang Deng and Zhao Wan apart. Song Qinian also went over. He grabbed Zhang Deng's arm and, with 2 other men, pulled him away. But Zhang Deng didn't want to stop and even tried to fight Song Qinian and the others. Without needing help, Song Qinian easily restrained Zhang Deng's hands, pinning him to the ground. Zhang Deng looked furious, but he couldn't get up anymore. Meanwhile, some older women pulled Zhao Wan away. Su Muxin and Chen Yuehua went forward together and helped Li Hong to her feet. Li Hong was badly beaten. Her long hair was messy, with many strands pulled out. One side of her face was swollen, her eye was black, and her lips were purple with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were torn and messy, but because it was cold and she was wearing thick clothes, her injuries weren't obvious. Still, with her face so badly hurt, her body couldn't be in good shape either. Su Muxin helped Li Hong into the house, checked her briefly, and then sighed in relief. Luckily, her bones are okay. Do you have any medicine at home? Li Hong didn't respond. Su Muxin looked at Wu Chuanxia. Annie, do you have any medicine? Wu Chuanxia looked dazed, only snapping out of it when she heard this. She shook her head.
No.
Su Muxin then turned to Chen Yuehua. Mom, go back and get my medicine box. Since starting to learn medicine, Su Muxin had prepared a box with many basic medicines for emergencies. She hadn't used it yet. This was the first time I used the spell to become a fairy, and it happened under such circumstances. Okay, I'll go back and get it now. Soon after, Chen Yuehua returned holding a box, and together with Su Muxin, she helped treat Li Hong's injuries. As Li Hong's face was almost healed, Chen Yuehua looked at Wu Chuanxia and asked, "What's going on here?" Wu Chuanxia looked conflicted. Can't you admit it yourself? Zhao Wan suddenly came in, crossing her arms and shouting loudly, "I'll say it for you. I have nothing to be ashamed of. We all have daughters, so why do you spoil the second family's child but not me? If you don't like the girl, then don't help take care of her. But the second family's girl is already 10 months old. You've been helping take care of her for 10 months, even sleeping with her at night. When she came to me, she wouldn't even help out. Why is that? All daughters-in-law are the same. All have daughters. Why do you treat them so differently?" Zhao Wan became more and more aggrieved and started crying. Chen Yuehua frowned. "Zhao Wan, if you have issues with your mother-in-law, why did you hit Li Hong? She hit me first. Don't believe it? Ask her." Zhao Wan wiped her tears and raised her voice again. "I was just telling my mother-in-law that she wouldn't help me with the baby, and this woman from the second family came up and hit me. Can I just stand there and take it? Of course I'd fight back. When my husband saw it, he didn't help me. Should he help this second family's girl instead?" Zhao Wan's voice grew louder, hurting everyone's ears. Commissioner Zhou's wife, Zhu Chunhua, pinched her ear and said, "Zhao Wan, just speak normally. You don't have to shout to be right. Li Hong, Zhao Wan says you started the fight. Is that true?" Li Hong, who had been expressionless, moved her eyes slightly and replied coldly, "She didn't want my mother-in-law to help with the baby. She deserved to be hit." Zhu Chunhua was speechless. Su Muxin also said nothing.
Although Zhao Wan and her husband had been beating Li Hong, and she was indeed pitiful now, Li Hong was the one who started the fight. She was at fault first. Zhao Wan had valid reasons to argue with Wu Chuanxia, and she wasn't wrong either. No wonder people say family matters are a mess. Nothing can be clearly sorted out. It really is like that. If there are mistakes, everyone is at fault. If there are reasons, everyone has them. Even honest officials find it hard to judge family disputes, let alone outsiders like us. Zhao Wan looked proud. Did you hear that? She was the one who started the fight. I was just explaining to my mother-in-law, and why does she care? She got some benefit and still caused trouble. She deserves whatever happens to her. That's not how you should say it. Zhu Chunhua disagreed, looking at Zhao Wan. If something happens, you should talk about it. If someone gets hurt badly, don't you have to pay for it? Third update. When Zhao Wan heard this, she suddenly fell silent. But even though she didn't speak, her face showed clear disdain and dissatisfaction. She clearly wasn't happy. At this moment, Zhu Chunhua looked at Wu Chuanxia again. What should we do about this? The situation had been eased for now, but if it wasn't handled well, what if they fought again after they left? Wu Chuanxia also looked troubled. She didn't know what to do. If she knew what to do, she wouldn't have let them fight in the first place. The more Wu Chuanxia thought about it, the more upset she felt. She wiped her face, and tears started to fall. I feel like I favor the second family, but I really don't want to. The second family's situation is well known. If I don't help a little, what will happen to this child? Hearing this, Su Muxin looked at Li Hong. Li Hong. People say she's not very smart. She doesn't go out much and doesn't like talking to others. Su Muxin rarely sees her and mostly hears about her from others. It's said she had an illness that affected her brain afterward. Exactly what was wrong isn't clear. She can take care of herself and even works at the factory to earn money. Sometimes she even says a few words, so she seems okay. But after having the child, she never took care of him. Not during the day, not at night. She wouldn't change diapers or soothe him to sleep. Even if the baby cried loudly from hunger, Li Hong wouldn't pay attention. Li Hong didn't want to breastfeed, so the Zhang family had to think of other ways. In this time of scarce resources, if a mother could breastfeed, no one would choose to use formula. Not only because formula was expensive, but also because it was hard to find. To buy formula, you needed formula tickets. Mothers who gave birth under special circumstances could get formula tickets, but only 2 per month. But the baby's appetite was growing, and those 2 tickets were enough for the first 2 months after birth. As the child grew, the tickets became insufficient. Su Muxin hadn't seen it herself, but she had heard from others in the courtyard that the Zhang family was always worried about getting enough formula tickets. It's not about exchanging formula coupons with others, but about going to the black market. Everyone talks about it, but they all know the Zhang family has no choice. So even if they know they go to the black market, they pretend not to see. If someone can help, they will. Things used to be fine. Even when Zhao Wan was pregnant, she never mentioned this issue, as if she didn't care at all. But now, Zhao Wan's baby has been born, and everything has changed. Before, Zhao Wan didn't mind because her baby wasn't born yet. As long as her family had enough to eat, she didn't care how much they cared about Li Hong and her child. Now that her own child is here, Zhao Wan has become a mother. She is a daughter-in-law just like others, and she has a girl too. Seeing Wu Chuanxia busy all day with Li Hong's baby, Zhao Wan naturally feels happy. They might have argued before, but for some reason, they suppressed it. After a long time of holding it in, today Li Hong made a move first, and Zhao Wan lost her temper. What no one expected was that, usually, Zhang Deng and Zhao Wan fought fiercely, but when they saw Zhao Wan and Li Hong fighting, Zhang Deng also joined in. The couple beat Li Hong so badly, she kept crying out in pain. Su Muxin reviewed everything in her mind, while Wu Chuanxia was still wiping tears. Li Hong's mind isn't right. She doesn't care about the child. Can I just watch the child die? If I don't care, who will? Let my mother-in-law take care of it? She's over 80. It's already good if she can look after herself. How can she help me? Zhao Wan, I know you're upset, but you also need to understand me. I really have no choice.
Wu Chuanxia cried sadly, and many others sighed along with her. In some ways, Wu Chuanxia is a good mother-in-law. Some mothers-in-law, when their daughter-in-law has a granddaughter, wish the granddaughter and daughter-in-law would just die. Li Hong had a girl and didn't care. Wu Chuanxia not only didn't get angry but also helped take care of the baby, being careful and considerate, raising the child very well. Of course, for Zhao Wan, no matter how good Wu Chuanxia is, she is Li Hong's mother-in-law, and she has nothing to do with her. Zhao Wan snorted, "If you can't do it, I can? You help the second wife take care of the baby, and you ignore our main family? You didn't take care of your eldest granddaughter, and now I have a little one and you still don't care? If I don't speak up, do you think our main family is easy to bully?" Everyone says Li Hong's mind isn't right, but I think Li Hong is very clever. She's doing it on purpose. Usually, everything was fine. Eating when needed, working when required, earning money. Where did my mind go wrong? Why did I have a child and not look at him even once? Not spend a whole day with him? She has clearly made up her mind to have you take care of the child, so she deliberately avoids looking at him. You all have been tricked by her, still eager to help her. I don't care how you help her, but you must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this matter won't be settled. At this moment, Zhang Deng entered silently and stood quietly beside Zhao Wan. His actions clearly showed his stance and attitude. Zhao Wan's intentions are his intentions. Today, this matter must be clarified. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Since they are outsiders, they can't interfere in this matter. Song Huaimin looked around and saw that Zhang Tuanzhang, who had been silent, was sitting in the corner smoking. Many cigarette butts had already been thrown on the ground in front of him. "Old Zhang, you can't stay silent now. You are the head of the family. If you hide away at this time, can the family be peaceful?" Song Huaimin said sincerely. Zhang Tuanzhang threw his unfinished cigarette onto the ground and stomped it out. Then he hugged his head tightly and rubbed it hard. "Huaimin, it's not that I don't want to speak, but you see, they all have their own ideas. I tell them, but they don't listen. You don't say anything, so how do you know they won't listen?" Song Huaimin looked at him with a mix of frustration and disappointment. "In the army, weren't you the one giving orders? Weren't you very decisive? Why at home are you afraid to say a word? If only we were still in the army. I'd just give them a kick first, then talk after they're subdued." Zhang Tuanzhang said through clenched teeth, clearly very angry. But unfortunately, the troublemakers are his son and daughter-in-law. They have valid reasons, so he has no reason to act against them.